Well, I would just say I disagree. I mean, because you said the other day, they like me. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that, because
well, I don't know.
Let me just kind of rebut that.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying you have anything to do with this. I'm just saying I noticed the phenomenon.
Totally, and I just reject that because they have been messing with me for my entire adult life. I mean, the ADL got me banned on YouTube. The SPLC posted my house on their website.
What do you mean posted your house?
They posted a photo of my house on their website.
How can they do that?
I guess that's a free speech thing.
The SPLC posted a picture of your house on their website?
Yes.
When?
In 2022.
Actually?
Yes, they wrote an article. They said Nick Fuentes bought a building in this city, and they said we interviewed his neighbors and property records reveal this and that, and on the front page, the picture for the article is my house where I live.
What's up? How's it going? First one here, yo.
It's crazy. And then someone showed up with a gun and tried to kill you at that house?
Yes. So that's why I say, you say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's like the ZOA, the SPLC, the ADL, the Daily Wire. All these groups have been on me for years. So that's news to me.
That's good. Good for me too. Just sitting by the heater, watching some YouTube. I got some delicious food tonight. Relaxing. So it's going pretty good. Can't complain.
Really endorsing my activities.
It could just be my perception. Mm-hmm. But I guess what I'm saying is, as someone who thinks...
And I'm streaming on TikTok for the first time in a while. So I'm seeing how that's going to go. What food you got going on? Well, I already had some rice and chicken. I had part of a wrap. I had one wrap out of 2 wraps. I got a sandwich. I got like 1, 2, 5 different kinds of soups. I got one kind of chili, some beef jerky, and I got some coffee if I need it. So I'm all stocked up and pretty full. Right? It felt like soup weather today. Even though yesterday I was craving burgers. What's up, Diane? Yesterday I was craving burgers, but maybe tomorrow, or maybe after I finish all my soups, then I'll get some good burger.
Own views are like completely reasonable, pass every smell test. You can x-ray my soul. I don't think there's a lot of hate in there, and to the extent that they do make me feel hateful, the people who attack me, I do say prayers about it. We're not allowed to hate people. It's we forgive those who trespass against us. That's like our core prayer.
Yeah,
so
true.
I just feel like it's that, I don't know. Am I being paranoid?
Agree.
I feel like going on about the Jews like helps.
One of the soups I got is jambalaya. Sounds delicious.
Well, what about my views do you think are unreasonable, if yours are reasonable?
I think again, I don't think it's cucky. I think it's reality to say that guilt is not inherited. Blood guilt is bad. One of the reasons that I'm mad about Gaza is because the Israeli position is everyone who lives in Gaza is a terrorist because of how they were born, including the women and the children. That's not a Western view. That's an Eastern view. That's a non-Christian.
I appreciate you. Well, I hope you get some good food today. A delicious meal really makes the day good. I can't wait till I eat again, actually. I want to eat that soup, but I'm good for now. Appreciate you stopping by, though.
Totally incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. They say, we're the defenders of Western civilization. Not with that attitude. Collective punishment is the enemy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And so I hate that attitude. It's genocidal. the current claims that I'm a cancer, from Ben Shapiro or whatever, we need to be excised from the body of conservatism is a genocidal position, that it basically encourages violence, as they well know. The whole thing I hate.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, anytime you say a whole group of people is responsible for the sins of some of its members, like, I'm out.
Yeah, but that's not my view. It's not. Okay.
I could eat all day.
But so tell me your views. Like, rather than, you're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you is you're one of those people who is defined by clips.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people also.
Yes.
So I get it. So I'm going to just shut up and you tell me what you actually believe.
Yeah. Well, and listen, I mean, and I appreciate you saying that, because that's just the reality of the media environment we're in. So I don't expect you to know all my views, but I mean, as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all those things that you talk about from Jewishness, ethnicity, religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. So you say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle, because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, there are significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States, and because of their unique heritage and story.
Just chilling. Well, I'm streaming on TikTok, and they have a cool effect on TikTok that makes you look like Super Saiyan. So that's what's up.
Which is that they're a stateless people. They're unassimilable. They resist assimilation for thousands of years, and I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel.
Yeah, I like TikTok, but I don't stream on there much though, so I kind of gotta build a following. What's up, Riker?
And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what
I tried to stream on X, but nobody joined, so I was like, okay, I'll try TikTok.
I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel, and I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community. They're extremely organized. Many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless.
This game has gotten out of control. All the money, the unpredictability. It's time we instate a commissioner. Introducing the commissioner of coverage,
Reiki.
The Aflac Duck.
Hey man, everything you guys said could all be true at the same time. That's what I'm trying to say.
And persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. They do. And so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's me saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us, and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
There's no question about that.
The insolence.
For sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course, since the Second World War. Another reason is, however, the reality of a multi-ethnic country requires you to sort of set aside community or group interests in favor of corporate interests, universal interests, national interests. And you have to do that or else it doesn't work. And so, I agree those attitudes, I mean, certainly in other parts of the world, people think this way, but you can't have that here. And so it's just important to remind everybody that, things may be generally true, but like, again, they're not always true. And there are people who just strongly disagree. And by the way, in the specific case of Israel, there are a ton of Orthodox who I know who are opposed to the state of Israel. They're more Jewish than Dave Rubin, a lot more, and yet they oppose it. Jeff Sachs is like the most wonderful man, the most Jewish, and most articulate critic of the state of Israel that I'm aware of. So, like, I don't know, that's just meaningful. You can't, if everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly.
And
that's my concern.
And I absolutely agree with you. I will say, though, that the big challenge to that is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right, it's not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said the other day. If you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of this project.
Well, that's an easy one, but I am much more comfortable as a Christian and an American keeping it on that level because, it's easy to just set universal rules that apply to everyone, not just the Jews or the Christians or the anybody, just like Americans can only serve in the U.S. military.
Have you gone lib on them?
I don't know. That's not hard.
Bro, do you have TikTok, Spin City? Check out my TikTok live stream. I'm on a fucking horse. I'm the headless horseman on TikTok right now on my live stream. Do you live in a closet? It's a studio, but it's a Portland studio, so it's not as small as like a New York apartment or a Japan apartment. So it's not that small.
This is a particular issue, and it's acute. Like I said, I think they are unique in that way. I think that's a unique issue, especially in the Republican Party, especially in the conservative scene.
So how would you like this all to be resolved?
What I would like is for the U.S. government to not be influenced by these kinds of foreign allegiances, not with money that comes from, American citizens like Sheldon Adelson, not from foreign lobbyists. So, I mean, in terms of tangible things, I don't think we disagree on any of it, like registering AIPAC and FARA, banning dual citizenship. Like, I'm basically...
80% of the public agrees with those.
Yeah,
so that's kind of what gets me.
What's my favorite liquid death flavor?
These are like America First, the concept.
Yeah, I'm the headless horseman on TikTok. I'm the headless horseman. What's my favorite liquid death flavor? I'm gonna go with plain, just the plain water. I lived in Austin studio last year. Me gusta. Me gusta. Oh, chicharrón. Chicharrón. Yeah, studios aren't that bad. It's alright. It's alright. Sí. Chicharrón. But yeah, I still haven't tried the Liquid Death tea flavor, and I heard that one's supposed to be the best.
It's the most popular, self-evidently true idea.
It's the best chicharrón.
Don't let foreign powers, especially tiny ones far away, control your country. Like
Chicharrón.
Everyone agrees with that from both
Chicharrón.
sides.
Yeah.
So the trick is not to let that idea get subverted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we agree on that.
But it's subverted when that's hate. No, that's hate.
Yeah. Well, and you know, here's what I will say. I think that there is increasingly a contingent, because what you're talking about exists. When you say that there are people that legitimately detract from this, there is legitimate racial hatred out there,
Big time.
and it's growing.
Chicharrón.
And
I know.
people on our side are afraid to talk about
Hello,
it. Because they
chicharrón.
know, like you said, they're going to get called a cuck or a squish or whatever. And I agree with you. The people that are detracting from that need to be called out. And I think there should be no harbor for cruelty, hatred, prejudice, those kinds of
And
things.
some of them, I'm sorry to be a conspiracy nut. I really try not to be a conspiracy because it's embarrassing.
What's my
you know?
zodiac sign?
But after January
Pisces.
6th,
Hey, what are you doing? What are you fishing for, if you don't mind me asking?
Pisces
Trying
charón.
to catch whatever I can.
Just bring it.
Pisces charón.
and just finding out the number of FBI personnel in the crowd, it's like, and I've just seen this. David Duke is a great example. Some of these are the Charlottesville rally.
Yeah.
Had a bunch of
Checks
feds
out
there.
pescado.
Being like, we're white supremacists. We
Pescado.
hate the blacks. You know, using the N-word, whatever. You know, it's like, that's not
You
real. There is
pescado
some of that going on,
parapo.
don't you think?
I think that there's a lot of sincere people,
Well, for sure. Oh, I completely agree.
you know, and they're just numbskulls.
I gotta learn some Spanish.
That there's legitimate critique of this, and they see an opening to air out their grievances. They get a license to. They think it's okay now, and I do think it's important to differentiate and say that fundamentally, I guess the word that I would use, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is reassurance, because I think there's a legitimate. There is legitimate need to reassure people, and this is kind of what I've been doing on these podcasts, that we don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody.
Right.
We just want to put America first. And I guess, you know, to the extent that I've been taken out of context over the years or things like that, I'm trying to set the record straight and say, you know, and I appreciate you've given me this opportunity. These are my real views. I'm not one of those haters, let's say.
Yeah, well, I think people should be allowed to describe what they think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like a basic human autonomy question.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to know what you think, I should just ask you and let you talk,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So, who's going to be president? Who should be president next?
Who should be president? Well, yay, of course. Kanye.
You had dinner with Trump
I did.
and Kanye.
Yes.
What did you think of that?
It was surreal, because those are my two heroes. Those are my two, like, number one heroes of all time. I've always been a Kanye West fan.
You like the music first?
Yes. The music, the fashion, everything.
Really?
Yes,
You wear those weird one-piece shoes?
I do.
You actually do?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like in public?
Yes. You don't think that's cool?
I don't know what I think.
I'll get you some.
I've worn the same clothes since high school. Don't ask me about clothes. I'm not good at that at all. That's hilarious. So, but you've always been a fan.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
huge
you
fan.
described your love for Trump, like sincere
Yes.
childhood love for Trump. So, what was it like to find yourself at dinner with him?
It was funny because it was literally Thanksgiving dinner. It was 3 days before Thanksgiving. So not only was it dinner, but I'm having Thanksgiving dinner with Ye and Trump at the same table. And these are like my heroes. And, I mean, the way that it went was sort of interesting.
Bro, I love the effects that they put on TikTok. They got all these cool effects for when you live stream. I wish YouTube had that.
He is sort of shy. He deeply admires Trump. He loves Trump. And I like that about him because Ye really admires anybody that's an industrialist. He loves builders, visionaries, architects. He's very into that. So he has a deep regard for Trump. And so at the beginning, it was a little awkward because he wouldn't talk. And he was sort of shy.
Yay.
Yes. Which is surprising, right? Because
Yeah.
he's so outspoken. But
I am tripping,
Trump
bro.
was trying to get him to talk.
These
And
effects, man.
it was kind of like a boomer moment because Trump was trying to get him to talk about like opportunity zones. He was giving him like the black voter pitch, you know, the black Republican.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, dude, like he's not that kind of Republican, to say the least, you know.
Fair.
At this point, I think people.
So what were you saying?
Well, so eventually, you know, Trump didn't have a lot of luck with him, so he's kind of fielding the table, and he's talking to me, and
Trump does like other people to talk.
yes,
It's-
well, he likes to talk too.
He does, for sure.
Yeah.
But he asks questions.
Yeah, he does.
More than you would think.
Well, he's a good guy, fundamentally.
Yeah.
He's a very warm guy.
Own a vacation rental? If it's not listed on Booking.com, it's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform. Don't let your vacation rental be invisible. Get seen, get booked. On Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
If you have TikTok, join my TikTok stream, and you can see my aura force field. You can see my aura force field on
He
there.
was asking everybody, you know, what's up and who are you? And we got to talking. And, you know, I guess it was going too well because I was being very complimentary of Trump. And Ye was kind of kicking me and saying, like, you know, a couple days prior, we were talking about if Trump and Ye wind up on the debate stage, what is that going to look like? And I was coaching Ye, like, these are his weak areas. Like, this is where we got to attack Trump. And so Ye was like, tell him what you were saying the other day. Tell him what you were saying last night. And I was like, dude, that's our playbook. Like, we don't want to blow up our... and Trump was like, go ahead, don't be bashful. Tell me, what is it? And I said, you know what? I said, I think you're one of the greatest living Americans. I said, I'm a young guy. I said, I really have nothing to say other than thank you. I have nothing but gratitude for what you've done for the country. I said, it's really not my place, you know, to give you advice or correct you. And he said, no, don't be bashful. Tell me. And the story that I brought up was, this was really what sent me. In the first Fox News debate in 2015, in the Republican primary,
Yes.
Bret Baier, the first question, said, raise your hand if you will not pledge to support the eventual nominee.
Yes.
And Trump raised his hand. Because that's what he was saying. He said, you know, if I don't win, I'll run independent and I'll make Republicans lose. And so I brought that up and I told that story and I said, you know, I feel like what was inspiring in 16 is that you were willing to let the Republican establishment lose. Like you were serious about blowing them up, such that you were not going to say, like Pat Buchanan, who I respect, but Sam Francis acknowledged that was one of his great mistakes, was ultimately endorsing Bush. I said, it showed you were serious, you were playing to win. Because you said, I will let this Republican Party crash and burn. I want to run as the Republican, but if I can't, I'll run independent. I said, and that's how I knew you were serious. And that's how I knew you were the guy. I said, and I feel like lately, this was right after Ronna McDaniel became the head of the RNC again. I was like, I feel like lately you're just behind all these people. I said, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. We're not here for Ronna McDaniel or Mitch McConnell. I said, we are here for you. Like, we will die for you. We are loyal to you. I said, and when you did that, that showed you could win, and we rallied. I said, so I want to see more like that. I want to see you hit DeSantis, let's say, who was running against him. And he was like, oh, okay. He goes, oh, so you like that? It was right after he called him DeSanctimonious.
Yeah.
I said, that was awesome. You should have kept hitting him. He's like, oh, you like that? He goes, this guy's hardcore. I like this guy, he was saying about me. And so I was trying to just get his mojo back, you know, and, you know, gas him up a little bit. And so that's how it went between me and him.
And what was Ye saying at this point?
Well, he was beaming with pride because Trump turns to him and says, who is this guy? This guy's great. And Ye was like, right? And I was like, this is amazing.
Did you call your parents to the parking lot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You'll never believe. Yeah.
I try never to think like, how will this be perceived? It's better just to like be as honest as you can be all the time. And and honest people will respond, agree or disagree, but they'll feel your sincerity and your honesty. But there are always people who are going to like distort it. And I recounted basically the Christian gospel at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, and everyone's like, "You're anti-Semite." I literally didn't have one thought about Jewish people. It had nothing to do with that. It was whatever. So, but I was thinking about this conversation, which I'm sure I can't imagine what that in the ways that it will be distorted. But I do hope that people who want to learn what's happening and who you are will watch the whole thing. Probably naive hope that it won't be reduced to whatever you're saying something naughty and me laugh.
Ski and ride wreck with Epic Day Pass. Buy now and pay less than lift tickets.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. We design our own tools with performance and durability in.
Me laughing and see they're both Nazis. I mean, that's going to happen, of course. But I'm willing to take that risk because I just think it's important to know you're clearly ascendant. You're enormously talented. You're more talented than I am, for sure, as a talker. So, and there have been a lot of attempts to silence you and it hasn't worked. So my calculation, I'll just be as blunt as I can be. It's like, do I want to have Fuentes on? It was like, but you're a Nazi just like Fuentes. Okay. But then I'm like, I don't think Fuentes is going away. Ben Shapiro tried to like strangle him in the crib in college, and now he's bigger than ever. So it probably would just be worth hearing what Nick Fuentes thinks. I just want to be transparent about my motives here.
Yeah.
So those are my motives. Let me ask you, I referred earlier to the assassination attempt against you, and it's very fashionable, among like the permanent victim class, like every BLM leader was, they're trying to kill me, or Seth, whatever, from the Babylon Bee. People are trying to kill me, and people use threats against them, which are like daily for a lot of us, as a way to kind of make themselves unassailable or immune from criticism, or to attack their enemies. Their words inspired violence. What is stochastic terror? I can't even pronounce it. It's like some academic term, whatever. But you had a real assassination attempt, like an actual one, which got no publicity that I recall. What happened?
Yeah, well, it was after the election last year. I put out this tweet and I said, your body, my choice on election night. And, I wasn't, look, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I thought it was like a weak joke. It's like a lame joke. It's kind of like the most obvious kind of phrase.
It's a college joke, yes.
So I had other good jokes that night, but that was like the one that caught on because I just think it captured the imagination of liberals who were like, it's over for us, which it kind of is, but in some ways. But so I put that out there. I didn't even vote for Trump, but I put that tweet out. I didn't vote at all. I just recused myself. But that's just what makes it ironic, because I became in some ways emblematic of the election, even though I didn't participate. But so it got 100 million impressions on Twitter, and people were saying on the news that kids were saying it in school. It was on like the news that in middle schools and high schools, the boys were saying that to the girls, your body, my choice. So it became this thing where it's like, he's creating this toxic environment for women. So the internet lost its mind, and people then started posting my address online because they were so unhappy with the tweet. And so on TikTok and on Twitter, a screenshot of my address, my phone number, all my personal information, it went viral. And when I say viral, I mean there were multiple tweets that got 20 million views with my whole readout, all my information.
Like your actual address, where you spend the night?
Yes, where I live, where I do my show, all of it.
Damn, did you know that?
Yeah, I started to see it. So the election Tuesday, obviously, it was like Thursday that my address starts blowing up. I was going to do a show Friday, and someone shows up to my house. Some weird-looking guy shows up to my house and just walks through the yard, walks through the gangway into the backyard, and is circling my house, and then goes away.
I don't know, like a year-ish. I don't know, it's hard to keep track with these animals.
So we called the cops, me and my producer, and we said, maybe we shouldn't do a show tonight. And that weekend, we hired private security just for the weekend. like
Some
200
Mason
didn't have
only.
security.
No, I don't have security. Well, I didn't then.
Of any kind.
I didn't have cameras or anything.
Come on, Heart. We got it on 100. Got it on math spin. Oh, we need some excitement in our lives, Miss Queenie. Let's go. Oh, we got it. Shit. We got it. Come on, jackpot. This could be really good. That's super good. That's huge. Very nice. 2,700. That was huge. We need that major. Oh man, we got another one. That was 1,008. That was good, y'all. Oh, we got a 10x. How big is that? How big is that? Oh, another 2,000. You know what? Up over 5,000. Can't win like this anyway. 5,900. How amazing was that, y'all? That was great.
So Bryce,
Even. Like nothing.
Okay.
our
was
Bryce,
raw-dogging it.
our ice protest
Yeah,
going on
it was
tonight?
not smart,
I
maybe,
know.
but
Maybe.
never had a problem like that.
I've always lived that way too.
Yeah. But so that weekend, we
Not-
hired a
I think not
security
many
guard
people
just
are
to
out there.
Park his car outside.
I think there's a protest, but like there's like two people out there or some shit. I don't know.
Yes, not all at once, but one after the other. Driving by, yelling, walking by, throwing eggs. Multiple people threw eggs in my house. Ordering pizzas, ordering DoorDash, whatever. Walking through the gangway. It was like a war zone. Like the
I don't
security
know
guard was
if it's,
yelling at people all night, and it went on all weekend. And then it went on throughout the next week and the next weekend. And it was bad. I got out of my house. I went to a hotel for a week while this was happening, waited for it to blow over.
Do your show from the hotel?
No, I took a week off.
Wow.
Just
Did
to
you
let
announce any of this in public?
No, I had to keep it very,
Why?
I didn't want to track more of it.
Yeah.
Because if you say, oh, they're here, then people go, oh, no, we got to keep up the pressure,
Right.
or turn it up. And people at that time were talking about burning my house down. Like on TikTok, there were viral videos of people saying, we're going to burn his house down. And then they doxed my parents' address. People were showing up to my parents' house. It got really bad. And eventually it just blew over.
It's an unruly
About a month passed. And at that time, so it was like mid-December, late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me.
Why?
And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Just got
I'm a
the
fan.
number one.
You're a fan of
gift
Stalin.
present.
Always
Are
an
you
admirer.
mathing
But we don't need to go into that. Like,
all day, every day, bro?
Let's okay, let's get back.
Well, it was-
We'll circle back to that.
It was weird because the reason I mentioned that, it was almost like, because I woke up that day and I was like, oh, it's December 18th. And I was just like very acutely aware of like, today's like a strange day. This is the day that the attempt happened. And so nothing had been happening for weeks at this point. So the election's like what, November 3rd, month and a half has passed. Nobody's coming to my
Jay,
house
hi.
anymore,
How's it
rarely.
going?
And I'm doing my show like normal, and I'm reaching the end of the show, and I see out of the corner of my eye, I get an alert from my Ring doorbell camera that somebody's at the front door. And so I'm reading through my super chats. I'm going through live
You're
chat
on the air.
messages. Yeah, I'm live. And, I'm working through the messages, and I'm keeping an eye on it, and I see that this guy has a loaded gun. The guy's
Sorry, laugh.
Yeah, well,
So you're live.
As of Timmy
Yeah,
Potter.
See that there's a guy with a gun outside your
Harry
door.
Yes.
Potter.
he's got a motorcycle helmet and a back gun drawn, and he's knocking on the door yelling. And the thing is, I didn't want to tip him off that I knew he was there, because I thought, I don't want him to get the drop on me or something. I just didn't want to give him any information about, because I don't know if he's listening to my show. If I start freaking out or cancel the show, I don't know. Maybe he knows more about my movements inside. So I keep the show going for like a minute, and I wrap it up very quickly. I finish the show. My producer comes running in, and I say, who is that? What's going on? And he goes, oh, I called the cops. They're here. The guy's gone. I said, okay, good. So I start getting changed out of my suit, and I hear gunshots go off outside.
Damn.
Yeah. And I literally like jumped to the ground because I'm like, I don't know what's happening here.
What's up,
And
Sergio?
I step outside for a minute after the dust kind of settles, and there's 10 cop
Josh,
cars
wait,
all
I'm
up and
still-
down the street, and they have the whole.
$6 Popeyes Big Box ha vuelto.
It's dry Jacob Snake Up. Jacob Snake Up is out there streaming ice cream,
Amo el pollo de Popeyes.
Explore the possibilities at Eastern Oregon University Online. We provide you with high-quality, affordable online degree program.
Well, there's hardly anyone
They
out
have the
there
whole
tonight.
block locked down. Police tape everywhere. There's like a dozen cops. Like I said, the whole block is shut down. The alley is shut down. And they go, get back inside, get back inside. We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what happened. And they wouldn't let me or my producer leave until the morning. That's how late they were there. And finally, at the end of the night, after all the cops left, I came out in the very early morning.
Did no one come and explain any of this to you?
No, nobody said anything. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
There's people
And
out there
finally, I
now.
go out in the morning and I asked the guy, "Oh, okay, what happened?" He told me the story.
What's up, Car
And so
Guy?
it turns
What's up,
out
Sony? What's up, Aiden?
It's
What's
this
up,
young guy. He's 23 years old, white nerd, short guy. He was at U of I, University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, about 2 hours south of where I live. He killed 3 people earlier in the day. He went to his roommate's house, college roommate's house, killed his roommate, killed the sister, the guy's mother, got in his car and drove directly to my house, parked outside my house, got out a .22 pistol and an automatic crossbow. Weird choice. And he knocked on the door, which is where I saw him. He went around the house. He tried the back door, tried the front door, and the cops pulled up. He took off running through the gangway, hopped the fence, ran into the neighbor's house. I guess he went into the neighbor's basement because the door was unlocked. He was hiding from the police. He shot 2 of their dogs, which is devastating. He runs back outside, and the cops see him. He shoots at the cops. The cops shot him in the face, and he dies on the spot.
What was his motive?
They never told me. To this day, I have no idea.
They never told you?
No.
So what contact did you have with the police after this?
They came by about a week later. Illinois State Police came to retrieve the ring camera footage of the whole
What's
incident.
up, people?
And so they had me download that onto a thumb drive. And that's it. I never heard from the cops, never heard from the government.
Not at all?
No, nothing.
A guy comes to murder you. He's murdered 3 other people and 2 dogs. He gets shot to death, and no one bothers to tell you anything?
Nope, nothing.
Is it really a country at this point?
No.
I mean,
It's ridiculous. And
so what was his motive? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. So the story that I read online, because obviously the news followed up on this, and they said that, so he was like 5'5". I guess he was involved with drugs, actually, with his roommate. They sold drugs together, something like that. They had a falling out over the drug money or something like.
Streak CRM for Gmail. All the standard CRM features, plus some inbox-powered magic. No matter how you celebrate, no matter what you celebrate, no matter who you celebrate with, celebrate sweetness around your...
Something like that. The roommate beat the shit out of him. So bad he dropped out of school. He had this major falling out with the roommate, but they were close. Had a big falling out. The shooter took him to small claims court over some money. And I guess this guy was just in a downward spiral. He lost his job. He got in a hit and run crash and ran from the police. Then he was swearing at the cops when they showed up to arrest him. And I guess his life just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I assume he took it out on the roommate and popped off.
Yeah.
Killed the whole family.
It's horrifying, but how do you fit into that?
So this is just my opinion, speculation. This is like a month after Luigi Mangione. He had on and the shooter at my house had on a motorcycle helmet and like a costume. And so I think he was maybe like a copycat of Luigi Mangione. He thought he was going to be like a hero and assassinate some reviled political figure who was going viral at that time, being hated for that tweet. So I think that might have been the motive, but that's pure speculation. I have no idea.
I mean, it's a well-documented fact that all kinds of bad actors use unstable people for political assassinations, right? It's happened. We know it's happened.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think this might be an example of that?
I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. The reason I say I don't think
It's
so...
kind of funny. I mean, I think of you as conspiracy-minded, but you don't have a conspiracy in mind here.
No, because I really believe that when you look at all these things, and by these things I mean these like really disturbing instances of violence like Luigi Mangione or Charlie Kirk or these school shootings, there is something going on with these kids. It's nihilism. It's these people that are maybe mentally defective, extremely online. I think there's like a real problem there, and I don't doubt that sometimes these people are involved with maybe a foreign government, or they're being groomed or put up to it by an operative. But I think to assume that it's always that ignores that, like, there's a very real problem of nihilistic, surrealist violence that comes from young people. And, you know, like this guy it's a triple homicide out of nowhere, and then he tries to kill me. I think he just went crazy, but I could be wrong.
Describe the circumstances that have led to this violence. Like, how does a normal young man go from being a normal young man to being a murderer?
I think that it has a lot to do, if you read through all these stories, they always have a few things in common, which is that, and people have pointed this out, this is not new, SSRIs are always a big one.
Of course.
But what that points to is a depressive streak. It's always somebody that is a loner, socially dislocated, or socially dysfunctional. You know, they don't have many real-life friends, engage in real-life activities, slip through the cracks. That's always how it starts. Then they get into either they're medicated by a therapist with SSRIs, or they self-medicate, which is extremely common with alcohol, weed, which is extremely potent now, and you can get THC from like a vape pen, so it's very powerful, very accessible. You know, when I was in high school, my stoner friends would have to like go on a walk to the park and roll a joint.
Yeah.
Now, with the vape, you can hit that anywhere, I guess.
Of course.
It's very discreet. They also do psychedelics. I think that's a huge part of it. And
how is that a huge part of it?
I think that a lot of them get turned on. They'll do alcohol, marijuana, and then I think they get into psychedelics like LSD or MDMA, and I think those things induce psychosis. These psychoactive drugs, whether it's marijuana by itself or it's LSD, I think they tend to induce psychosis and exacerbate those like existing problems. And basically what happens, I would say that is maybe the next step. And then the other ingredient that's always there is, although they don't have a social life in the real world, they have a social life on the internet.
Yes.
And so they're deeply involved in obscure...
James, everybody missed you last night. They were like, what happened to James? Is James all right? I knew he was just doing the dream shuffle.
Internet forums, Discord, gaming communities.
I knew he was just shuffling around through the dream
is
world.
inducing psychosis. People talk to ChatGPT all day, all night. And you basically have, between the three of these things, they kind of go into like a different world. Between the psychoactive substances, the make-believe reality of the internet, totally disconnected from the real world, I think they enter into like this delusional state. And I think that's where that shooter in Minneapolis, I think...
When the sawdust settles and the engine roars, the thing you care about is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight,
I think that's what that was. I think if Tyler Robinson is found guilty, there's been some interesting screenshots about him and his transgender boyfriend. It's the same story there, if that's true. And I would imagine it was not dissimilar with the guy that showed up and tried to kill me. I think those are always the ingredients that produce that kind of violence.
Authority by God.
It's interesting, your audience, as I imagine.
Well, that's what people need. I actually had a really good dream last night. You might have, it might have been because of you. You might have influenced it.
I've never seen any of your numbers. I don't even know how big your audience is. It seems big to me, but I think of them as young men, because that's the bulk of your audience, right?
Yes.
And yet here you are criticizing weed and video games and the internet, and you work on the internet. You are a creation. I mean, you wouldn't exist without the internet.
Yes.
Of course. You didn't get a job at NBC News. So what kind of reaction do you get when you criticize weed, gaming, and the internet to young men?
A lot of them agree with it because they get it. It's their life. A lot of them, that's their life. Their life is, and another thing we didn't even bring up is the porn thing, which is there also. This is their life. Weed, gaming, porn, and I think they know it's bad. I think they know there's like some sense of guilt. And so it's interesting. I would say it's maybe an 80-20 split, where 20% say, oh, you're against weed? Not cool, man. It's just a plant. What, they're very defensive about it, about these addictions. And I think 80% say, I know I have a problem. Like, I have a guilty conscience. I know it's bad. I know it's terrible.
Why are you against weed?
Because
this has got to be I think that it's
Hell yeah. Yep, I'm pretty small still. Just doing a little chat and chill tonight. And I'm streaming on TikTok too.
The integrity of your mental faculties. I think there's something deeply wrong with that. When you, I'm against alcohol too. I think it's wrong to numb pain. I think pain is a part of life. I think sobriety is should be experienced. And I think that weed is even worse because I think that, one, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of numbers now out of California and Washington that people are going to the hospital for psychosis. People are going crazy because of
it's
it.
also more subtle and therefore more insidious. You can't, I've done it. If you have a 12-pack for breakfast, everyone knows. But if you take a hit off the dab pen, nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it all the time.
Couldn't tell you. I'm still new to TikTok and still trying to figure it out too.
Yeah, and it makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. People that are addicted to weed are not motivated, don't care about anything other than weed. There's sort of an irony there where I used to hang out with a lot of stoners in high school. I never smoked weed, but all my friends did. And they were so chill and relaxed and didn't care about anything. But if you criticized weed, they would freak out and get extremely defensive.
Yes, I've noticed.
Right? If you insinuate that it's addictive, if you say it's a problem, they get very junkie behavior. And so I've always hated it. I think it's disgusting.
What is porn exactly? Describe how available is porn? What is it? I know what porn is, but you said it's a huge...
Yeah, he's a liar. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Factor in the lives of young men and a bad factor. Why?
Well, this is another thing where it's reality distortion. That's kind of the theme. Just like psychedelics distort reality, just like a kind of internet society is a form of delusion, so is porn, in the sense that, a lot of people maybe don't realize, and we talked about this a little bit, people are getting turned on to porn when they're 10 years old. And it's when you are going through puberty, when you're developing your sexual faculties, how could you stay away from that? Every kid has a phone, every kid has an iPad, and every iPad and phone is, if you know what it is, loaded up with porn. And it's infinite, and it's ubiquitous, and you can get every kind of it you want, whenever you want, it's in your pocket. And so something that is almost never talked about is that this is a generation that's totally...
Yeah, and rumor is that Nick is gay or bisexual or something like that.
Really dysfunctional, I think, because of pornography. And some people are able to cope with it. Some people don't have a problem. But I think a lot of people, and maybe even a small minority, have a serious problem with it. And the
How does
problem,
it make people sexually dysfunctional?
I think that it's impossible for a real woman to compete with the availability and the novelty of pornography.
The novelty.
A real woman, like without getting graphic, she's only one person, and maybe she wants to do something sexual, maybe she doesn't. Porn is, you could have 100 different women in one sitting doing anything, that whatever niche or idiosyncratic thing.
Isn't this great? Nick Fuentes is describing his favorite porn to Tucker Carlson.
A person might be into is there.
I'm fucking dead.
And so I think that novelty combined with that availability, it makes it so that, when you think about courting a woman, juice isn't worth the squeeze. And so there's like also a problem with like erectile dysfunction. People that can't enjoy regular sex because it does not compare to the intensity, the novelty, and the availability of porn.
The novelty?
It's hyper
That's the second time he said the novelty.
And so I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot of people
What the fuck
gay,
is he talking about the
too.
novelty?
Yeah, and trans.
You think that's true?
100%.
What do you mean?
What is that?
I think that the novelty is a huge part of
The
it.
novelty.
I think that if you are somebody that
What
uses
is
pornography multiple times per day, which many people do,
Actually?
oh, absolutely,
The novelty.
it's a huge problem.
Yeah.
And if you're doing
Conditions
that
in Jamaica are
multiple
getting
times a
worse.
day, every
Sustained
day, for
gust of wind,
years,
47
since you're a
miles.
kid, well, eventually
Two
you
gooners, one way.
get bored,
Yeah.
and you want to move on to something more extreme. And you're kind of it's.
So is Jamaica are they supposed to get a hurricane or what? I didn't realize that it was going to be bad out there. That's kind of crazy. Hopefully they took the weather warnings.
Operates, I think, similar to like a drug. You kind of have the same kind of resistance to it
Hurricane Melissa.
that you would to a drug, or a tolerance for it. And you're always chasing that initial feeling the first time you used it, or the first time you saw a certain thing. And I think eventually you just
Hurricane Chris.
chase more taboo, more transgressive. And I think maybe some people are more prone to that than other people,
Yeah.
going in this really
No,
extreme
this
direction.
is how Charlie Sheen got AIDS, actually.
Yeah.
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 Through just being jaded
Shit,
and looking for
back
something more
back then.
transgressive. That's just a fact.
And there's something too about what it does when you look at it. Because people don't realize that it is a fundamentally different.
Well, there goes Jamaica. It was nice knowing. The jerk chicken while it lasted. Sounds like Jamaica's gonna get blown off the map.
Experience being involved in intercourse versus watching other people have intercourse. And I think that actually does something to you.
Tell me, what do you mean?
I think that, for example, I think Steve Saylor has written about this, that there's multiple kinds of transsexual.
Yeah, I think it just ran out of dabs again. Might have to get some reclaim.
And he says that one kind of transsexual is somebody that likes the idea of seeing themselves as a woman. It's autogynephilia.
Yes.
And I think that, one of the theories for that is you watch a man having sex with a woman that isn't you so much, you kind of achieve an identity with the woman in like a weird, sick way.
What?
You almost identify with the woman. And so there's weird things that happen when you're watching that and having such strong...
This is some insight into Nick Fuentes' twisted mind.
Emotional and sexual experiences with it.
That's fascinating.
Great time to try
I've
the
always
wingsuit.
I've sensed for
Smoking pure O2. I don't recommend it. Pure oxygen.
for a long time, having had a lot of young male employees mention porn as a problem. I mean, the big porn companies give visibility to foreign intel services on the back end. So that means people know what you're looking at. There's likely video and audio of you watching. So that.
Yeah, running out of dabs does kind of suck, but sometimes it's I don't know. I do like staying stocked up too, but lately I've been buying small quantities.
Well, that's like such a deal killer for me. Not a huge expert on the topic, but I have always sensed this was a huge deal, but I've always been too embarrassed to like do a show on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like you're describing something that's everywhere, that affects everybody, and that is. Do you think it's related to the huge decline in like actual sex and relationships and marriage, screwed up dating? All of this derives in part.
Well, you take your marijuana bud, and then you put it in like a hot press, like a heated press thing, and you squeeze the marijuana bud until pure THC oil comes out, and then they extract the pure THC, which is it's higher concentrated, like so. The highest THC percentage in most marijuana bud is like 30-something%. That's like the highest amount. But then when you extract the THC into dabs, it's higher THC, so it's like 60, 70, 80, 90%. So it's stronger, and that's why it's called a dab, because you only need a little tiny dab to smoke it. Rosin. Dabs just like dabs, yeah.
Porn, do you think?
I think it's a huge part of it. It's a huge factor. And it's even on the other side, too. It's become so destigmatized for women to actually participate in porn. People don't even recognize that OnlyFans is a whole separate category. It's an innovation in the realm of pornography, because you have what everyone knows as porn, which is like videos of porn stars, like dedicated career sex workers having sex in a relatively controlled environment or something like that. But then you get OnlyFans, which is like Patreon for nudes or sex. And basically, there's now a very large subculture, much larger than people want to admit, of women who the moment they turn 18, that is what they do, is they make an OnlyFans account and they become an amateur porn star.
Yep.
And it is completely casual. You know, because you could say that maybe 10 years ago, even at the heyday of internet porn, to be in porn, you got to be a porn star. Like, that's your life and that's your career and that's who you are, and it's very shameful. With OnlyFans, it's like having a TikTok. It's like, here's my link tree, here's my Instagram account, here's my Facebook account, here's my YouTube, and here's my OnlyFans.
Why would any of this be legal?
I think that, there's, like you indicate.
This is so hilarious here, and imagine me shooting on a dam. I always got so high, I'm still high to this very day. What's up, Stacy Fowler? This is so funny listening to Nick explain porn and OnlyFans to Tucker.
Maybe there's an intelligence benefit to that.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a political benefit to that. I think that...
Well, why wouldn't you arrest the people who run something like that?
It should be. If you had a Christian government.
Or how much the government cares about its people? I mean, is Iran a bigger threat, or is OnlyFans? Iran's not turning my daughters to prostitution that I'm aware of.
Right.
Right? I mean, that seems like one of the worst things that could happen to any society.
Oh, absolutely.
So how big is the support for that? Like, if a candidate were to come out and say, we ought to arrest the guys who own MindGeek, which is the biggest, I think it's the biggest porn supplier in the world, or the guys who run
Slug
OnlyFans,
Lover, what up?
what would the reaction be among...
Peak performance starts with prioritizing rest.
For people under 50?
I think there would be broad support for that.
Really?
I do, actually, yes.
I hope someone will say that. And
Someone needs to.
I hope someone arrests them right away.
Yeah. That was actually one
Seizes
of
their assets and puts them in prison.
seizes their bodies and puts them in jail. Yeah, I mean,
The owners of that, people who are, I mean, talk about human trafficking.
yeah, oh
I
yeah,
thought we were against human trafficking.
yeah. Well,
But you think that young people, because you always think of young people as so liberal, but like, no, they wouldn't think that was crazy?
no, I think especially among young men, they know it's a problem. It's ruining their lives, and they know it.
So what are the other factors that prevent, I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way, but I'm always sure, I think I'm just too old or something. I'm like, why is anyone married? You tell me, why aren't people married?
This is wild.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal. No one talks about
Kundalini
that.
awakening.
Increasingly, they do, especially after the last election. There's a 45-point
Some of that Kundalini.
between men and women. The men are extremely conservative, increasingly. The women are extremely liberal.
What are they liberal on? What issues? Like, what does that mean, liberal?
Oh, on that, they're very feminist.
Like, actually?
Extremely feminist,
I
yes.
don't believe that, do they?
I think they do.
Really?
Absolutely,
How
yes.
can you believe that?
I
That
think
gender roles are a construct, that none of this is inborn? Like, you'd have to be an idiot to think that.
they like the idea of it. They like because of course I think all women naturally want strong men.
Of course,
They
obviously.
naturally want a Chad. You know,
Yeah.
they want like a tall, buff guy. But I think they like the idea of none of them want to work either. None of them
That's what
actually
I'm
want
saying.
to work.
That's what
but-
I'm saying. Of course, that's
Right.
It's obviously true. It's always been true. And work outside the home.
Right.
They don't have enough work at home. You know,
Yes.
there's a lot to do. But no, I completely agree. So that's why I question, like, they're feminists in what sense?
Yes. And, you know, they like these vague appeals to equality. We want a chance to work and we want respect. And, you know, ultimately, I think the whole political system is just based around
That's some bars right there. I was woke by some thought. Yeah.
women never being accountable for.
Check this out. It's called the river rap. Yeah. I brought up with my 9 and I jumped into the river. I saw a little fish and I shot him in the liver. I said one thing, I said, bitch, you can't deliver. Then I shot him again, cause I'm on hardcore. Hold up.
Of their choices. Ultimately, that seems to be that's what abortion is.
Yeah, of course.
Is 99% of abortions are elective. So they say it's an unplanned pregnancy.
Hold on,
You had
hold on,
sex out
hold
of
on,
wedlock
hold
with
on,
someone you
hold
didn't
on,
intend to
hold
have kids with. So now we have to kill the kids in the womb. And, you know, these no-fault divorce laws. These women get married to guys maybe they never intend to stay with. And then when they're out, they're done. And they want child support and they want half the stuff. And I think a lot of men are looking at women and they're very liberal. They're overweight. They have a very high estimation of themselves. I think that people call it hoflation.
Inflation?
Yes, their sense of their own looks and sexual value is very inflated. And so a lot of people are looking at these like frumpy, obnoxious, loudmouth, liberal women who are also very promiscuous and saying this is not actually appealing at all. And I don't want to start a family with a person
Sounds
like
awful.
this. Yeah, it is.
But if you believe in the patriarchy, as I fervently do, because it's just reality, you know, we didn't choose the system. We were born into a system that is part of nature. Can't get out of it. So if you believe that that's true, which it is, then you think that men should lead, and if it's going to be better, men should make it better, because that's their job.
Right.
So you don't want to give them a pass, do you? It'd be like it's all the girls suck, so.
I don't even blame it on the women because I think that it's the incentive structures. You know, women are allowed to do this by the legal system, by kind of social norms. Technology is a big part of it. The attention.
What the fuck?
Come on, Heart. We got it on 100. Got it on.
What's up, Leo? How's it going? Just chilling. Watching some Tucker Carl. How's your night going?
That is available to women. Women go on Instagram and they get attention from thousands of men. So it's the incentives. But I would say that because I hear this all the time. People say, well, the men need to step up and be better and lead the women. Easier said than done.
I agree.
You know,
of course, I agree with that.
They're at war with the system, and not even just the system, but also society. Because let's say you find one of these so-called good girls who's Christian and traditional, but through osmosis, wherever you go, she's going to be in society. She's going to be on TikTok. She's going to be on Instagram. She's going to be talking to other women. And maybe she's one way when you meet and get married, but 10 years down the road, 15 years, 20 years down the road, people change. And I think that women as kind of the ultimate conformists, the ultimate enforcers of like social norms, I think eventually the pressure from society kind of gets to them, and a lot of them will go in.
Depends what kind of husbands they have. I mean, if there's real leadership at home, I don't know a single happily married woman who's liberal. Not one.
Yeah.
I know a lot of married women.
Shoot, partner.
I'm 56. All the women I know are married. Mm-hmm. And every happily married woman is non-liberal. Mm-hmm. I can't even imagine. There's no category for happily married middle-aged liberal woman. There's never been one.
Right.
So, like, maybe the job is to, make a girl happy and, like, all this nonsense ends.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that could be a bottomless pit, too, because the one critique I have of the men is, and you're right about this, they enable this behavior.
Well, that's for sure.
This epidemic of simps who, and especially with...
No. I just buy the dabs. So like if you're like a grower and you have like a bunch of if you have a bunch of bud that you're not, you know what I mean? If you have some bud that you're not going to sell or whatever, for whatever reason, then that's some bud that you could turn into oil if you wanted to, if you had one of those hot press things. But those hot press things cost like a little couple $100 or however much they cost. So they're kind of expensive. It's a big investment to get one of those things. So you'd really only buy one of those devices to turn flour into dabs if you had like a bunch of extra bulk, or if you're in the marijuana business and stuff like that. Yeah. Steep your greens and drink the tea.
As I've noticed this. This is why Andrew Tate has so much appeal, and the Christians are kind of losing this conversation. Andrew Tate...
Recreational and medical.
And you could even argue it as someone who has ran an OnlyFans site himself.
And I'm pretty sure Oregon citizens are allowed to grow plants themselves. Like any person over 21 can grow a certain amount of plants if they wanted to, and if their building or whatever would let them to be able to. Medical only in Florida. Damn. Say hi to my good friend Kayla. Hey Kayla, nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Wives, that's all over the New Testament. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands. That seems like a very natural balance to me.
Yeah, and I think that you have to love your wife as your wife.
Yeah.
A lot of men...
As opposed to what? Your mom?
Well, no,
Damn, I saw you got 6,000 views on X right now. Spin, that's what's up. Time for me and the voices in my head to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, James. Thanks for joining again. Same with mushrooms, boil it down. Sillisdom make tea. Sillisdom make tea.
There's something bad.
Some good mushroom tea. 6,730. Like dots. It was right this second. Hell yeah. A lot of people want to see what that hurricane do.
And boost productivity so they can grow.
guys will say, I married my best friend. And I think, she's your wife. She's not your best friend. Because there's a difference.
What is the difference?
I think that when you talk about your best friend, you're a peer. You're an equal. And I think your best friendships are with other men. And I think that your wife ultimately is subordinate to you. She's your helpmate. Yeah. And ultimately, as the man in the marriage and as the father, you have authority, the final say over the household. Well, and she can give advice. It's not to say I'm not a freak where you say, shut up, woman. I mean, of course, you discuss things with your wife and your wife gives input, but the authority rests with the man.
Of course. But God set up this kind of amazing system where men are physically stronger. Mm-hmm. So, of course, you can do whatever you want. You're bigger than she is. Right. No. But he also instilled in men this desire to please your wife. That's a very natural thing. You want your wife to be happy.
Absolutely.
And the whole happy wife, happy life thing is completely real. It's you can't get away from it. It's not like all of these things. It's not a choice. It's the biological reality that you live with, that you were born with. You want your wife to be happy. If she's unhappy, you're unhappy. Mm-hmm. To a much greater extent than vice versa, right?
Yeah.
I think men care about their wives being happy much more than wives care about their husbands being happy.
Yes.
I have noticed. And that's compensation for their lack of physical power. Mm-hmm. That's my view of it. And that's why it is this kind of perfect balance. But somebody needs to be the final decision maker. I completely agree. I mean, you give up that, when you abrogate that,
I'm gonna try to get
there's no respect, there's unhappiness, and there's infidelity.
Right. Well, that's the ingredient that's missing.
Hell yeah. I ran out of dabs, but I might see if I got any reclaim.
Yeah, the way I would put it very succinctly is men right now are the responsible party but have no authority. And that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
If the buck stops with you and you're to blame and you're the responsible one, then you also need to be able to have the final say and call the shots. And one without the other doesn't work. And I think
that's really smart and absolutely right. I do think I've just noticed this, that men who stay unmarried for too long become kind of fragile. Mm. There's something about the give and take. There's something about living with, in fact, I think it's the key to life, someone you don't fully understand. Mm. That broadens you, that keeps you always thinking, that makes you wiser, more patient, more thoughtful, more self-aware, and more flexible. And those are all good qualities. And the absence of that, in homosexuality or men who are single too long, they get very rigid. Have you ever noticed this?
Yeah, I think I'll be up for a while. I'm not feeling tired yet. I might make some soup soon, though.
I like things the way I like them, and they just get no.
Oh, yeah. I certainly get what you mean by that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah. I would say that when you say you don't fully understand women, to me, I feel like women are very simple. In terms of...
Have you ever lived with one?
No, I haven't lived with them, but, I mean, and don't get me wrong, maybe it's difficult, but I feel like they're pretty simple.
We're all pretty simple. I mean, no one's more simple than I am, but we're all pretty simple. But what I mean is, on a day-to-day level of experience, you don't always understand.
Yeah, gotta fatten up for the coming winter. Put some winter fat on.
You're saying because it's never about what they say it's about.
Right.
And men just tend to be kind of dog-like in their straightforwardness. I'm hungry, I'm horny, whatever it is.
I disagree. I feel like men are complicated. I feel like women are I'm hungry, I'm horny. I feel like men are very complicated.
Really, how?
Because men are masters of the universe. Women are the universe. This is what Spengler says about them. And so I think that men have a deep connection to things like math and space, and they want to conquer the world.
This game has gotten out of control. All the money, the unpredictability. It's time we instate a commissioner. Introducing the commissioner.
Is it snack time for everybody?
World and, things like this, and women I feel like are actually very primal and instinctual.
Yes,
they want security. Yes. Sonic. They're of the
100%. Never embarrassed by bodily functions. Men.
Actually, it sounds good. Coffee. I'll make some coffee right now. Coffee time. Damn it. Work.
So squeamish.
Yes.
Women are not at all. They give birth. No, that is absolutely true. But I mean, in the way that women present their concerns, there's almost always something that's not being fully expressed. Like, I got mad at you last night because I was pissed about something last year. That's not a male thing to do. You can't remember what happened last year. Right. And so, but anyway, but what I was pointing, men and women talk past each other constantly. They don't always know what the other one is saying. And that frustration actually gives way to like great beauty over time, I would say.
I don't know. I personally find women very frustrating when they are not expressing, and I just
That's
view
the
that
beauty
as like,
of it.
I see, the way I look at it is like when you look at your favorite TV shows,
Right?
Sopranos, Breaking Bad, it's like the wife is the villain. Because it's like the main character, if the wife could just get out of the way, would be running the show. And that's kind of how I feel like Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship. The guy is the hero. The guy is supposed to be the entrepreneur, the conqueror, whatever. And the woman is really supposed to support the man's goals and be in his world. And
that's the last thing successful men need is more power worship, more hero worship, more, you're so great. When you get that at work, you don't want that at home. You become an unbearable asshole. And then you fall prey to what destroys every successful man, which is hubris. Like you mistake yourself for God. You need someone who's not interested in what you do at all, only interested in
Piss
you.
all night.
And that's how you become balanced and wise.
Hey man, I already piss all night, so it's not much different than normal.
You had someone come to murder you at home, it doesn't seem to have affected you that much.
And if I were married, dude, she would never let me hear the end of it.
Well,
Bro, look at this loading bar. I've been trying to upload this fucking video. Isn't that pisses me off so much? The loading bar just stops moving. And it's like, keep Instagram open to finish posting. Why, bro? The loading bar is not even fucking moving.
Probably true, but that's not what destroys men. It's not adversity that destroys men. It's comfort and flattery that destroys men.
Same with fucking
right. That's what happened
TikTok.
to David. It's what happens to them all.
Yeah.
You're so great. You can never go wrong.
I just feel like we have I don't feel like we have an abundance of affection from women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in terms of where the pendulum is at, I feel like the women are very unloving to the men. That's why like they don't cook. Because that's like the best way to express the love for a man. I said this on my show the other night. I'm like, the most beautiful words a woman could say is like, I made you dinner, I made you cookies.
Yeah.
Because that is like an act of love. And I think that, you know, speaking as maybe from a different generation, the way that men feel now is like, you know, women are not really providing too much. They expect so much from the men. They want the man to be rich and provide.
Yeah.
They want the man to be fit and a real leader and a real man. They also want to split the chores with the man. They want the man to do half the laundry and half the dishes and things like that. And it's like, so what do you do all day? You're on TikTok, you're like doom scrolling and eating Cheetos? Like what actually are you providing in the relationship? So I just feel like in terms of the deficit, it's like women are very emboldened. They're too, I think, assertive, always giving their opinions, always critiquing, always, you know, I think that they're very bold right now. And I think, and sarcastic, I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
I get it. All I would say is that in a happy marriage, all of that goes away. There's no arguing about who does what. People fall.
Streak CRM for Gmail. All the standard CRM features, plus some inbox-powered magic.
When I decided to get my education degree, I heard it all. It's too time-consuming. And what if it's hard to manage with your job?
Do I have it on Wi-Fi? Yeah, I'm using Wi-Fi.
Will fall seamlessly into the roles they were born into. They acknowledge those are not insecure.
My data is kind of slow, too.
Other, it's like super easy, and all of that obnoxious entitled, you don't make enough money, all that crap just disappears. Anyway, that's been my experience. So, last question: where is all of this going? in this country? Like, where are we in 5 years?
Not anywhere good. I'm really concerned, and I'm not one of these doomsday sayers. You know, there's a lot of people that forever, you know, the sky's falling every day. But I really feel like the things that concern me the most, it's the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Seemed like we crossed a Rubicon there.
I agree with that.
Because he's just a conservative guy, relatively moderate, expressing his opinions. He's not the president. He's not a politician. And it wasn't just that he got shot. It was what happened afterward, which is that 100,000 liberals went on TikTok and celebrated. And that shows that how can you integrate or harmonize with people that hate you that much? Right. They see some, you know, and I understand that liberals thought he was a jerk. Like maybe he was a little rude or something like that. And he really wasn't. I mean, he was pretty patient as they come.
I just tried to fill in for him last week and immediately snapped at some kid and threatened to beat him up and went crazy. And I had said a prayer for patience, by the way, and I still couldn't handle it. So, you know, Charlie Kirk was a remarkably even-keeled, patient, decent man.
Yes, and yeah, so whatever their perception of him was, to see him get his face blown up in front of everybody like that, and the first reaction of someone in the crowd who was present, some guy with a beard jumps up and celebrates. Did you see this?
No.
Some liberal kid in the audience jumps up and says, "All right."
I literally can't handle it. I'm so.
Lauren, I just saw you. I was just seeing what you. I just followed you on X.
I haven't looked at anything.
It's disgusting.
So maybe you could message me now. I don't know.
Sting.
You made Portland streamers mad? I guess so. I don't know.
You see.
What'd you say to him?
I saw that and said, yeah, like, there's no putting the genie back in the lamp here. That was one. The other thing I'm really worried about is what's happening at these ICE detention centers, where it's happening not far from where I live in Broadview, Illinois, where they set up an ICE detention facility, and the administration is rounding these people up, which I support, but they're doing it in a very provocative way. They're broadcasting it. They're making hype edits on Twitter of like these raids on apartment complexes, which I think are very cool, but it's somewhat provocative. And Antifa's showing up. In order to protect ICE, the administration's putting DHS. Well, now they're protesting the DHS presence, and the administration of the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago are telling Chicago police, don't help ICE. And they're encouraging the protest.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. That one, like, 18-year-old kid who has right-wing nationalists in his bio. Yeah, I saw that.
And what I see there is like a level of tension that just keeps increasing.
Yes.
And there's leadership. There's civilian leadership on both sides. Like the governor and mayor, who are Democrats, won't back down versus a Republican president. There's a security division too, the police versus ICE, the police versus DHS. There's a constitutional question about the federal supremacy, you know, and I see all the ingredients of like a low-boil civil conflict, full-blown civil war, and I'm not that guy, but I see all the ingredients there for that to happen. So I'm deeply concerned about where that will go.
How would you handle it if you're in charge? If you're the president, what do you do like that?
I think, maybe this is controversial, but they have to crush the other side. They have to, because you can do one or two things. You cannot challenge the left and let them do the...
Ski and ride wreck with Epic Day Pass. Buy now and pay less than lift tickets.
I thought you went to sleep.
If you start using this one free tool to make your videos, you'll never feel bad about spending $10 on an ice hockey. TikTok Studio is...
do their thing. Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them and remove hope from the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested. Like, this is an insurrection. There's 10 million people here illegally. We're getting them out. You're rioting. You're going to jail too. Like, it has to be crushed. But if you do anything less than that, if you do in the middle, all you're doing is antagonizing
Right.
and feeding the other side. And if they think there's a chance they can win, they will get bolder and stronger, and they'll start to rally. And that's when it's sort of like people think it's close or like it's contentious. That's when it breathes. That's when oxygen is fed to this kind of fire. So if I were Trump, I would say screw 200
Brush
National
my
Guard.
teeth for
Like,
an hour.
arrest the mayor of Chicago. Like, arrest the governor.
Why is it taking so long?
You know, bring in the troops and say the federal government is supreme. The immigration law is the law of the land. If you're not on board with that, you're going to jail. If you attack ICE or box them in with your car, you're going to jail for a long time. Anything less than that, you might as well just not even bark up that tree at all.
Nick Fuentes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that interview is finally over. Don't say stupid about Jews.
Oh no, I think we could dispatch you to the Middle East. Maybe you could solve some problems there.
Can't believe you put yourself through that.
The art of puppetry is a very unique one. It requires the careful manipulation of inanimate objects to make them seem lifelike beyond mere human imagination. For those in the profession, complete mastery can only follow years of vigorous training and performances, with such displays of talent drawing enthusiasts from far and wide.
You want to start us off? Sure. Okay. Where is, don't do it, your other don't hand? No, what? Don't do that. Why not? Because you know, I know, yeah, and I don't agree with it, I know. But it's how it is, yeah.
Unsurprisingly, many of these enthusiasts congregate online to create communities out of their passions. And in 2017, a small-time South Carolina girl by the name of Sierra Green set up a TikTok account to be a part of it, while also posting about her personal life and hobbies. Sounds pretty unremarkable, but there was one small catch. The videos she posted were profusely unhinged, and the relationships that she formed with willing, and more often than not, unwilling individuals would eventually garner her notoriety all over the internet, culminating in 2025 with her complete disappearance from the internet amongst a flurry of allegations of inappropriate behavior. With all of this coming together to beckon the question, what happens when the line between person and puppet becomes blurred? I'm Turkey Tom, and this is Iciera the Furry. Early records of Iciera's time online are patchy. Her early TikTok and YouTube accounts were both removed from the platform, and she wouldn't become the subject of the internet's attention until around 2021. Her background similarly...
Is anybody here a furry?
Isn't too available. But in a few older videos, she has shared some of the more unique sides of herself. She's in her 20s, she's 5'1", she's taken, she's asexual, she claims to be autistic, and she was a child of fetal alcohol syndrome, or
Small head, small eye opening, low nasal passage, flat mid-face. She got fetal alcohol syndrome. Damn.
FAS for short.
Children afflicted with FAS generally lack social skills too. They tend to get easily frustrated, thereby throwing temper tantrums very often. They exhibit symptoms of being overactive and are not able to sit in a place.
FAS is the most serious manifestation of a spectrum of disorders that arise from alcohol intake during pregnancy. There are many symptoms that can present in children with this condition, but in this video, Sierra highlights the more behavioral aspects, and it wasn't too hard to see exactly why. From the start, Sierra's uploads probably drew raised eyebrows from those who discovered her content. Such content would often entail poorly timed lip syncs, some very weird choreographed dance routines, and trippy editing that really didn't possess any real purpose. There was something very primitive about Sierra's videos. This was clearly a person who understood how to operate technology and how to create content, but at the same time possessed no actual grasp on why creators make the artistic choices that they do. However, the strangeness doesn't stop there. In fact, it's just the start, as Sierra's interests in how she expressed them went a little further than the average TikToker.
I want to kiss you.
If I was a furry, I'd be like a pterodactyl with wings, or like a dragon.
so hard that you will never get the taste of me out of your mouth.
One of Sierra's primary passions was puppetry, which is a pretty harmless hobby for all intents and purposes, or so you would think, because Sierra's intent behind her interest in puppets often went beyond the merely platonic. Although she wasn't an expert in the field, she definitely knew how to make her subjects appear absolutely terrified.
Wait, don't go. Hold on. I just need 1 minute of your time. If you're a furry, and if you like, could you be friends with me? That's all I'm asking, please.
And Sierra was also a furry, who would regularly equip herself with paper ears and dinosaur masks to express herself to her audience. These often included videos where she would emulate traits of animals, which I suppose is somewhat normal for those in the furry community, but it really isn't too normal for many other people.
Yo, Pudgy, how you feel about people saying you sound like Yoshi?
We're still not quite done yet, though, because given that she informed the world of her fetal alcohol syndrome, you can probably come to the reasonable conclusion that Sierra is terminally online. For her, this meant sharing practically every single aspect of her life with TikTok, including her friendships and relationships, which she handled with even greater levels of instability. She often sought out camaraderie with
I like this video I'm watching. Very informative.
other men, who she would encounter on TikTok and cozy up to until they let her into their life. The honorary position that many of the people in her circle were given was that of the brother. Contrary to popular belief, this is not because they are blood relatives. Instead, it seems to be a reference to the fact that she would view you as someone who was always going to be there for her, which is a pretty demanding expectation. The problem was that she really didn't have much to offer in return to these people, so many of them ended up distancing themselves from her because she was just too much to handle, which would then cause her to crash out and ask what she did wrong. She would often tag these former friends and hope that sharing her story with confused onlookers would somehow feel like an authentic means of self-expression and woo them back to her. Unfortunately for Sierra, in practically every scenario, this did not work out.
Because ever since she accepted me as her internet brother, she has done nothing but ping me non-stop, almost daily to weekly to monthly, for 2 years. So I kindly asked her to stop pinging me so much. And she would always bring up a bunch of excuses, like how much she wants to express her love and saying that her disability was the problem, even though it wasn't. I want to move on from this, but she still doesn't.
Her overly clingy nature, combined with her strange personality, made it hard for her to keep any of the people that she wanted the attention of in her life, often pushing them away. This meant that for the first of her few years on TikTok, she mostly existed in her own little world, attracting a little bit of attention, but nothing that would make her remotely memorable. However, that was all about to change, as Sierra was about to go mainstream. You see, Sierra would run through multiple men before settling on someone who didn't seem particularly understanding of her advances, but at the same time, he didn't try to actively push her away like others had.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
This is Mitterman the Puppet Man, or Gregory. Like many of the other gentlemen that Sierra took an interest in, he is autistic. It probably won't come as a surprise to you to find out that he is also a puppet enthusiast, and he even has his own puppet by the name of Stan. However, unbeknownst to Gregory, soon he would have an even bigger Stan to deal with.
Boo on a spooky ghost. You don't sound that scary. You want to say that again?
Given their shared interest in puppets, Mitterman first encountered Sierra around the late 2010s, even doing duets with her a few times on TikTok.
Of course I love him. He's the cutest puppet in the world. Somebody who loves me. Yes, I love him too. I'm his favorite, and he's my favorite.
Sierra appeared to be equally interested in Greg as she was in his puppet, even staging some sort of romantic imposition onto both. However, when Sierra perhaps came to her senses and realized that the puppet wasn't real, she turned to the man behind him. It's hard to say when Sierra's crush developed into a full-blown romantic engagement, but according to our furry friend, they officially entered a relationship in 2020, with Sierra and Mitterman sharing romantic TikToks and projecting their loving relationship online for the world to see, even creating her own TikTok family where Stan is the son, which definitely has implications when you consider she tried to date him too. But if you paid closer attention, you'd probably realize that this was a bit one-sided. However, it didn't seem like Gregory was actively trying to distance himself from Sierra. He even tagged her in his TikToks from time to time. On one of Greg's own uploads, someone tagged Sierra asking if this was her man, and Greg replied stating, "I am her man," which provides confirmation that he was at least aware of the relationship and seemed to want to be in it. Greg also posted a Valentine's Day tribute on behalf of Stan, which seemed to demonstrate some romantic interest in Sierra. However, as her TikTok surrounding this relationship only intensified, with Sierra even sharing DMs with the world to show they were in a relationship, Greg began to take a step back. This was because after years of posting, his girlfriend was finally attracting attention for her eclectic expressions of insanity, which Greg was beginning to feel the effects of.
I'm back.
Now, Sierra could have managed this by decreasing the volume of her own posts and giving him her attention instead, but that would have been too sensible. Greg would ask if they could return to being friends in light of all of this attention, but Sierra just said no.
I know you don't want me to leave, but it's time to move on.
Okay, babe, I have a question for you. Since you've been doing all these TikTok videos, can you please give me attention? Please!
Sierra Green was the type of creator that drew people in because they were completely bewildered by the content that she uploaded. Even if we set aside the unhinged partner posting, there was material that would make you question whether this person was even real.
So you think my ears are crappy? Well, get this. At least I made mine instead of having to spend my own money on a pair of shoes.
By 2021, she was beginning to develop this strange cult following of fan pages, some of them being outwardly ironic, and others blurring the line a little.
Get the thing up, now stop, and let your homeboy hit it.
The viewers had discovered a treasure trove with Sierra Green, a person so lacking in self-awareness, yet also being so willing to put practically all of that ignorance on display, even the parts that people probably wouldn't want to see. It seemed virtually beyond belief that a person like this actually existed, and when they peeled back the onion, they only found more layers to pick apart.
They stink?
Yes. No.
One of the most common targets was her political stances, which landed her in hot water pretty immediately, especially given the communities that she identified with. One of her more public spats was with the LGBT community. Despite the fact that she herself identified as an asexual furry, it seems that the thought of same-sex marriage was one step too far for her, as she very eloquently declared it weird.
I don't support LGBTQ because it's wrong and very weird. Seeing people with all those flags hanging on the wall, gay, trans, whatever, it's just not right, dude. Everybody needs to be equal. Everyone needs to be in their own way. I was born straight and I am proud to be straight. These people just choose to be who they really want to be. They're not born that way. They can't be born that way.
To be fair to her, she is from a small town in South Carolina, and those communities tend to trend more conservative than the rest of the country. But what's more interesting to me is that her position seemed at odds with how she understood herself. And eventually, after persistent arguments with the community, which seemed to point out this contradiction, she changed her mind and decided she was no longer homophobic. In spite of all of this happening, allegations surrounding her character continued to offer themselves up on a silver platter. And because Sierra had a very visceral reaction to being compared to homophobes, racists, or the baby, it only encouraged people to persist further.
Who is the baby? Because I do not look nothing like whoever that person is. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm done.
Given how obsessive she was over trying to control those in her life, and even the narrative surrounding her, it seems strange that she possessed practically no self-control whatsoever.
Will you please?
She would attempt to adapt to this newfound fame, but this would only serve to aggravate the relationship with her audience.
You might be wondering why I'm pretty pissed off right now. Yeah,
when I say my ears are for sale, I didn't mean just go and make your own ears.
One of these ventures was a Discord server where people could meet with fellow Icy Era fans. But as soon as it was launched, it was swamped by trolls and raiders who swarmed the server to unleash hell. And Icy Era herself was the pinnacle of incompetence when it came to actually being in charge of anything. Although it's unknown what exactly caused it, given the many dramas she had started in the span of a few months, her TikTok account would be suspended in mid-June, causing the content train to come to a screeching halt. It appeared that Icy Era hadn't taken the news well either, as reports began to make the rounds suggesting that she had tragically died shortly after. And because there were some websites that made the same claim, as well as a few articles, and the fact there was radio silence since her ban, which for everyone who knew her seemed pretty out of character, tributes began to flood in from those who mourned her, and the content that she had blessed the TikTok platform with. Even if it was ironic, Sierra Green had managed to cultivate an ardent following from her content. She had given audiences priceless comedy, political commentary, and romance. It was like a story unfolding in front of our eyes, and like the Shakespeare of our time, it appeared to have ended in tragedy. However, in the ashes, something was stirring. Something that said she wasn't quite finished yet. Although, by the end of this video, you might wish she had. It turns out that Icy Era was very much alive, and that she had plenty more plans for her public profile. But her main problem over the next few years was a power struggle with TikTok to establish herself as an online presence again, with many of her rebooted TikTok accounts being deleted as soon as they were created. During this time, a lot of people couldn't really keep up with the new accounts, and a lot of them forgot about her existence altogether, almost like she was dead. This left her to often post updates on her remaining social media, which mainly consisted of her YouTube channel, where she would attempt to emulate the success she had found on TikTok with YouTube Shorts. Before her ban, she had actually used this channel for musical projects and as a content dump for other miscellaneous stuff. But after being kicked off TikTok, she would begin to post music more frequently, including classics like my intro song, Dance to Forget, and my personal favorite, the McDonald's rap.
I need a double cheeseburger and hold the lettuce. Double phone, some mercy on my bum, baby up in this drive-through, order for two.
Any content that was uploaded here was just as characteristically unstable as we'd come to expect. But you may have noticed that someone is missing from many of these videos. Her beloved Greg.
I'm old enough to give myself my own tongue back anyhow.
She had posted one YouTube short that had to do with him, and she possibly posted more content onto deleted TikTok accounts, but her interests as a whole seemed to pivot back towards the more fictional and parasocial. It seems there was trouble in paradise. But if there was, we could always count on Sierra to share exactly what it was. And in August, while struggling to hold down a TikTok account, she posted another music video on YouTube addressing her relationship, seamlessly marrying the personal and creative in a way that only Sierra could do, with the title being I'm Not a Pedo.
I'm missing my boyfriend. He's always something, but he broke up with me ever since my friends thought I'm a piggy.
As far as I could find, nobody was making such claims publicly, so this was, again, a more personal matter to her. Yet, she cuts right to the chase and explains what's been happening, sharing that she's been missing her boyfriend dearly, but also saying that those close to her have compelled him to stop talking to her because of certain allegations.
But my friends told him to stay away from me, even though I don't look like a pig, that means pedophile.
Now, as I already said, at this point in time, there was no evidence that she had been doing anything inappropriate. Although it's not the wisest to be friends with 15-year-olds as a 24-year-old TikTok influencer, Sierra is definitely not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And at the time, it would have been hard to sell her as a malicious actor. Nevertheless, it is notable that by her own admission, it was her friends who told Greg to stop talking to her. And it's not hard to wonder exactly why they would do such a thing. It's a very bizarre self-report from someone who was under no suspicion whatsoever, at least publicly. And wait, what the hell did I just watch?
I'm not a pedophile.
Exit.
I was just being nice at a 15-year-old.
When Icy Era walks into the room, Colleen Ballinger gulps, R. Kelly tenses up, and P. Diddy shivers. This is what everyone talks about when they talk about the response to end all responses.
I'm not a pedophile.
When I talk about lack of self-awareness, this is what I'm referring to. On one hand, there is just no way that she actually thought this was a good idea. On the other, she must have thought it was a good idea in some way because she uploaded the video, not only sharing these incriminating details with the world when many of them weren't even aware, but also in the form of a song that's attempting to address potentially sensitive details. I just have so many questions that I don't think I'll ever be able to answer, and audience members did as well. If this isn't satire, then what is it? I think we could stop the video here and be done for the day, but she had so much more to say. She was motivated to make sure that this wasn't the last thing she would be remembered for. And although there aren't any major plot developments in the next couple years, Sierra's content continues in a similar vein to the previous videos, although it did draw in less drama during this time.
Hi, Jack.
Hi.
It's been so long since I've seen you.
I miss you!
Her life as an internet nomad would persist for another few years, and although she wasn't entirely forgotten about, it did become very difficult for anyone to keep up with her, with many of her frequent followers having to go to her comment section to ask for the username of her newest account. Eventually, this cycle would be broken at the end of 2023 with the creation of an account that goes by the name of Mika Love Iciera.
I have all this power at my fingertips.
It was unclear what exactly changed this time around, as TikTok's policies on ban evasion aren't exactly unambiguous. Nevertheless, she resumed posting with an expectation to stick around on this account.
So basically, all I do is asking how do I get my fingertips to look like this. Well, basically, I'm pretty much born like that.
Her content itself hadn't really changed much. The videos tended to focus more on art and animation, but nevertheless, it was still very much her own. It was still surreal to watch, with videos never really feeling purposeful or authentic. For example, at one point, she used an AI-generated voice and masqueraded it as her sister, which maybe to her was a tech-savvy decision, but it's pretty glaringly obvious, especially when you don't put the script through a spelling and grammar checker.
Hi everyone, this is Sierra's sister speaking. I help Sierra run the account and whatnot, but I just wanted to pop in and say a quick thank you to the recent support she's been getting.
The truth was that Iciera hadn't changed one bit. In fact, the only thing that had changed was who she focused her attention on.
Alright class, today we're going to be welcoming a new student into our class. Everybody meet Jaquavius Thompson. Nah, Jit, ugly. Nah, sorry and love.
Since Greg had left Sierra's life, she had developed more traditionally parasocial relationships with public figures. Some familiar faces continued to be subject to her affection, like Jacksepticeye, but it seemed in the past couple years, Sierra had diversified her tastes. In this time, she had become enamored by franchises like Hell of a Boss, Mario, Bluey, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Ahmed the Dead Terrorist, and Lazy Town, the last of which Sierra seemed to settle on for a good amount of time. She grew increasingly infatuated by the character Robbie Rotten.
Hello everyone, I'm here to talk to you about Robbie Rotten from Lazy Town. For those who grew up watching Lazy Town, you're missing out on one cool guy.
I assume most of you know who Robbie Rotten is, but for those who don't, he is the primary antagonist of Lazy Town and the enemy of Sportacus. He's obviously a children's character, he's not a particularly serious villain, and he's been the subject of a lot of memes in the past that you guys may remember, including the viral song, We Are Number One.
Hey.
I don't think I've actually said the words "We Are Number One" out loud since 2016 or something, but we're going back. Now at first, Sierra's posting about Lazy Town felt more fan-oriented, but it didn't really take long for her true intentions to reveal themselves. If Sierra can develop romantic feelings for puppets, there's certainly nothing stopping her from falling in love with Robbie Rotten. Upon first glance, you might even argue that it's an improvement on her previous suitors, but it began to feel a little more sinister when people came to the realization that our favorite furry TikToker likened herself to the character of Stephanie, even creating a couple of brief fan cams of Stephanie with Robbie Rotten, alongside a post where she announced that she is Stephanie's roommate.
You like Robbie Rotten? What? No, I mean, maybe, why did you ask that? I saw you smiling at him. Oh, you saw that. I'm sure people like you. Like me? But he's kind of a jerk. He may be a jerk. I think I have a big heart.
Stephanie is canonically a child. Lazy Town is a show made. Announcing that her new account would be 18 plus a few months prior, Sierra announced that she will be creating a TV pilot for a show called Broken Friendship, where the main narrative concerned her and Robbie Rotten's relationship. This show would apparently feature Sierra, Robbie, and other voice actors, although when the various parts went live, the only voice that was present was Sierra.
It's been a while since me and Robbie talked. Ever since he lied about our friendship, I felt so hurt that I didn't want to talk to him anymore. But at the same time, I miss him.
This only becomes weirder a few months later when Sierra begins to cosplay as Stephanie, a move that can only be described as foreshadowing, but we'll return to that in a bit. By now, Sierra was 27 years of age, and although everyone is entitled to have whatever interests they choose, it did feel kind of suspect trying to combine your self-admitted adult desires with TV shows primarily directed at kids. You contrast this behavior with someone like her ex-boyfriend, Greg, whose enthusiasm for puppets is completely detached from inserting himself into their life. He just really likes them, and it makes him happy. On the flip side, Sierra is only happy if she is written in as a character that is going to receive some sort of gratification. She needs to be the center of attention, and I think that's what underlines all of her behavior documented throughout these past few years.
I'm sorry if that came off abrupt. I'm autistic and also
With Sierra managing to establish a large online presence once more on this new TikTok account, a creator by the name of Underflow published a video covering her backstory. Sierra saw this and posted a response to a lot of mistakes that she is deeply sorry for. However, she also said that back then she was not herself. And since then, she's learned a lot. She never wants to repeat that behavior again. She just wants to make others happy and spread love to those who need it. And maybe that's all true, but it feels like we're forgetting something. I don't think I've really emphasized how insane that video is, when, as far as we know, Sierra was privately confronted over allegations that she had spoken inappropriately to someone underage. Allegations that, by her own admission, put her relationship with the love of her life in jeopardy. Her response is to make a minute-long song, pushing this information out into the public as if that would make anyone more comfortable with her being around them. To Sierra, everything is this sort of TV show to be written and performed, sometimes with a musical number. Sierra Green can be whoever she wishes, with no boundaries whatsoever, no matter what the consequences might be, despite the fact that such behavior might not be remotely acceptable in society. Sierra felt like someone disturbingly lost within the fantasies that she created, to the point where the reality of the world around her didn't even matter. Yet, by this point, there was no clear indication that anything that Sierra had said herself had even occurred. It was undeniable that she was weird and possessed some strange habits, but her lack of sophistication seemed to render her a rather unthreatening person. It had been a while, and maybe she was telling the truth, that she had actually changed. Yet, come the end of 2024, this image would be completely broken.
Hello everyone, my name is Luca, and I'm a victim of Sierra.
Sierra's videos didn't stray far from the themes we've already touched on during her existence on this account, and outside of her past suspicious behavior, there was no indication that anything was amiss. You have Jacksepticeye appearing in Robbie Rotten's lair, Rick and Morty watching Jacksepticeye, and My Little Pony's Twilight Sparkle in Hell of a Boss. This was around the time that videos on her would begin to snowball as well, with creators covering her peculiar behavior and sordid past.
And like I said, sometimes she would duet these people that would make prayers and stuff, and she'd be like, oh, I pray for them to come back. And then sometimes she'd make entire videos acting like she's this person's boyfriend whenever they've already been trying to cut them off and blocking them on everything for years.
However, at the end of November 2024, Sierra hopped on TikTok to share the sad news that her mother had passed away.
Hi everyone, so I got news that my mom passed away last night, and she lived a good long life. I'm proud of her that she lived a good long life, raising me and raising my sister. Life goes on. I'm gonna be proud for her, and be grateful as much as I can.
This was not the first time that Sierra had announced her mom's death. However, this one seemed more somber and authentic, paying a sincere tribute to the woman who raised her. In spite of the weight of such news, Sierra commits to her best for her every day, perhaps demonstrating some form of growth and understanding. The only question that remained was, what did Sierra's best look like?
I swear 16 was yesterday, but now I'm closer to 28.
1 week later, a new pinned post appears on Sierra Green's TikTok, allegedly from the former account manager. They claim that in light of recent allegations, they have locked Sierra out of the account. These allegations refer to her speaking inappropriately to minors, something which, now with the age of 27, looks even worse for someone like Sierra. If the first time this had supposedly happened hadn't taught her anything, then there must be some intent behind this. The admin states that they have checked the proof, and it seems reliable, and although they are still investigating it, they can 100% confirm that the messages were at least inappropriate in nature. They state that they won't be sharing any of the screenshots to protect those affected, but they are sharing this message here to raise awareness and ask people not to follow any new accounts operated by Sierra, as they may not be monitored. Although it's certainly believable behavior from a person who is capable of posting content like this,
I was just being nice to the 15-year-old, I'm not a pedophile.
it does raise a few questions. First of all, why does someone like Sierra have a TikTok account manager? Although there are a few explanations, the most plausible one here seems to be that it might have been to circumvent her previous bans. You could argue that this was still a form of ban evasion, but it seems to have worked if that was the case. Now, regarding the content and allegations themselves, although it's fair to not share the identity of any of these people with the public, especially if they're underage, it seems a bit strange to not go into specifics and leave it mostly to the audience's imagination. Sierra has repeatedly claimed to be asexual, and although she may just be lying, to not share any details at all seems like it leaves more questions than answers. This is a person who was falsely reported to have died, and although I've never found the original source of these rumors, could this be just another strange trick from Sierra to grab attention? It certainly seems like a step up if it is, given that it's one that can ruin your reputation. I mean, faking pedophile allegations against yourself is definitely one way to get eyes on you. Now, Sierra would not make a sequel to her previous response to such allegations. There was no new song. Instead, she posted on her 4th YouTube account, Sierra Green Videos 4, uploading a masked singer edit of Sherlock Hound. In the comment section, someone would bring this up, asking what exactly had happened. But Sierra declines to comment, saying that it's a long story, but she has a new account called Jacksepticeye Fangirl. If this account had any activity, it was quickly shut down, and over the next few months, there were no further updates outside of other creators who couldn't help being reeled in by the insanity.
I mean, yeah, that's all we have. All of her comments were shut off after that, so we can't even communicate with each other. She hasn't showed up at all on any social media yet, and I guess I'll update you whenever we hear about her next.
Despite posting that the investigation was ongoing, the account posted no further updates, falling inactive for the new year, leaving the account and Sierra's fate shrouded in mystery. After further bans, Sierra would return once more with an account by the name of Mika the Raptor Fox. On this short-lived account, she would continue to upload content pledging her dedication to Robbie Rotten, with a parody account pretending to be Robbie Rotten even being set up to take the piss out of Sierra in light of the claims against her.
Shira surprises me and makes me a custom hat.
Does Drew love me? Robbie, you're too nice. You're too kind. I mean, the hat's supposed to be purple, but I'm gonna purple paper, but I'm gonna bring on it and make it, differently.
Although records of comment sections and videos have largely been lost, a couple attempts by her to stream with her audience were captured, and the reception she received can't exactly be described as positive.
Isn't I like talking to minors? Cause you're up. Oh, stop talking, you bad girl.
Okay.
After a pretty short stint with this account, at the start of June 2025, this account again was taken over by another person who shut it down, this time making a post that goes into a lot more detail about the allegations against her, which include supposedly shaming children, manipulating her 16-year-old boyfriend, engaging in erotic roleplay, sharing not safe for work stuff, pretty much everything explicit you can do with someone. This seems a lot more serious than anyone could have ever thought, and a couple of days later, an account by the name of Luca uploaded a video to YouTube documenting all of her violations against himself, his sister, and many others, accompanied with supplemental commentary.
We've both known her since we were 13, and she has done nothing but use us for her own personal needs.
Today, we are 16 years old. We will be here to address the numerous allegations and confirming most of them with actual evidence.
There is a litany of documentation on display, including DMs, audio recordings, videos, pretty much every conceivable piece of evidence that could be organized against her. Given how little subtlety Sierra appears to possess, it's almost shocking that she wasn't called out sooner.
She basically told me she could be my mom, and looking at it now, she used this mom role first, making me be a doll to her. I had to do anything she wanted or else I was being a bad daughter, and that she helped raise me in a way, despite her depending on us and never treated our issues seriously.
After so many years, I had grown an emotional attachment towards her and began caring about her. Over time, she stopped caring about the mother and son aspect to our friendship, saying I reminded her of Robbie and that I could be a good boyfriend if he ever broke up with her current one. She even began referring to me as her boyfriend to other people and complimenting my physical appearance and voice. This was very new to me since I hadn't received attention like that before, so I didn't question it much.
The content itself covers her inappropriate behavior and role plays with
You're under investigation, Lauren.
minors, alongside her short-lived relationship with a 15 slap.
Damn, bro. That's what's up. I bet you're gonna get... I bet it's gonna keep going up as the hurricane gets worse.
16-year-old, which she ended when she found out his age, which does make her seem good at first glance, but it was only after 5 days of complete insistence from those around her. Sierra apparently continued to obsess over this person, and
The chat's investigating.
they are reported to have ended their life recently.
I think it should also be stated that even now, she still keeps photos of the unnamed victim and refuses to delete them, saying it's too hard to let go, which is disgusting considering it has been a year or more ever since the incident.
The video also reports on the generally poor treatment of those around her, including her pets, and the persistent pattern of behavior on all fronts, despite the repeated confrontation with others explaining the folly of her actions.
In this story, she spoke about Judith Barcy, I think that's how you say her name, I'm sorry, and her murder. This made multiple people uncomfortable, since it was a sensitive topic. They all expressed their discomfort, and she in response started guilt-tripping everyone. She had found a TikTok where two cosplayers are cosplaying Robbie Rutland and Stephanie. She then proceeded to roleplay her finding Robbie cheating on her and began to use real photos from the show, or behind the scenes on the show, with the two actors saying that they had done gross things. We can see she is aware of what she's doing by...
Isn't there people chatting on the hurricane stream, like, saying shit like, oh shit, it's getting crazy out there?
Now, Robbie as a pedophile, yet when being told how weird this all was, she says it was fine because it was only roleplay.
Needless to say, this is not a person who has done a handful of bad things, realized it, learned their lesson, and not repeated it. Instead, this is a person who seems to be very much aware of the awful things that they're doing, and continues to do them for their own satisfaction, only playing the victim when they're finally confronted.
You're gonna regret it.
What?
What? They're gonna regret it ever doing that.
What are you gonna do to them?
Nothing. I'm just saying you're gonna regret it. They're gonna come crawling right back to me.
What stands out to me about this video is just how actively malicious Sierra seems to be in her actions. We're gonna delve into the mentality behind it soon enough, but on the surface, she just seems to love controlling people. She loves people who don't stand up to her. This isn't merely delayed mental age. She is aware of her authority and is actively targeting a certain kind of person.
Sierra is known for talking to multiple minors, calling them her friends.
And they're over here, they're also telling me, oh, you shouldn't be hanging out with teenagers anyway. Like, I have one adult friend on Discord, and that's...
Luca's video also makes mention of another person called Nicholas Aguirre, who was, going off historical records, the one person who seemed to simp for Sierra, despite her regularly appearing disinterested in his advances.
Look, haters, if you do not like if you don't like Sierra's content, then why follow her? Why follow her? Because if you haters don't like Sierra's content about her boyfriend, y'all
Evidence is shared that he has also made disturbing advances onto underage individuals with links to other pieces of evidence, although these seem to be removed now.
In conclusion, Sierra is a grown 29-year-old woman who shouldn't be pampered and babied just because she's autistic. She's aware of her behaviors due to everyone telling her how wrong she is, and even she herself has admitted that she knows she's in the wrong, but she still does not want to own up to her mistakes.
If there was any doubt before, there was very little doubt left now. This was a person who shouldn't be anywhere near the internet, and since that video, there has been radio silence from Sierra, who, for the time being, has realized her time is up. With all of that said, it wouldn't surprise me if she attempted a return in the future given her past record. These are the actions of a person who doesn't know when they're finished.
I don't recommend harassing or getting involved with her or anyone else included, especially if you're a minor. We share this to spread awareness, not for conduct.
It's a rather depressing end to what could have been a much more lighthearted story, but it's one that needed to be told so her behavior could be brought to a halt. Unfortunately, sometimes the signs are right in front of us. There was always something up with Sierra Green.
Seriously? Ammonia is an illness. My mom died from a bad illness of ammonia.
It's a kind of strangeness that can reflect a lot of character traits, and it's kind of hard to draw a conclusion from a snapshot of the person. That's how TikTok operates. These are sub-minute videos. They're not designed to tell a story, and most people who encountered Sierra's uploads wouldn't even be following it. They would just see the surreal dancing, the obsessive commentary, the purposeless editing, and be entertained by that alone. In many cases, TikToks tell us nothing about a person whatsoever, and so maybe we shouldn't draw too many inferences from extreme eccentricity.
She's pretty tame in comparison to the majority of people that we cover on this channel, and seems to be truly trying to learn from her mistakes and improve. But she will continue to face problems on any social media platform she uses due to the amount of unintentionally funny content that she produces.
Nevertheless, if you were following the story, you would see a rather disturbing pattern of behavior, particularly towards those in her life.
Okay, babe, I got a question for you. Give me some attention.
She seemed to obsessively target people who at least seemed somewhat susceptible. She would then parasitically attach herself, spam them with content both publicly and privately, until all of their empathy and energy was drained. It's not my place to speculate on how she treated them, as those people would probably rather leave that part of their life behind. But it wouldn't surprise me if she also harassed them in many of the ways we witnessed elsewhere. Her obsession with puppets was
coming up in the world. People want to know what's going on with that deadly wind.
Weird, but it made sense when she revealed her character. This was a person who wanted absolute control, and there's no better representation of a person easier to control than a literal puppet.
We've been together for a year. This guy, he hid his feelings from me because he didn't want me to find out that he was in love with me. So I told my feelings for him, and so he did the same thing. I wish he would have told me first instead of just hiding his feelings from me. Babe, what is wrong with you?
She treated each of her supposed brothers like puppets, scolding them when they didn't comply with her demands, expecting them to follow her clumsy sleight of hand and smile all the same. The problem is that Sierra's own lack of emotional intelligence rendered these ruses pretty fruitless, and even people who may struggle socially would inevitably wake up to her toxic traits. In light of this, her approach seemed to take a
Nice, I become the illusion I sought to define. Welcome back, James. How's the mission going?
turn.
Sounds successful.
At least partly resulting from the creation of her Discord account. The thing about Sierra is that, at least to me, she doesn't present as your typical creep. There's no strong evidence that she's sexually attracted to anyone other than Robbie Rotten and her many puppets. However, she was so desperate for indulgence that her own company couldn't bring, that she was always on the hunt for new victims. What she looked for in another person was for those who would tolerate her sick tendencies, enable these fantasies for her to live in, and act almost as a possession of hers. Once she had exhausted the route of autistic adults in attempting to fulfill this, she realized that the most tolerant people were those far younger than her, those who would look up to her, those who are more susceptible to her manipulation who would make excuses for her. I'm sure she, and goons like Nicholas, would say that she has the mind of a child, but the evidence just doesn't support that. Although there's no doubt that she obviously has had some developmental issues, she doesn't exhibit behavior that entirely encompasses a regressed mind. And her cruelty towards all of these underage people in her circle is more than enough evidence of that. She would regularly hold her position as an adult over them. She spoke down to them, placed herself in a matriarchal position, offered the benefits of knowing an adult, while imposing her will and power over those people. This isn't someone who was too immature to really understand what they were doing. This is a person who was very much aware and disregarded the potential harm that it could have for the sake of her own benefit. You compare this to many of the brothers that came before her, and you see how stark it is. This is the difference between possessing juvenile tendencies and actually exploiting them.
I was just being nice at a 15-year-old. I'm not a pedophile.
It's kind of surreal to think that the subject of her infamous response video is likely no longer with us, and as much as I don't really feel comfortable speaking to the role she may have played in another person's death, it is a testament to her vindictiveness that she could inflict so much damage over such a limited interaction.
I've never regretted ever doing that.
What do you want to do to them?
Nothing. I'm just saying you're gonna regret it. They're gonna come crawling right back to me.
I've covered a lot of messed up people on this channel, and I'm not going to pretend as if
Sounds like your stream's doing like the avalanche thing. It's picking up snow on the way down the hill.
some kind of authority figure. Ultimately, what I make is entertainment, okay? They're YouTube videos, I'm not the police. But there is no doubt that many of these people do deserve to be held accountable for their actions, just not by me. But in a lot of cases, you can see how someone went down a dark path and how there may even be a way back for them. In the case of someone like Sierra Green, she loves power, but she can only inflict it on those who don't have the power to say otherwise. That's a different type of disturbance, and it's probably the closest you can come to outright malevolence. It's the kind of thing that will lead to awful criminal behavior, and it seems that Sierra may have committed a few crimes as well. The victims have been in touch with law enforcement, but whether she'll actually be apprehended is a very different question. But it should highlight the seriousness of her actions nonetheless.
Bang, 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 yo haters! Say my name!
It's weird when you think of all the people that are covered online that this is the prototype of evil. Watching some of her videos, it's easy to forget who you're dealing with. Most of this video is funny, and that's what makes this contrast so horrifying, that this could be anyone. A lot of people thought this was the kind of person who wouldn't hide anything, but she was hiding far more than most, no matter how poorly she concealed it.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I made a few mistakes. I understand that, but like, come on, it's not that big of a deal.
One of the small details that really stood out to me was how freely she seemed to speak when she didn't realize she was being recorded. It definitely contrasts a lot with her more deliberate speech on TikTok, and it can make you wonder, was the entire persona a lie?
Ammonia is an illness. My mom died from a bad illness of ammonia. You cannot drink ammonia. It happens in the lungs. And she died from it. Get that through your head. Ammonia is not a drink. It's an illness. A lung disease.
Evil does not know an intelligence level. The higher profile cases of serial killers and other notorious criminals demonstrate many forms of high functioning, but evil people can also be really stupid, and we often don't hear about them because it's so common. If anything, intelligent evil is about not being found out, and our learning of someone is due to a blunder that a smarter person wouldn't have.
I like ideas. Ideas are good.
In the case of Sierra Green, she presented herself as so naive that nobody really deemed her as much of a threat, not realizing that sometimes those people are the most dangerous.
Roar! Roar! Hiss! Roar!
I'm done. No!
These are people whose character deficiencies are ingrained. They lack the self-awareness to have that reckoning. And without serious intervention, they will not want to change or grow. They will only want to return to that realm of power regardless of the cost. That's why, in some way, we will almost certainly see her return, because this is the closest to power that she has probably ever experienced. We don't know what that will look like. We may not even know it's her, but eventually, she will reveal herself.
Oh, spread the good word. Oh, yeah. Spread it, girl. Spread that good word. Oh, good, yeah,
Through her
girl.
motives. And the best thing
Spread that good word, girl.
anyone can do is shine a light on it. Iciera was never meant to be an influential figure in any community. She was meant to be someone who could
I knew I recognized you from somewhere, James.
hold down a perfectly unexceptional job and would spend her free time watching Hazbin Hotel, writing fanfics of herself with Robbie Rotten, and making out with puppets in dimly lit rooms, far away from the eye of civil society. But it's 2025. The internet has given the power to the user on the people they make famous, which presents its own cultural dilemma. Sometimes there's charm in the unlikely hero, who on paper may not have much going on for them.
Guantero.
Meanwhile, he continued being very active on AMB. He threatened a random user with having their private information doxed in return for some grave offense, fantasizing about what other people would do to them in retribution, and even
You're not going to be replaced by AI. You'll be replaced by someone who understands how to use it.
What's up, Scott? Just, I don't know, man. Try not to go crazy. Like the rest of the people in society.
kidnapped and turned into slaves. Not much worse than the stuff he had already said, honestly, but still pretty crazy. As a result, people just kept digging harder for information. Bork Laser returned with more AMB screenshots, exposing, among other things, his lack of understanding around fair use and content licensing. You see, at the time, pretty much all of Tommy's videos were being posted all across AMB, which he was not a big fan of. When he wasn't threatening to sue people, he demanded that people pay license agreements if they want to spread them, amounting to $1,000 a month. He was also very upset when the AMB owner created an RSS feed that would create a new topic every time Tommy
That's a good way to stay sane, honestly.
posted a new video. But one of Bork Laser's greatest contributions was the infamous guitar story. Sometime in March of 2016, Tommy took to AMB to complain that his friend, or his friend with benefits, had their guitar stolen. This was false, as she had never owned a guitar and had stolen it from her cousin, who simply took it back. But Tommy didn't frame it that way. Instead, he said that the guitar was a family heirloom that she had been rewarded with and had simply reclaimed it for its protection, which isn't stealing because she was dealing with chronic pain and feeling very sad. If that sounds like a joke to you, you haven't been paying attention. Tommy was absolutely outraged that this cousin wouldn't let them have the guitar back, continuously complaining about it on AMB. But the moral outrage eventually subsided as he figured they could instead buy the guitar, starting a GoFundMe. In the blurb, he says the guitar was stolen from Deborah, his friend, when she was 11 years old. He discussed it on AMB, where he said they would probably sell the guitar and split whatever money was left over, also finally admitting that it was wrong to say it was stolen. The GoFundMe raised $5, which Tommy himself had donated, and was closed without achieving anything. At this point, Tommy was fuming. He released a new video on YouTube called FBI Phone Looping. Although this video itself hasn't been archived, the description states that Tommy was working with a pro bono lawyer to draft the lawsuit against AM Beasts, as he calls them, and that the lawyer advised him to reach out to an FBI agent about it. Despite how upset he was, though, he never ever stopped posting on either AMB or Kiwi Farms. He casually posted an email connected to his PayPal, demanding that if people want to see him get angry, which he calls performance art, they need to pay him $200. This never happened, and instead, he just kept getting outraged for free. He went on Facebook complaining to a group called Assigned Male Comics, a place for trans women. There, he sought allies to rally against the forum, asking people to join as co-plaintiffs in a lawsuit. He got so desperate he just started tagging random people, none of whom seemed that interested.
That's a H, though.
As this was happening, though, a brand new bit of info was leaked about the degenerate in chief. One of the AMB users claimed to have picture proof of Tommy admitting to assault on dogs via quote-unquote handling, although he couldn't be present at.
Unless you spell how with a W, then that would be a who. Wow.
Don't get me started.
You're good. You're good. Let's just. Did you just fucking do that quick? Holy balls! Or is there still some in there? Oh, okay. I was about to say that was the quickest shotgun I've ever fucking seen it.
There's one fat Antifa guy out in front of the ICE facility. That's the only person on camera right now, so looks like there's one guy out there, fat as hell, shotgunning a beer. Why does YouTube stream everything backwards? Because that's how you know YouTube is backwards. YouTube is just a backwards place nowadays. But I'm
Ask Stan right here, because he had the same problem. So ask him what he did.
I believe what it is.
Uh-huh.
It says in the
boring ass ICE facility. Only the weirdos are out there.
The time. Outraged, Tommy jumped on the opportunity to call the guy a loser, all while admitting that the thing he was accused of was 100% true, saying that it was okay because he was deriving no pleasure from it and that the female dogs always asked for.
Yeah, I should have got some more dabs. I got a lot of food. But dabs make food better.
He also claims this is very standard among dog owners. It's hard to communicate the sheer level of activity here. All of this happened in a matter of days, and by May 13th, the once barren thread on the farms was up to 16 pages, one of the fastest growths in the website's history. The whole time, Tommy thrashed and nodded.
Yeah, the fat guy, what's his name, Spider Mike or some shit. Exactly, Fat Tifa. He was out there shotgunning a beer, and it seemed like he was like one of the only few people out there.
Exposing him for every misdeed he had ever admitted.
Sleep tight with them cookies and milk, man.
Planning an opening party for the Lincoln birthday sale. He'd apparently been sharing his house with two homeless people, both of whom were drug addicts. One of them, a woman, overdosed on an antipsychotic in his front yard.
So I ride a moped. I'm in the coupe. I want to ride around and camp and record my experience. Show what I see living somewhere homeless. Well, I have some videos like that where I ride around and show Portland.
Up to the ringleader with one last statement, where he concluded that what he did was perfectly okay because she had invited him to do stuff, and because she had already been intimate with others for the prior 2 years. Spoiler alert, this is not the last time we're going to revisit this story. Still, more incriminating stuff kept on.
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be back, guys.
Out. When his arrest record was eventually revealed, including the charge of terroristic threats, Tommy felt the need to clarify it was because he had gotten into some kind of scuffle with the Mexican mafia, after which he was sent to prison for a few weeks before it got dismissed. In the same post, he advertised his gemstone business. The whole time, he continued double posting on AMB, still trying to come off as the good guy in all of this. It became so desperate, even the AMB people were just telling him to stop feeding the trolls, a piece of advice that he refuses to heed to this day. Things stayed relatively the same, as Tommy tried once again to threaten litigation, this time against the whole website for reposting his stuff without a license agreement, insisting that someone was required to contact him via a phone call. It was then that the fellow users informed him about a man named Vordrak, another eccentric individual who had attempted to sue the website and get it shut down, which had been unsuccessful. For now, though, things just continued to drag on. He kept talking smack, trying to threaten lawsuits and get one over on the forum crowd, and just continually making himself look worse and worse. He even filed a police report with the local police, and a policeman actually came down to talk with him. According to the report, Tommy claimed that Kiwi farmers were part of a Christian extremist group that was trying to game end all of the gay people, claiming he was reporting them because they were committing a crime under Title 18, Section 249, or the hate crime law, which penalizes the use of violence against offenders, targeting people over race, religion, sexual orientation, etc. It does not include saying mean things to PDF files. The policeman dismissed Tommy due to a lack of evidence. Getting no help from the cops, Tommy turned to the one person who hated the farms as much as he did, Vordrak. He even emailed begging for help in the crusade. Vordrak, being a delusional cretin himself, worthy of a video, actually gave Tommy a chance, which he'd later regret severely. Tommy kept releasing videos on YouTube, which he always linked on the forum, which just got mocked even harder. On May 20th, when the thread was up to 55 pages, Tommy was struck by a tragedy when his computer seemingly experienced a DDoS attack. Or so he thought, since he had to reboot his PC. In reality, all he really did was reset some basic hardware settings, and it had nothing to do with defending against a DDoS attack. But of course, he also threatened to sue people for this. When whining about this on AMB, the people gave him a far more likely explanation that the computer had simply overheated. But Tommy, of course, being a computer genius, rejected the idea completely, claiming that the cooling on his machine was extremely effective, only to realize it may have been clogged with cigarette ash. He eventually cleans the vent out of all of the ash and dirt. In the same post, he also admits he had recently swept all of his trash into a pile where it's been growing as time went on. He later justifies this messiness by saying it's because he's just too stressed to clean or do anything productive due to all of the internet drama. While Tommy was having a moment, Chimp Burgers decided to do some catfishing. He emailed him claiming to be Frederick Brennan, a major 8channer. He was able to convince him that he had pertinent information about the owner of Kiwi Farms, and even convince him that one of Tom's foremost trolls, Yawning Sneasel, was some completely random person who had nothing to do with Sneasel. It didn't stop there. The same day, it was revealed some user writing mean tweets had received a court injunction against Tommy for harassment. As far as I can tell, this didn't go anywhere. Finally, on May 30th, he got the first right idea he'd had since the beginning of this entire drama, denying trolls their troll slot. He deleted all of his videos, save for one, and then released a new video to explain himself.
Hey, howdy everybody. Y'all may have noticed that I deleted all my videos. This is because I got a new anti-fan club, and I really don't want to do these little brat boys, bunch of millennial brats, wallowing in mediocrity, hunting down internet video bloggers that are kind of wacky. They're like the really, really wacky ones. I get pretty wacky, but I'm sorry guys, I'm just not gonna burn my house down or happy or shit, and I'm sure not playing into it.
Through the video, he's very clearly high off his rocker, and it's hard to tell what he's actually trying to say half the time. It doesn't help that he's literally smoking some vitamin green on camera, which is a pretty common sight in his videos. He affirms his intention to proceed with the lawsuit, explaining that if this attempt doesn't work out, he'll go to federal court. He then goes on to describe his experience with taking hormones, giving it a glowing review, and claiming it had made him far more stable. I guess that could be true by his own unique standards.
Inside all day, and I
just stay tripping. Ice.
Ever since this video, Tommy continued regularly uploading on YouTube. The videos are pretty much the same in terms of quality and the kinds of topics he'll discuss, ranging from trans-related issues to just completely random vlogs. This sometimes includes topics so radioactive that most people wouldn't approach them with a hazmat suit. Case in point, on June 12, 2016, an Afghan immigrant named Omar Mateen killed 49 people and wounded 53 more. The shooting made national news, but Tommy isn't one to stay away from tragedies. He starts the video by playing a funeral hymn on a saxophone and giving a minute of silence. He then talks a little bit about his own history. He explains the story of being exposed to DES in utero and how after he was born, he had to undergo surgery to descend his gonads. It's mostly the same story we've already covered. He then talks about his history with the LGBT community, admitting that he doesn't really identify with it.
But I want to talk about like gender nonconformance in the LGBT world. I think LGBT just is not cutting it for me at all. I like book bag. What kind of queer are you? I'm intersex queer. I'm heterosexual and monogamous. I'm also a monotheist and faithful to needs and faith. I was born into I'm a Chilean. And we're born into the Melchizedek order. And we have like a responsibility to the doctrine of love. There's some people have been like suffering and dying for the doctrine of love for thousands of years.
After a long time rambling about himself, he finally talks about the tragedy from the video title. He ties it to a larger trend of transgender people being targeted by violence, pointing to other examples of such violence being carried out. He again talks a lot about himself and his own experiences before critiquing the political lens through which the tragedy was perceived. He especially took issue with it being compared to other tragedies, perceiving that some people were trying to lessen the degree of violence by pointing to other examples of people being killed by a single person, including the Wounded Knee Massacre from December 1890, where 300 people of the Lakota tribe were killed by U.S. soldiers. He rambles on, but it's not really worth getting into. With how little he had to say about it, you'd think that was the end. But no, because just a few days later, he released a follow-up where he counters the idea that Omar was a terrorist. Tommy explains that what most likely happened with Omar is that he was a closeted homosexual, and that the only way he could resolve these feelings of oppression was by doing what he did.
Because that's what's important. Everybody's in.
Anyways, what else is going on with everyone tonight? My stomach hurts. I need a dab. Oh, dab'll do ya.
What's up, y'all? It's Ashley Clam, and I'm in my Under Armour heat gear. It moves how I move and never holds me back. Every day looks different.
One YouTube personality who not only defies the norm, but also thrives on it is Airsoft Fatty. Airsoft Fatty's...
Yeah. I think I stressed him out.
YouTube channel is essentially a window into his world, and his authenticity resonates with many.
And that's not the way to get there.
As a result, he's cultivated a pretty loyal fan base, proving that size isn't everything, despite his extreme physical size. After gaining this following, he would appear on the Items documentary Full Force, and eventually the internet reality show Fish Tank, offering him breakout success in his online career. However, there's a shadow that looms over this otherwise heartwarming success story. Despite the colossal opportunities that have come his way, Airsoft Fatty has struggled to keep it together. His journey has been plagued with endless interpersonal conflicts, unscrupulous managers, videos being flagged for various reasons, and false copyright claims that cast a shadow of doubt on his legacy. Today, we'll delve deeper into his past, present, and future to figure out just who Airsoft Fatty truly is, including his dark side.
Wow, whole documentary.
Chris LaFawn was born on April 3rd, 1997 in Michigan. He hails from Battle Creek, an area that doesn't exactly rank as the most affluent or privileged, with Chris himself growing up relatively poor. In the midst of these early life challenges, Chris's mother emerges as a remarkable figure. From the glimpses that viewers have seen of her, she appeared to be a kind and caring individual who played an instrumental role in guiding Chris through the ups and downs of his early life. It's no secret that being overweight can often invite cruel remarks and ridicule, making school environments particularly tough for Chris.
Yeah, just a lot of things been happening. School, 2 days ago, my death anniversary came up, so that's a rough day for me. I think we're all kind of crazy.
However, he found solace and an escape from his real-life problems on the internet and started posting short YouTube videos. As he gradually shared his life experiences, he started building a devoted online following that became a source of emotional support and camaraderie. Upon graduating in 2015, Airsoft Fatty made a significant decision. He chose not to pursue a college degree and instead concentrated on as many YouTube videos as possible. His YouTube channel became a canvas for him to express his everyday life in a humorous and entertaining manner. One standout is Why I Am Trying to Fix This Thing, which has accumulated over 9.5 million views since its upload.
I want to see how this looks on screen.
One important aspect of Chris's personality is his deep-rooted passion for all things Star Wars. He often expresses his profound love for this iconic franchise, saying, "I can easily slip into the lore of it." This statement hits at the therapeutic and hobby-like role Star Wars plays in his life. For him, immersing himself in the expansive Star Wars universe appears to be a way of escaping the stresses and challenges of the real world. And thankfully, Star Wars, as popular as it is, would serve as a perfect springboard for his own content. These videos featured Chris enthusiastically wielding toy lightsabers, often engaging in playful duels with friends, or recreating iconic Star Wars scenes. His genuine passion for the franchise shone through, endearing him to fellow Star Wars enthusiasts and viewers in general. While lightsabers were an integral part of...
Yep, just chilling, watching stuff, and chatting a little bit.
content, the Chug Jug video was equally instrumental in catapulting him into the limelight.
It's about the equivalent of a medium shield. So let's chug this.
All of a sudden, I'm craving Kool-Aid.
These particular videos serve as catalysts, propelling his channel into a massive growth surge and causing ripples across the vast sea of the internet, particularly within the Instagram meme community. He also loves to sing.
What's in your head? In your head? Zombie, zombie, zombie.
And not just that, Airsoft Fatty is a man of many talents. Chris's love for cooking is something he often shares with his fans. Amid his diverse content, he occasionally shares videos of him preparing various seasonal recipes.
You throw them in with the other meat, then you stir that shit.
These offer a very tasteful glimpse into his culinary endeavors, often featuring unique and unconventional recipes. While traditional cooking channels may focus on gourmet dishes or expert technique, Chris's approach is refreshingly unpretentious. This video, featuring Chris's ramen noodle preparation, is a prime example of his distinct culinary style. Rather than adhering to conventional cooking norms, he adds his own unique flair to the process. His emphasis on making the noodles nice and dry adds a distinct twist to the dish, which others have failed to replicate.
I use very little water. I like my noodles to be a little dry.
One notable upload would feature a dish that he holds near and dear to his heart, and it's often revered for its low cost, being under $5. Chris takes a microwavable TV dinner and makes the unusual choice to dump it into a pot of ramen noodles, with the water still in it, and then mixes it all together before enjoying.
Here's their TV.
I like my lemonade sour, my Kool-Aid. So yeah, barely any sugar. Nice and sour.
Come play.
His willingness to embrace the unconventional, experiment with flavors, and maintain an unfiltered, popular subset of viewers who appreciate his unique approach. One meal he showcases often is known as meat salad, which consists of cut-up chicken, hot dogs, deli turkey, shredded taco cheese, baked beans, and barbecue sauce. He then puts this all in the microwave and eats it with a smile.
Now, your salad should look like this. A diseased mess of meat. Something a vegetarian and vegan would cry over, because so many animals die to give us this.
Now obviously this meal looks super delicious, and by delicious I mean foul and not safe for human consumption by any metric. If you want to know what happens when you eat this every day for like 20 years, well, you're looking at it. But regardless, the response from his audience to these cooking videos is a testament to the power of relatability and shared experiences. Chris's approach to cooking fosters a sense of camaraderie. His audience enjoys a comfy viewing experience watching an obese man from Michigan prepare a meal that the state legally can't feed to murderers and this. While a lot of people watch this stuff in a tongue-in-cheek way, there were genuine fans who just wanted to see his personality thrive. He was a genuine guy sharing his passions for Star Wars, singing, funny moments from his life, and cooking, and people just liked that. The lightsaber videos were, in many ways, symbolic of Chris's entire channel. It was just a guy having fun and posting it for everyone to see. And thanks to a few of these videos going viral, Chris has gone from just another content creator to a small-time sensation. And all of his videos did relatively well for a time. It's rare to see someone get 500,000 views on a video. It's even rarer for that to be a 25-minute long unedited meat salad tutorial. One of the most obvious chapters in Airsoft Fatty's life centers on his battle with obesity. At one point, his weight posed a severe threat to his health, leading to heart issues that could have had dire consequences. His doctors issued a warning. If he didn't lose weight, his life might be in jeopardy.
Good luck on your interview. Sucks that it's gonna be such a long interview though.
However, his endless consumption of food has yet to cease. And if we're being honest, his weight has probably contributed to why he's so iconic today. However, as Chris's popularity on platforms like YouTube and Twitch continued to surge, so did the unwanted attention from trolls. He found himself attracting a certain audience that included individuals who derived amusement from belittling him, often targeting him due to his weight. Chris had to grapple with these negative aspects of his journey in the online sphere. It's clear that at some points, Chris has had a very unhealthy relationship.
A little bit of both. I guess I got goals to keep growing the stream and all types of stuff like that. And yeah, just bored right now. Bored hanging out with everyone, chatting.
With his audience. When he was sick at one point, he posted a video begging for his audience to respond because he wasn't able to leave the house at the time. He expresses desperation for any kind of interaction. Wanting a sense of belonging is of course normal for everyone. Wanting human connection is what makes us human. But it's clear that at points, Chris was too dependent on his comment section to validate him.
I need words, acknowledgement that people are still watching, besides just a simple view. I need people to talk to on the internet because I can't go out and do anything.
Many also speculated that his illness was actually fake and Chris was just begging for attention. So fake, OMG. But there really is no way to know. Either way, it's undoubtedly not good for your mental to feel like you need your comment section to talk about you to feel like a real person. But for the time being, even with Chris's detractors taking issue with his over-embellishment and speculating on his health complications, he still had an audience. And the notoriety he gathered so far would only be boosted by his biggest break to date. It's highly like.
No.
Y'all a half double decapitated half calf for chat. One black coffee. Where's the manager? Playing a new Black Ops 7.
Highly likely that you've seen Full Force, a 50-minute long documentary on the life and times of Chris LaFawn. In April 2019, Ian, or iDubbbz, made the journey to Michigan to shoot a video with Chris, an endeavor that would delve into Chris's life, his friendships, his motivations, and provide an intimate exploration of the enigmatic personality. The documentary delved into previously
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep at it and just keep streaming to hopefully be exposed to a bigger audience and also to get ideas for new videos and stuff. Wind is starting to pick up now. Camera's shaking. Excuse me. I'm on TikTok too, but no one really chats on TikTok, it seems like yet. Most people are just scroll by.
areas of Chris's home, which had only served as background settings in his videos until that point, revealing a less than appealing sight. Much of the house appeared neglected, displaying signs of disrepair, and there was an overwhelming presence of cat feces scattered throughout. Perhaps the most notorious area was the basement, resembling less of a typical storage space and more akin to a decrepit mental institution. The excessive amount of cat excrement in this area turned it into a hazardous zone, resembling a minefield of sorts. During Ian's interview with Chris regarding the house's condition, Chris admitted that it could benefit from some form of renovation and cleaning, albeit he downplayed the urgency of the situation. Ian adopted a tongue-in-cheek approach to this acknowledgement. Consequently, the state of the house was temporarily brushed aside, leaving it as is for the time being.
Just a few steps away, you can relax and soak up some rays in the sunroom.
Jesus! Wish Mama would remind me to bring the vacuum nuts to use it. Damn, this is bad.
What do you call this room?
I used to call this the smoke room for a bit. And then it kind of got turned into a random shit room. Then it became the cat room, and every so often Mother and Grandma attended these lure talks, and they didn't tell me when they even acted. This is bad.
In addition to exploring the depths of Chris's house, the documentary delved into his tendency to magnify certain events or anecdotes, a trait quickly picked up by Ian. When confronted about this inclination, Chris adamantly denied exaggerating anything, firmly asserting his commitment to honesty, stating that lying held no purpose for him. However, Chris's mother held a different viewpoint, recognizing the falsehood in his claims, yet quietly appreciating that facet of her son, perhaps finding amusement in the tales he spun. Interestingly, it appears that Chris himself might not fully grasp the extent of his exaggerations when recounting stories, indicating a subconscious inclination towards embellishment that seems inherent to his storytelling process.
Why go out and just lie?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about lying. It's just like...
No, but everything we're talking about it's all happened.
Chris has a lot of stories, you know, he's very much a talker.
Oh, yeah. I guess for someone who's a bit skeptical, it's like...
I don't blame people who are.
Right.
He's got a little bit of, like, flack online for some of his stories, because he'll exaggerate some things.
Oh, yes, he does. I feel like I've gone places, I've done a decent amount of things.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't have, like, nearly the amount of, like, stories that you have. Why?
Oh?
The documentary further highlighted Chris's daily routine, showcasing mundane activities like his trips to Meyer and his off-road adventures in his minivan, which he referred to as mudding. While Chris and his friends hyped up Meyer as if it were a mythical destination, it turned out to be just a regular grocery store, dispelling any grandeur surrounding it. Additionally, scenes depicted Chris indulging in frequent smoking sessions in his room, a detail that would later hold significance in his life, albeit at that moment it was only briefly mentioned. One of the aspects that the documentary delved into was Chris's relationships, particularly those with his friends. As the camera followed Chris through his daily life, it became evident that not all the individuals who surrounded him were necessarily genuine. Ian even made remarks in the documentary that some of these people seemed like leeches, people who were drawn to Chris's fame rather than any sense of true friendship. Thankfully, though, as the documentary progressed, the curtain was pulled back, and Ian managed to reveal a different...
Yeah, I'll do a lot of shit like that before bed sometimes. Eat the worst thing possible before bed, and then wake up like, oh, that was a bad idea. I know a lot of people do it, but do you ever think of streaming video games? I wouldn't mind watching you play some games. Yeah, I just haven't been doing that as much lately, but I played some video games the other night. But I have Twitch, and I stream on Twitch sometimes, playing video games.
Out of Chris's circle, individuals who appeared to be his true friends who really had his back.
You know, I was around these guys. Autistic. So, you know, if you want me to give commentary on this part, I'm just going to tell you it from my perspective, okay?
Addicted to Anno 1800.
Yeah. It was, the day was
Among these individuals was Mike, a laid-back guy who simply wanted to spend time with Chris because he enjoyed his company. Their friendship had a history that extended far back, with appearances in older videos on Chris's channel. Mike's presence was a testament to the bonds of friendship, unaffected by the trappings of internet.
Never played that. It looks pretty good. Looks like a Age of Empires type game. Looks pretty cool.
You were the camera guy?
Oh yeah, a lot of them.
Okay.
For a good majority of them.
So you're the guy behind the camera mostly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another intriguing character in Chris's life was Robert, a figure who occupied a unique place in the documentary. Robert had openly discussed having seen demons, and his dynamic with Chris seemed to veer between friendship and rivalry. There were hints of tension and disagreement, but the exact reasons for their disputes often appeared trivial. The culmination of this friendship played out in a lightsaber battle, a moment that was both highly anticipated and somewhat anticlimactic.
There was a point where you could tell that, like, no one except for Robert was having any fun at all. So it was just uncomfortable.
But realistically, how exciting can two guys battling with fake lightsabers really be? The final character of the story was Chris's mom. She was portrayed as a loving, kind, and supportive presence in his life, with a genuine acceptance of her son's weirder qualities. The interview with Chris's mother revealed a deep and heartfelt connection, showcasing her unconditional love for her son. For those who had followed Chris's content from his early days, the documentary provided a chance to witness his transformation. His evolution from a bona fide internet meme, known for his iconic lightsaber videos, to a multi-dimensional figure with a complex life story was both surprising and inspiring. The Full Force documentary not only showcased Chris's story, but also highlighted the importance of collaboration. The video was met with resounding approval. Full Force was a game changer in Fatty's life, marking a pivotal moment with an astounding...
Yeah, I don't know. I used to play games non-stop, but nowadays it's a lot of effort to play games for me. I don't just naturally play games all the time.
$24 million
Now I'm just mostly watching YouTube.
views and 1.1 million likes, the documentary garnered widespread acclaim for its impeccable production. Its impact on Fatty's online persona was profound, introducing a wave of fresh viewers to his content and effectively catapulting him into the limelight in a way he hadn't been before. He also got a substantial increase in subscribers, effectively doubling his channel size. Fatty's ascent to stardom seemed unstoppable as he basked in the newfound attention and support from millions of newly minted fans flooding into his channel. It seemed as though
every Monday and Tuesday, the NBA is on NBC and Peacock. 2 nights of NBA action. Every Monday and Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
It seemed as though the tides were changing in his favor. He made a conscious decision to elevate the quality of his content, focusing on self-improvement and taking...
That's cool.
It was a period marked by optimism and an apparent shift in spirits, but some would argue that this was also the beginning of a turbulent chapter in Chris's life. Soon after the release of Full Force, Chris was riding high. Tragically, this was cut short just a few months later when Chris's mother passed away. The woman who had supported him all of this time, throughout all of his endeavors, and kept his head screwed on straight, was now gone. Chris's tribute to his mother in the form of covering a Green Day song was a pretty emotional moment that resonated deeply with viewers.
What do you love about Chris?
Really mine.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's a sweetheart. He really is. He's got his moments. I'm not going to say he's perfect because he is not, far from it.
This poignant moment captured the essence of a mother's love, transcending all external judgments and expectations, and really just making people feel bad for the fact that she passed away. Following the passing of Fatty's mom, Chris's family rallied together, seeking ways to offer support during this challenging period. More specifically, his cousin Matt took it upon himself to uplift Fatty's spirits and steer his life towards a more positive direction, aiming to prevent him from falling deeper into the pit of depression. Matt utilized his own YouTube channel as a platform to document his efforts in aiding Chris, sharing updates and chronicling their escapades. His goal was not only to motivate him, but also to showcase his journey of resilience. On November 29th, 2019, Matt uploaded a video titled,
Oh yeah. Fully invested in the degeneracy of the internet.
Fatty invested himself and tries adulting. In the video, Chris could be seen smoking weed in the garage rather than inside Matt's house. Matt, ever conscious of the house smelling, was insistent that Chris contribute to the household. This simple act highlighted the contrast between the carefree, unedited content of Chris's videos and the real-world responsibilities that others around him faced. During the video, Matt interacted with Chris, but Chris's responses were often inaudible, emphasizing a degree of disengagement. He shared that he had worked from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then took a power nap.
Because I had to lift my way half a parking lot.
Bro, listen to me. Nobody feels bad that you're sitting out here smoking weed in my garage.
I know.
Okay,
It's just
so don't even start with
freezing.
me. Well, you don't have to sit out here.
No, I don't.
Jesus.
Just trying to use my time efficiently.
That's good, bro.
Comment in the comment sections below if you think this is an efficient use of his time.
The fact that Chris wasn't very fond of work is not surprising, given his established online persona. The challenge lay in balancing the demands of life with the creative and unpredictable world of YouTube. Matt then confronted Chris about his daily routine. He emphasized that Chris couldn't sleep all day and encouraged him to contribute to the house. Matt then accompanied Chris to an electronics store where they purchased equipment to enhance Chris's content production. They acquired a tripod, lighting equipment, and a microphone, emphasizing that Chris needed to step up his game. When Matt asked Chris whether he should invest in a car or his business, Chris was momentarily stumped.
So here's the question. Do you invest in your business or do you invest in your car? You can only do one.
Very, very good question.
No, it's not. You always invest in your... By investing in your business, you're investing in yourself. You always bet on yourself. Always invest in yourself. So traditional common sense would say fix your back window. I say that get a tripod so you can up your production value and more people will watch your content.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Right. That's what we're doing right now.
As the video drew close, Matt expressed his happiness and pride in Chris. The next chapter in Chris's life is documented by Matt, provided a stark and unfiltered look into the aftermath of his mother's passing and the state of the house they had shared. The video in question depicted Matt and a group of friends embarking on a daunting task, a 25-hour cleaning marathon to restore the house to a semblance of order. It was a task that literally confronted the physical debris left behind, but metaphorically, the emotional weight of loss and neglect. The house was in pretty rough shape. The basement, often depicted as the darkest and most unsettling place in the house, featured urine-soaked sheets
like 3 hours ago.
the floor, discarded clothing, and a macabre display of dinosaur drawings adorning the walls. The scenes from upstairs were equally distressing. Broken windows allowed the elements to infiltrate the house, further worsening the conditions. Animal feces was scattered across the floor, and pieces of the ceiling had fallen in, littering the...
It's crazy how long it takes for me to upload videos. Just fucking Insta360 videos on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok takes fucking all day long. I'm pretty sure I only got almost only 2 videos uploaded today, because that's how long it takes to get the videos uploaded.
The upper floor, like the rest of the house, was in a state of disarray and disrepair. While Matt and his friends worked diligently to clean and restore the house, they encountered yet another disheartening reality. Chris, who was present during this endeavor, used the bathrooms in the house without flushing. The act underscored the challenges of restoring order to a space that had been neglected for a significant period. As Matt ventured into Chris's room, he was met with a sight that painted a poignant picture of the situation. Chris's bed was a makeshift structure, supported by cinder blocks and covered with a sheet or some form of covering. Garbage covered the entire floor, making it clear that this was a space that had been overlooked for far too long. Matt's emotions and frustrations were palpable, and it became very evident that he was growing weary of the situation. The cleaning process, while undoubtedly a step towards improvement, was a reminder of the immense challenge they faced. Chris's safe, once intended for valuable possessions, had been repurposed as a repository for cat shit. As the video progressed, Matt shared the aftershots of their cleaning efforts. While the transformation was evident, it was essential to acknowledge that the house was still far from ideal. In this particular video, the tension between Chris and Matt reached a breaking point with significant consequences. The central incident revolved around Chris abandoning his cat while he left to indulge in a smoke session, leaving Matt to contend with the aftermath. Matt, already dealing with cleaning the house, had to face even more cat urine and feces. One of these striking moments in the video was when Matt takes the last abandoned cat to an animal shelter. It's an instance where Matt had to make a difficult decision for the welfare of the abandoned animal, embodying all of the challenges with this disgusting house.
He goes on and on and on about how much he cares about his cats and all this other shit. But then he leaves one here to fend for itself. We had no idea that it was here until last week. And I think it's so.
It was evident.
Yeah. 9,999,999. Yeah. That shit was wild.
Sonic 199 menus.
I want a burger. That's what I'm craving, man. Burger sound good. Good.
His breaking point, grappling with the challenges posed by Chris's actions. The tension escalated to the point where law enforcement became involved. The police arrived at Matt's house in response to the ongoing situation. Chris asserted that Matt was withholding his property and medications, a claim that further exacerbated this tension. Matt's attempts to explain the situation to police were perceived as half-hearted. The discord between the two played out, with neither party willing to yield to the other's perspective. For a more comprehensive understanding of the circumstances surrounding this incident, additional text was provided in the video's description. This context offered viewers a glimpse.
Oh yeah. Is it time? Got some classic pepperoni. Time for some sauce.
The broader issues and challenges that underpinned their strained relationship. Airsoft Fatty is at it again. For months, he left his stuff at my house after multiple attempts to deliver it to him. He decided to have the police show up at my house so he could get his property. Fun fact, the property, most of it was clothing I bought for him. Wasting police resources again. Wasting my time again, being dramatic as usual. I made this video as evidence that I don't have any of Christopher's stuff at my house. I was never withholding any of his stuff. And the things he left, he has now. End of it. Probably not, though. He will find something else to cause issues with. Keep in mind, he could drive to DC, Chicago, Detroit multiple times, and NYC, but for months could not get his stuff without police escort. When I met him twice this month without having the police present, he was playing games as usual. I'm beyond done with him and his endless drag on my time and energy. In Matt's final video, he candidly addresses the circumstances surrounding his decision to stop hanging out with Chris. It's a moment of frustration where he lays bare the issues that have plagued their friendship and his perception of Chris's behavior. Matt's opening statements are clear and unambiguous. He expresses his deep disappointment with Chris, asserting that he's done helping him. His words also underscore the exhaustion and disappointment he's experienced as a result of Chris's actions. The core issue, as Matt sees it, is Chris's lack of effort in improving his own life.
He's just crying and blubbering about things that are not factual or based on reality. And he calls me and texts me and asks me to not do these videos. And as you've seen in the earlier video, I'm stopping these videos. Not because he asked. I hope these videos stay up here forever. I hope you shame the out of him forever.
This lack of initiative strained their familial bond and left Matt with a sense of hopelessness. The video delves into the fact that Chris's family has been attempting to provide support and assistance to him for years. Despite these efforts, Chris's behavior has left his loved ones exasperated. In Matt's view, Chris has become a source of shame for the family, and it's a reality he's not willing to tolerate. One of the central themes of the video is the accusation that Chris engages in deceit, manipulation, and falsehoods. Matt asserts that Chris employs these tactics, usually feigned sympathy, crying, and emotional displays to elicit assistance and support from others. He contends that Chris was never truly homeless, but instead portrayed himself as such to gain sympathy. According to Matt, this portrayal was a ruse to avoid basic responsibilities like washing clothes, taking showers, or doing dishes. In his view, Chris resorted to fabricating a homeless status to escape these essential life tasks, exploiting the sympathy and assistance offered by those who believed he was in dire need.
He's not homeless. He's never been homeless. And myself and my family have worked for years ensuring that he is not homeless.
Damn, this coffee's dyeing my teeth. And I can see something on the lens of my camera.
Matt takes a clear and unequivocal stance. Matt wants people to hold Chris accountable for his behavior indefinitely. He seeks to shed light on what he perceives as manipulative tactics and a pattern of dependency that has strained not only his relationship with Chris, but also the willingness of others to offer assistance. And while his living situation was falling apart, there were other factors pulling at his psyche as well. I love energy drinks, which is why I'm proud to be sponsored by the best guys in the game at it, G Fuel. They sent me a bunch of stuff, including 4 of these Dream Demon energy drinks. They sent me 4, and I only have 1 left to show you guys because I drank all the other ones because I find out that you have G Fuel. So what are you?
If you act a fool, the whole...
Rubbing alcohol? No, I didn't. Should probably do that tomorrow. I gotta go to the dollar store, probably get some alcohol there.
Whole internet didn't see everything, and they need to know because this isn't fair to us or anyone else.
As the stream progressed, it took a turn toward hostility, seemingly showcasing Josh and his cohorts ganging up on Fatty, attempting to emotionally manipulate him. Throughout the stream, there were numerous instances where they consistently interrupted him, depriving him of the opportunity to express.
After all he wanted to do was sell some G Fuel
himself or respond adequately to anything discussed.
Dude, you're fucking diabetic.
Even
let him talk. I want him to talk. Yeah.
I'm tired of always eating the same exact thing every day.
I made it worse. Now look at it.
Let him talk.
Now look at it.
From 5'11" down to 350 in 2 years. Like.
Yeah, well, did you not just go to New York and
somehow I made it fucking worse.
Pizza in New York and do all kinds of shit.
Surprisingly, the outcome of this stream was quite contrary to Josh's intentions. Instead of bolstering his stance, it led to several content creators releasing videos asserting that Fatty's manager was coercing him into streaming against his own will, essentially manipulating him in the process. Josh's role in Chris's life was akin to that of a wrangler, but with a more sinister twist. Josh had access to all of Chris's social media accounts, effectively taking control of his online presence. In a move that demonstrated a disturbing level of control, Josh linked his own bank account to Chris's AdSense.
Trying to see how greasy can I get my camera so you guys can barely see me. Just grease it up. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks like I'm in a foggy room now.
media accounts and changed the AdSense settings to divert earnings into his own bank. Robert eventually discovered this manipulation and publicly exposed Josh's nefarious actions. In retaliation, Josh appeared to orchestrate a hacking of Robert's social media profiles, transforming them into pro-LGBT platforms. This incident further underscored the extent of manipulation and deception that had become prevalent in Chris's online world. By early 2021, Chris encountered yet another setback when he was banned from Twitch due to alleged hate speech. According to Josh, someone had used a racial slur via voice chat while Chris was playing a game. What was especially troubling was Chris's failure to remove the VOD or inform the appropriate parties that could have helped address the issue. It appeared to be an inadvertent mistake, exacerbated by the fact that Chris was smoking during the stream, which may have contributed to the fact that he wasn't really aware that he would get banned for that. On March 8th, 2021, Josh and Chris's association came to an end. Their parting was documented through Discord messages, marking the conclusion of the tumultuous Josh saga in Chris's life. With Josh no longer in the picture, it became increasingly evident that despite the controversy and questionable aspects of their relationship, Chris might actually benefit from having a manager or caretaker of some kind. This realization stemmed from Chris's inability to consistently create and publish content on his own, let alone maintain a consistent level of quality. Instead, his videos often consisted of unedited footage where he simply spoke to the camera, and these uploads lacked any real schedule. It raised the question of whether a caretaker or manager could help him overcome his challenges and maintain a more productive life.
You kids today and your butt plugs.
And setbacks that tested his resilience and determination. Chris is a big guy, as I'm sure you can tell, and his journey to lose weight has had a few different attempts wherein he's always struggled to make significant progress. While
you dang rascals in your butt plugs.
There have been obstacles that hinder his success. One significant factor that many would point to is his drug use, specifically marijuana. It's evident that his habits have impacted his ability to lose weight, considering that it leads to increased appetite, which can make it extremely difficult for someone to control their food intake, especially when they're already obese like Chris. In the Items documentary, there's a moment where Chris can be seen hitting his and coughing intensely. While to viewers it just seems like a funny moment, Chris's attempts to quit using have been met with limited success, and it's clear that making progress in this area has been very challenging for him. His ongoing use undoubtedly hinders his weight loss goals and also makes him more lazy, which makes him make less videos. But it wasn't all bad. iDubbbz invited Chris to make an appearance at the Creator Clash, during which he delivered a stirring rendition of the national anthem, a moment that undoubtedly left a lasting impression.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, we're so proudly we fare as the twilights last week. Oh, sorry, I got nervous, people, my bad. Let's just do it. Let's keep doing, right? Let's give it another try.
I got nervous, everybody. My bad. My bad, everybody. My bad. Good old Ginch.
Let's go. Oh, say, can you see?
However, as time passed, Chris seemingly felt like iDubbbz had left him behind, and this sentiment culminated in the release of a video titled Airsoft Fatty Loses It and Calls Out iDubbbz.
I reached out to you for help that day, and you never give a lie. You want to talk about some shit? I mentioned iDubbbz the other day. I said, hey, can you just share my shit around? I didn't ask you for money. I said, hey, share my shit around. Look at the message and never fucking replied.
This marks the beginning of an ongoing saga, the Soft Fatty expressing his grievances with Ian. Following his mother's passing, Fatty found himself grappling with bills and the urgent need for additional income. To tackle these challenges, he significantly increased his streaming frequency, willing to undertake almost any task for money, including shaving his head and eyebrows in exchange for $100. However, as Fatty's desperate situation became apparent, some individuals apparently took advantage of his vulnerability, viewing him as a source of entertainment to squeeze dry for mockery rather than someone in need. They began donating with malicious intent, attempting to provoke or troll him with their messages, and even resorted to charging back their donations to incite his frustration. Adding to his woes, YouTube had recently demonetized Fatty's channel, a devastating blow that spoke volumes about the turmoil he was facing. As time passed, Fatty's frustration and anger continued to escalate, creating a mounting sense of despair as things seemed to spiral further out of control. The imminent threat of eviction from his home loomed over him like a dark cloud, intensifying his rage and despair. Amidst this, Chris found himself increasingly irate, even lashing out at those attempting to offer well-intentioned advice to help him navigate the dire situation.
Not gonna eat a fucking carrot if it's gonna sit there, taste like it's old, taste like it's moldy, and makes me throw up.
In the end, Fatty wouldn't be able to keep up with the bills for his house, and he would be evicted from the place that he grew up in. At this point in time, Chris had lost literally everything. His support system, his mom, his house, his manager. He had no one to hold him accountable or make him do anything, and he himself was staring into the abyss. It seemed like Airsoft Fatty was fine.
Hope you sleep well. Good night, Lauren.
On his career again, and also gave him a place to stay for 3 weeks. Despite the many hurdles he encountered, there came a moment that represented a significant turning point in his online journey. Chris received an invitation to appear on Fish Tank, a project funded by Sam Hyde and run by Jet Neptune. The premise of the show revolves around 8 contestants who reside in a fully monitored smart house, and their experiences are broadcasted live 24/7 for a duration of 6 weeks on the platform fishtank.live.
You live in the walls. You control the action.
What sets Fish Tank apart is its interactive nature, as viewers have the ability to influence the contestants' experiences through donations, somewhat resembling the concept of Control My Room live streams. To sweeten the deal, there's a substantial cash prize of $35,000 at stake, awarded to the contestant who emerges as the winner of the competition. As a result, when finding out Chris was down on his luck, the Fish Tank staff got him a plane ticket to Massachusetts. Fatty entered the show late, not being an actual contestant, but instead being one of the freeloaders who were inserted into the project to spice things up for those already in the house. And he arrived there with all of his worldly possessions in one bag. Everything to his name entered that house. Chris's journey into the Fish Tank began with a bang. On his very first night, he found himself in bedroom 4, struggling to cope with the constant banter and pranks from the viewers in chat. It's clear that the intense nature of the stream weighed on him, and it mounted in a mental breakdown after just hours of being there.
You guys are shitty!
In a moment of vulnerability, Frank Hassel, infamous for his trip to Boogie 2988's house, which cost Boogie the right to bear arms for the foreseeable future, stepped in to provide some much-needed comfort and support, making a very wholesome Chungus moment for the viewers at home.
Sorry, I'm sorry for nothing.
No, bro, you don't have to be sorry. Don't apologize, man.
Thanks for this. I usually try to keep a strong face and keep us strong and happy that I whole life and...
No, you don't have to apologize, bro. Everybody has their moments, you know?
Oh my god, why is this not moving?
Find what you love. Love what you
I hate
find.
TikTok.
Only at Total Wine and More.
TikTok sucks dick. At least on my phone.
Everybody, sometimes you just have to let them out, right?
Later on, Chris, being encouraged and helped by Frank, decided to partake in the ancient tradition shared by politicians like Justin Trudeau, known as blackface. It should be noted at this point that Chris doesn't really like clothes. Even in his older videos in the Full Force documentary, he's usually seen not wearing a shirt, most likely due to the fact that there aren't a ton of options for people of his size. For some reason, however, the Fish Tank house inspired him to take this motto one step further, as he decided to strip down, confidently strutting around the house in what could only be described as Giga Chad style. At one point, Chris would lay down on the couch in a beautiful display of grace, finally showing to the world his balls for all to see. But it wasn't long before things took a dramatic turn. Chris lost his bag and it sent him into a frenzy. The likely culprit behind this sudden change in behavior? Deprivation of his beloved weed.
It should be down next to the fucking couch where it's like. It's got my laundry, so it's never taking my bag and touch some shit laundry. Number 2, it has a car from home. Number 3, it's got a fish wash.
In the realm of Fish Tank content, a peculiar trend emerged, the practice of dousing each other in a plethora of liquids, ranging from beans to sodas, and virtually anything that can be sourced from the bathroom. However, this lighthearted trend took an unexpected turn when Chris found himself embroiled in a heated argument with a particularly sensitive contestant named Morrow. Their disagreement escalated swiftly, leading to a chaotic exchange of thrown liquids between them, triggering an intense reaction from both parties.
That's all you have to say. You don't down. Fucking tears. Like, it's for real.
In In an effort to escalate tension even further, one of the viewers suggested a slap fight between the two titans. Morrow invited Chris to make the first move, and he did so with great sportsmanship, giving a firm but forgiving slap. The same could not be said for Morrow, who delivered a thunderous slap that reverberated throughout the entire house, and probably gave Chris CTE. The aftermath of this contest marks yet another episode of Fatty's emotional turmoil, culminating in a full-blown mental breakdown throughout the entire house. The spectacle of screaming and screeching laid bare the depths of Fatty's emotional distress, providing a poignant yet unsettling insight into the volatile dynamics of the fish tank environment and its unexpected outcomes. The chaos continues when, during day 33, Sam decides to arrange for a unique surprise for Chris. He ordered the services of a Black Lady of the Night. However, upon encountering Chris, the worker promptly refused to engage in any intimate activities with him, citing his less than pleasant odor and the bed smelling of feces as the reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I just felt like I smelled poop a little bit. I don't know why. Like, I feel like I smell poop. So, I don't know if I could do that.
It's hard being rejected by a black queen because your bed smells like poop. In a desperate attempt to cope with the overwhelming emotions, Chris made a drastic decision to fully immerse himself in an erratic sequence of events. On the very night of the rejection, he allowed the other freeloaders to shave his head. This act marked the inception of his journey towards what can only be described as a midlife crisis dad aesthetic. The haircut he would receive cannot be described in words, only added to his continued lunacy.
Yeah, this is a demonic place.
That's crazy.
It's evil. That's writing, baby. It's an evil house. Yeah, full ass writing, dang.
Beyond these extraordinary incidents, the dynamics involving Chris on Fish Tank revealed more about his true nature. One of the contestants, Letty, was a central figure of intrigue for viewers, primarily because she's and that's about it. Chris, true to his form, attempted to embark on a love quest with her. Sam had seen that this love was brewing in Chris's heart, so he had a one-on-one with Letty in a room giving her advice on how to romance this charming fellow. What followed was a 10-minute discussion with Letty and Chris on the poop-stained bed, where Chris confessed his feelings for her and truly showed his emotional side. Unfortunately, Letty was not ready to it and rejected Chris, tearing his heart in two.
I think you're really sweet and all. I'm not trying to be like...
Yo, okay, nah. That works.
After getting his heart broken for a second time, Chris was on a warpath. His maiden-to-be was no longer available to him, and he was now fully enraged. Chris proceeded to vandalize Letty's room, using hot sauce to deface it and scattering her clothes in a chaotic frenzy, further dousing them in hot sauce as a means of expressing his fury. He then etched the word onto her room's walls, a gesture aimed at conveying his intense emotions. This destructive behavior escalated when Letty confronted him over the desecration of her space. Seemingly unhinged, Chris retaliated by using a water gun to spray an unidentified liquid at her, an impulsive act triggered by Letty's remarks about his addiction to pornography after rejecting his advances.
They keep making jokes every single day. When we were taped together, you were talking about Pornhub and Brazilian art non-stop.
Yeah, you mean for the fucking content?
Okay, so then why is what you do for the content, but what I do is just me being a
Letty's anger towards Chris reached its pinnacle as she sought retribution for his actions. In a fit of fury, Letty seized a can of soup and unleashed its contents, drenching Chris in the gloopy, viscous substance. This act served as a catalyst, triggering yet another explosive reaction from Chris, where he started screaming at her and charged like a rampaging bull. He then spit all over her and called her names.
Thanks, I got no clean clothes now.
Now you know how I feel. Nice job.
You guys got sweats in your
Nice
You
job.
should.
Dang.
Nice job playing with my pads.
Another challenge would emerge when Jason Goldstriker, the show's host, and the crew decided to make the grossest thing in the house challenge. This had contestants going through the house looking for, you guessed it, the grossest thing they could possibly find in exchange for $1,000. Several of the items that contestants would submit were all related to Chris. Letty, for instance, picked Chris's shorts, the very ones he had urinated in, and dramatically presented them as the epitome of repulsiveness.
Chris's shorts.
If you ever did one, right here.
Chris's shorts that he pissed himself in.
Spread them out so you see the piss.
Similarly, Josie chose Chris's mattress, emphasizing its history as the site of both urination and defecation, painting it as the ultimate disgusting item within the house. In an unexpected turn, Chris decided to outdo everyone by conjuring a personalized item of repulsiveness right on the spot. While the other contestants paraded their chosen submissions, Chris took it upon himself to craft a repulsive masterpiece. He made a prompt visit to the bathroom, took a and then utilized toilet paper for cleanup. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up, walked over to the camera, and presented the soiled toilet paper along with a cup of his own liquid feces, describing it as the pinnacle of repulsiveness. However, Sam, the arbiter of the challenge, interjected, stating that the toilet paper and cup feces should be considered as separate items to qualify. Faced with this challenge, Chris, with a determination that seemed driven by desperation, used his bare hands to grab the fecal matter from the cup, presenting the excrement to the camera, thereby securing the coveted prize of $1,000. This act epitomized Chris's extreme desperation for money, showcasing his willingness to go to unfathomable lows to secure any form of financial gain. One of the timeless and widely circulated moments in fish tank lore revolves around the unforgettable incident when Fatty took a tumble down a flight of stairs. It wasn't your run-of-the-mill stumble. Rather, it was a sequence that unfolded almost like a scene from a movie, possessing a truly cinematic quality to it. Fatty began steadily ascending the stairs, then in an unforeseen instant, his footing seemed to falter. What followed was a split-second mishap that transformed into a comically spectacular tumble down the staircase, resembling a scene straight out of Looney Tunes. Chris stayed on Fish Tank till the very end. As the pool of contestants narrowed down to the final duo consisting of Letty and Josie, Chris found himself embroiled in the pulse-pounding finale, contributing to the extensive array of challenges that defined the last leg of the competition. In these nail-biting last 4 days, Letty and Josie were confined to room 2, barred from exiting under penalty of elimination. Day in and day out, they resided within these confines, where sleep intertwined with a series of mini-challenges, all in the company of Chris and his newfound counterpart, Christian, also taking part in these activities. Among the myriad of challenges presented was the Roly-Poly Challenge, a contest that involved Chris and his clone, Christian, rolling around the floor, assuming the roles of obstacles for Letty and Josie. The objective? Letty and Josie had to deftly navigate the space, leaving over Chris and Christian as they maneuvered throughout the room. Any inadvertent contact with either Chris or Christian led to a deduction in points. The challenge was an intricate balance of agility and strategy, testing the contestants' quick thinking and nimbleness as they strived to outmaneuver the rolling hazards presented by Chris and his clone.
Go ahead, guys. Jumping.
Another challenge unfolded with Letty and Josie engaging in a creative showdown, tasked with painting designs on Chris and Christian. The objective was clear: to display artistic prowess through body art via Chris, with the most impressive artwork securing a valuable point for the creator. A subsequent challenge beckoned them to showcase the Fish Tank house in a manner reminiscent of MTV Cribs, aiming to provide a comprehensive tour of the disrepaired manner that the house was in. The contestant delivering the most engaging and captivating house tour would earn a coveted point. Ultimately, Josie's presentation emerged triumphant, notably due to the inclusion of Chris, sporting glasses and lounging casually on the infamous poop-covered couch.
Talk to you later, Spin.
Chris often proved instrumental in determining the victor of these challenges.
Hey guys, what up? My name's Josie. This is my crib. Here, let me show you around. Come here. Oh my. This is my main buddy, Chris. Hey, yo, Chris, what's up? We got this. MTV Cribs. How you doing? Here. How do I spell it? Don't be scared of your luck. Anyway.
In the end, Josie would win the final challenges via mud fight, and Fatty would get to participate in the final goodbye from the show's producers to all the fans at home. It's also important to note that by participating in the Fish Tank reality show, Chris made several jabs at iDubbbz, and considering Sam Hyde and Ian's past collaboration and the subsequent fallout, he received a lot of fanfare from the audience.
Unfair situation, like $2 million. So yeah, I'm not going to talk about that, but
It's reasonable to assume that iDubbbz may have been disinterested in maintaining contact with Chris after these events. It was during this time that I had the opportunity to interview Harley from Epic Mealtime. In part of our conversation, I discussed the drama involving iDubbbz and Airsoft Fatty. Harley shared an interesting perspective which caught my attention. He suggested that iDubbbz may have assisted Chris by paying his rent just one day before Chris participated in the Fish Tank show.
I'm so shocked that he dissed iDubbbz. Like iDubbbz sent $800 to Fatty to pay for his rent. like privately. And I just know this. He sent him $800 to pay for his rent, and I just saw like Fatty on there dissing.
Considering that Harley has a direct connection to iDubbbz, it's unlikely that he fabricated this detail on a whim. If iDubbbz provided financial support for Chris right before the fish tank appearance, it adds yet another layer of ungratefulness that Fatty has shown for any kind of assistance he may receive. But regardless, this opportunity was a major milestone for Chris, as it offered a chance to showcase his brand to a wider audience. Appearing on Fish Tank had a considerable impact on his online presence. It exposed him to thousands of new viewers, wherein he could showcase his personality, both the positives and negatives. And during his stay on Fish Tank, the show's host promoted a GoFundMe campaign with the aim of securing a living space for him. At the time, Chris found himself without a stable place to reside and was homeless. The GoFundMe campaign turned out to be a resounding success, raising over $30,000 to support Chris in finding a suitable living arrangement. The purpose of this GoFundMe is to set Chris up with a home he can buy so he can be independent and start over fresh. Every single penny of the GoFundMe collected will go towards a permanent shelter for Chris, not towards fast food or anything of waste. This is for finding Chris a house. Update: after looking at many campers, trailers, and even some RVs, we decided that was not going to work. It was hard for him to move around, in some of the bathrooms he couldn't even fit inside. He ended up buying a lofted barn, securing a lot, and building out his dream home out of a tiny home. It has everything he needs to survive and live comfortably. It's been a long process, but it's almost complete. We're about 85 to 90% done. Follow his YouTube channel for updates along the way. He's dubbed his home the Fatty Shack. Join along on the ride and tune in on YouTube for a step-by-step renovation.
That sounds about right. We'll, fucking get a barn
Peter
for
Piper
yourself.
used the smart buying tools from Amazon Business.
Build a little getaway.
Two humans, not whatever you are.
I am a burger lover.
The construction of Fatty's shack stands as a remarkable feat, considering the sheer impossibility of him achieving it single-handedly within the constraints of his budget. Fatty somehow assembled a team of skilled workers who generously contributed their time and expertise without charging him for their services. Their participation came with a simple request. Fatty needed to chip in by offering assistance and covering the expenses for necessary supplies and tools. The arrangement was an extraordinary deal. In different circumstances, these workers would have cost several thousands of dollars for their labor. The stroke of luck that landed such skilled craftsmen for this project was nothing short of miraculous, and a really nice turn for Fatty. Throughout the ongoing documentation of the shack's construction, Fatty's involvement was exactly what you would expect from him. In the video footage capturing the process, he was observed engaging in casual conversations, exhibiting his familiar, nonchalant demeanor, and lounging around. He pretty much just laid on the floor as the construction workers did all the work, but it's important to note that Fatty's considerable size and physical constraints make any sort of strenuous physical labor a big ask. Surprisingly, this miniature house has exceeded many people's expectations. Initially, there was a widespread expectation of a living situation akin to Fatty's previous house, a place with cat feces and...
I feel like working from home might be in my future.
It doesn't look so bad. The actual location has come into question recently, though. The land that Fatty's currently living on is essentially in the middle of the forest, and any kind of resources or maintenance the house may need is entirely his responsibility. This could be a major problem in the future if he doesn't do routine repairs, as the house could literally collapse in on itself. And with the track record that Fatty has when it comes to responsibility, it's no wonder why people are starting to worry a bit. Regrettably, at a point when there seemed to be a glimmer of hope for Chris, the situation took a nosedive into darker territory once again. In a live stream ominously titled Safety Stream, Fatty appeared visibly distressed, expressing deep-seated fears for his safety. However, he remained cryptic, never delving into the specifics of what was going on.
Not feeling super duper safe right now. Not feeling super safe right now, so I'm kind of just going live to make sure something happens. They did this in News Witnessed.
Before the stream, Fatty had posted about how his YouTube channel was being stolen, further fueling the worries and speculation among his audience. The distressing nature led many to ponder the possibility that Fatty was in some real danger. Some speculated his remote location near Bangor, Maine, coupled with being completely off his prescribed medication, might have contributed to his state of mind. Others raised concerns that this distress could be linked to his recent management changes, indicating that perhaps his newly appointed managers might have caused or exacerbated the situation. The lack of clear explanation from Fatty left his audience in a state of unease, prompting a flurry of speculation and concern across various online platforms. Some speculation also surfaced concerning Chris's purported statements about his recent managers being involved in cultivating marijuana. Rumors circulating on Reddit suggest that these individuals may not be registered or licensed to engage in such activities.
Checking on the stock market, that sounds cool.
ramifications down the road if these people are caught. But it's important to note that this information is not confirmed, and it all stems from the now defunct ASF subreddit, which faced a ban recently. Fatty's recent uploads on his channel seem to follow his usual style and themes. Lately, he's been on a quest to get involved in a boxing match, calling out a slew of personalities, including the likes of Keemstar and iDubbbz, in an attempt to step into the ring. Additionally, he's ventured into creating Shrek content as a tribute following the passing of the Smash Mouth singer. These Shrek-themed videos are truly something else, portraying Fatty fully adorned in green paint with what appears to be green pipe cleaners fashioned into sizable ears. The sheer...
Oh man, I need a costume. I should make more, I should make some videos in my costume for Halloween. Halloween's coming up here soon. I got 2 costumes for Halloween this year.
Resurrecting his Cooking with Fatty series while delivering a few music covers. It seems like he's employing a throw everything at the wall and see what sticks approach, seeking an opportunity to recapture the viral success he once experienced. There's also been some buzz about Fatty introducing a new cat into his life, sparking concern among quite a few people. Considering the track record stated his previous residence, many are skeptical about Fatty being an ideal pet owner. There's a fear looming his new house might eventually mirror his old one, scattered with cat feces. Recently, there's been even more drama swirling around Chris and his new manager. It seems that someone, possibly representing Chris or acting on his behalf, has been filing false takedown requests on content that uses Chris's material. One of the channels deeply invested in covering Chris's antics is Kiwi Tapes, regularly sharing a bunch of lolcow content on his channel. Kiwi Tapes has been delving into Chris's life for quite a while now, and it appears he reached a breaking point when they decided to start DMCAing his content, starting with a few streams that Kiwi Tapes had reacted to. This move is pretty offensive considering that fair use, a vital part of copyright law, is essentially what keeps the internet intact. It's the very thing that allows all your favorite content creators, including myself, to thrive. To abuse copyright privileges on YouTube is seen as a big no-no in the community. Kiwi Tapes released a video going over allegations that Chris's managers have a history of alleged offenses like domestic battery, among other things. This revelation could explain the safety stream that Chris previously started.
When I got a look at the rap sheet that his manager/landlord has, it explains a lot. Domestic violence assault, 2016. Domestic violence battery, 2011. Battery touch or strike, 2011. Simple trespass, 2011. Third degree assault, 2010. Another domestic violence assault, date not specified, and another criminal charge that I'm assuming took place so long ago that it's been scrubbed from the record. This is the guy that I highly suspect struck my archive channel.
Additionally, there's leaked audio, albeit somewhat fuzzy, purportedly featuring Chris's managers discussing washing his money. Many have speculated this might relate to the nearly $30,000 raised via Chris's GoFundMe, insinuating that the managers might be involved in illicitly handling or extorting these funds.
Okay. I mean, I know how to take care of that. Just know that's very easy.
So that ain't right, because I just agreed with you to have a friend.
Your friend? People over, and the only reason you're even working with him, and I told you this, is because you wanted to watch your cash.
But keep in mind, none of this has been confirmed. This is literally all speculation for now. There's been talk about Fatty spending more time with Sam in a recent stream hosted on the Sam and Nick's Perfect Clips channel, simply chilling for an hour or two while engaging in conversation. Some pretty funny pictures were also released where Chris gets to be inside of Sam's Porsche. It's interesting to note that Fatty has previously expressed his desire to be a part of Fish Tank Season 2. If that materializes, it will almost certainly bring some truly wild and memorable moments given Chris's performance from Season 1. One of the most striking aspects of Chris's YouTube career is that he achieved a level of success by simply being himself. His authenticity and unique personality attracted an audience that appreciated him being genuine and unfiltered. He didn't need to put on a facade or have some goofy haircut. He just connected with viewers by sharing his everyday life and experiences. The problem being that he doesn't adhere to an upload schedule, his work ethic is genuinely terrible, and on top of that, despite the various problems he's had with his managers, if he's to truly succeed as a content creator and as a person, it seems he may need to have a caretaker of some form at all times. Whatever happens with Airsoft Fatty, I'm sure we'll all be watching. I'm Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Ring, watching with my doggo, 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 doggo. Alright. Let me do this like this. And we'll edit a video. Ring ding 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 ding. Pitbull drone shipping mix. Nice. Interesting mix right there. I don't think I've seen that kind of mix before.
On Stark, maybe I'll have to try it sometime. Let me scroll and find the message.
Jesus. Jesus, what is this? Go forward.
Chips on the way to Tommy. Drinks and chips.
Oh, this is when I went over to the, this is when I went over to get the soda pop. I remember this.
I'm legit. Yeah, so they would try to block everything coming in. Shitting over there, bro. He said, I have a newfound powerful interest in helping Jinchi get out of the UK. Anyone else who can possibly contribute, please do. Get out of the UK. Gotta come into the United States, I guess. But if you flee the United Kingdom, then we just let them take over.
Want to see a really cool dog breed? Look up Catahoula German Shepherd mix. Catahoula.
Who is he looking for? I don't know if I can just like find a over here, let's go! I can talk. Yeah, that's right. I said, why are they but you guys come up and tell me an hour before not to do it. And he said, we're not allowing them to. I said, well, they're doing it.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's real. But if I was doing it, I'd be
Looks like a cool breed. cool spots. Who are you looking for? Catahoula German Shepherd mix is what I looked at. More drinks.
Constant deliveries. People watching the live streams.
Oh my god. Stupid ass tracking bullshit. Fucks up the whole thing. That's wild.
Oh my god. Is that the diet?
We got Cokes and Funyuns. I want to go. We got Cokes and Funyuns.
Funyuns.
I want to go. Thank you. Thank the chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Nick.
Love you guys.
They love you guys.
Appreciate you, Spin City.
People get funded by Soros, we get funded by the fans.
We get
Shout outs in City News.
We get Uber Eats by all the patrons. Energy drinks. We get that charity, yeah. It's not charity.
Big ups, bro.
They know we're thirsty.
Shout out Spin City News for the soda.
Tony, you need more energy, dog. I wish I could still use the mega bones. Let's get some white monsters and shotgun them shits. Oh, let's go. Oh, shit. Yeah, you got that thing around his neck.
Bro, why is this so warped? Holy shit.
Send some. They knew you were here. I'm surprised they didn't send the white monsters. They know you're here. Oh, man.
The white monsters?
I just put my last one too. Let's do it. I'm gonna get a 12 pack. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta try to like. Listen, man, like you're out there and you're over and you're watching, and you give a shit about this.
And queefus. And queef. That's funny as hell.
Come support Cam and Nick. Come support everybody down here, man. Because Oregon is come support.
I'm surprised nobody beat Chandler's ass when they got Rebel in a headlock the other day. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too. But he seems like he'll eventually get into a fight or something. I don't know. All this video is just me standing around. I shouldn't have filmed this part, but I'm gonna post it anyways because I'm gonna post all the footage from that night. Trying to just scroll through this footage so I can get this edit over with quickly. Might consider getting a different camera. It would be better for this type of shit. Alright, another video.
Shop everything.
Another video edited. I'll try and get it uploaded. There we go. Everything's falling over. That's always fucking cool. That's always fucking cool. Everything's falling over.
For life with pets, there's Chewy with live chat 24/7, 365. For questions with 4 legs, 2 wings, 1 shell, 9 lives, or 42,321 scales. Helpful humans.
One of the most hated figures on every social media platform that he frequents. When we last checked it on Nova, There's an old saying that goes, be careful what you wish for. While many people wish for internet fame, expectation rarely meets reality. And oftentimes, having your face and name out there across the web may have some unintended consequences, especially if you're a creep who likes diapers.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Meet Nova Online, a man whose reputation truly precedes him. Initially going viral on TikTok just for his unorthodox appearance, but now being one of the most hated figures on every social media platform that he frequents. When we last checked in on Nova, he had been thoroughly exposed for inappropriate actions with minors on Discord, and he wasn't handling the consequences too well. My people are just not capable of handling internet attention, and he is clearly one of them, and he should just log off. Unfortunately, he did not, and now he's in even more hot water.
And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon. And this time, it's 18 plus.
72 hours later.
I'm never being on another Discord server again. This is the motherfucking fourth.
This is the story of how Nova Online keeps ruining his life.
The server got nuked! The server! No!
Gabriel Gage, like many Zoomers, was always desperate for internet fame. He'd first started his career by making YouTube videos where he played video games, but he was ultimately lost in the sea of others doing the same exact thing. Not to mention the fact that the gameplay quality was extremely poor and his equipment was really bad, but hey, iShowSpeed managed to blow up under those circumstances, so it's not impossible. But whatever the case, Nova failed to gain any real traction. But once he moved over to TikTok, he would finally get the attention he was craving so much.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. Cajun seasoned fries. Okay. Mildly spicy, but nothing that I can't bear. These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10. Mango habanero wings. Oh, wow. Okay, these are very, very spicy. Oh, wow. They're very spicy, but they're still pretty good. 7 out of 10.
This video went absolutely viral, getting millions of views within hours, albeit mostly for the wrong reasons. People basically just made fun of his appearance as the stereotypical Discord moderator, with greasy hair, a neck beard, the whole 9 yards. But for the time being, Nova was seen as relatively harmless, just a weird dude who people like to check in on to see whatever his latest cringe post was. That would all change when he was caught singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to who he thought was a 14-year-old girl, as well as a number of very unscrupulous DM leaks. People began to further dig into Nova's online history, discovering a list of strange interactions with minors, as well as his, shall we say, unorthodox sexual interests, particularly binkies, diapers, and being a baby in general. This on its own is strange enough, but it definitely gets past the point of no return when you realize he was exchanging his ideas and interests with people under the age of consent. And Nova wasn't exactly handling all of the negative attention and trolling he got as a result in the smartest manner he possibly could have.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. My main account just got hacked. My main account just got hacked. I am really working really hard to get it back.
So Nova's chance at becoming a mainstream internet celebrity had officially been blown, as YouTube video after YouTube video was released, calling him out for his irresponsible activities. He did try to get a few jobs in his area, but it wouldn't be long before at least some of the local employers became aware of who he was online and all of the baggage that came along with that. And a lot of them weren't too keen to hire him, at least at that time, with various minimum wage job opportunities ruined and his face plastered across hundreds of thumbnails calling him a disgusting person. The smart move honestly would have been to quit. The problem is that Nova has developed an addiction to the internet. Before he had blown up, he was just another face in the seemingly endless sea of people trying to make it on YouTube. Now, he was famous, or rather, infamous. He craved validation for his own existence, even if that validation was negative. And that brings us to February of 2025, when my first video about Nova was released. While Nova had been doing his best to hide his strange interests, he wasn't doing a very good job of it, with it being discovered that his Facebook account was following a page called Baby ABFUR/ABDL caregivers and littles. For the unaware, ABDL refers to adult baby diaper lovers. In other words, adults who like wearing diapers and role-playing as children. It's pretty sickening and generally has a lot of overlap with those who have inappropriate interactions with minors, which makes perfect sense for the subject of today's video. The reason that ABDL stuff is so appealing to them is often because they will identify with their victims. Henceforth, they want to appear to be children and be treated like children while also being around children. I'm not going to get more graphic than that, but that is the idea in these people's minds. With this being discovered, it was immediately reported in a video from Smokey MCC, one of the channels that has been documenting his every move that serves as a very useful resource for following his antics. Nova would instantly pop up in the live stream chat of him and Kiwi Tapes, declaring, "Screw you, Smokey." The other chatters would immediately sniff out this new account and tell him to leave, to which he responded, "All truth will be revealed, and you'll see they were all wrong." He decided to turn British for a moment, telling people in the chat who were making fun of him to piss off, wanker, before finishing on a very ominous message. "You'll see Smokey and Kiwi were wrong about me. It's only a matter of time." He would also personally shoot Smokey an email in regards to the Facebook discovery. "You are asking for a lawsuit, Smokey. I don't even check Facebook that often, and I log on like once every 6 months, so why don't you duck off?" Nova had been out of a job for a good amount of time, and seemingly he was having a hard time getting a new one. This is for a multitude of reasons. It's partially his own laziness, but also partially because, as I said before, some of the local businesses had been informed of his reputation, at least the ones that were contacted by trolls after he stated where he would be working on his TikTok account. This meant he had a lot more time on his hands to make TikToks and try to blow up as much as possible. Maybe he thought he could make enough money from his TikTok that he just wouldn't ever need a real job. In an effort to recapture some sort of notoriety, Nova's content began shifting into a few different directions. If you can't already tell, this guy loves food. The thing he blew up for in the first place was reviewing a fast food item. So a lot of his content from the beginning of 2025 would revolve around his thoughts on some exquisite cuisine, from food reviews to cooking tutorials and everything in between. In this first video, he shows himself opening up a new set of knives to cut up some chicken with and make a delicious lunch.
So, I found this kitchen knife set at our local grocery store for $4 because it was discontinued by the manufacturer. I could not pass up on it. So in this video, we're going to test it out. We're going to take out our knife.
Yeah, it was 1683 to 84.
I can't help but get the feeling this is meant to be intimidating in some kind of way. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that a serial killer is in the making here. He would also try to directly recreate the initial success he had by mimicking his first viral video ever, reviewing some Taco Bell items.
Taco Bell released 4 new items. And of course, I'm going to try them all.
This is something you'll see with a lot of formerly popular TikTokers. When things start sliding into the abyss and they've run out of ideas, they will retread the past to try and recapture some semblance of what worked in the first place. One of the most viral memes of Nova from last year was a clip of him at a local business proclaiming his need for some soup.
Can I get a French onion soup, please?
As a result, he would reference this meme again, while also trying out some Middle Eastern cuisine.
You guys may remember the first food review that I did from when I worked at the French onion soup place. It was do souvlaki lamb kebabs with the French onion soup. Today, we're going back to that fateful day. But let's try the lamb itself. Let's just get a piece. Oh. Oh my god. Legendary tenderness, legendary seasoning. And now next up, the news clip that went viral, the German onion soup. You cannot get a French onion soup, please? This is all mine.
Perhaps, given how much you love this food, we can take it as his official endorsement of Gaza in regards to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Frankly, his silence on the subject has been deafening, so it's good to hear him finally speak up for Palestine. But referencing memes from his past didn't seem to be working, as the only people watching Nova's content by this point were those who already hated him and wanted to keep up with whatever embarrassing thing he would do next. So for the time being at least, he was doing his best to not feed them, and not get into any more allegations. He wanted some peacetime, and he wanted to enjoy and review some food.
Every meat from Dickie's Barbecue Pit, part 1, because they were out of some of the meats. First up, let's try the turkey. So flip.
Little Bo Peep used the smart buying tools on Amazon Business. She's not so little anymore.
Don't play this fucking song. God damn it.
Flavorful, so juicy, and one of my favorite meats at Dickey's, period.
Watching this feels like he's trying to use language that someone like Gordon Ramsay would use. So flavorful, so juicy.
So juicy.
But I'm not sure why anyone would want to watch someone like him review food. Whatever the case really is from his perspective, the food review content would continue with him frequently ordering out, which is pretty expensive, but especially for someone with literally no income. In a throwback to what feels like the old days of YouTube, he would attempt to place a PlayStation 3 disc in a PlayStation 5 to see if the system was backwards compatible within 2 console generations.
So, I read something online that PS3 games work on PS5. Now, Sony may not want you to know this, if this actually works, because this is insane. Unsupported disc.
It's hard to say if he ever actually thought this would work or was being intentionally ignorant to bait people into clicking on this TikTok. What isn't hard to say is that he was basically throwing anything at the wall to see what would stick.
So I went to a Vietnamese restaurant after a job interview and the gym, and I figured that I would rate the food I had there. I would have filmed at the restaurant, but I did not feel comfortable filming inside, so...
You have to appreciate the fact that Nova states he went to a job interview and the gym. This is not a normal way to talk about anything. People don't typically preface explanations of their day by adding in totally irrelevant activities that they did before. But the reason he did this is that he wants to communicate to the audience that he is, in fact, not the lazy Discord moderator that everyone sees him as. While many people may point out that he's out of shape, he is exercising. And while many people may also point out that he is unemployed, he insists that he is looking for work. As far as exercise goes, Nova semi-frequently posts videos of himself at the gym, albeit with poor form on every exercise and barely exerting himself at all. He also constantly gets mogged by the 40-year-olds in the background who are actually trying their hardest. On top of that, Nova has relatively poor gym etiquette while he's filming these videos, often talking loudly with headphones on, which makes his voice even louder because he can't hear himself talk, which leads those around him to get upset with him annoying the general gym-going crowd. Take, for example, this video, where he gets scolded by a gym employee after he loudly swears.
Try decreasing 100 pounds. Excuse me? Could you clean up your language, please?
With him posting his workouts online, a lot of people would accuse him of, well, not exercising very well. But he would make sure to prove to them that he does in fact exercise by hopping on the elliptical for like 4 minutes and posting that to his audience.
No, I'm live, cardioing to the whole GNX album. It's live right now. I hope I pointed at the follow icon. To those of you saying I don't do cardio, here's proof I actually do.
While looking through his exercise videos, I personally have seen no progress from the guy, but hey, we can't all be the trend twins. Maybe Nova subscribes to the idea of being a science-based lifter, and at the end of the day, his all-natural diet of Wingstop and Dr. Pepper will definitely take a little bit longer to get where he wants to be. But he'll get there, someday. To be honest, when I watch videos of him trying to work out, I almost feel bad for him. His form is so bad, and he clearly is just filming this stuff to prove to the audience that he is trying to get jacked or trying to exercise and lose weight. I wish someone could just help this dude out so we could see some modicum of muscle development. I don't want to watch 40 more videos of him exercising with bad form, barely lifting any weight, and then complaining about it. But who knows, maybe Greg Doucette will react to him soon and give him some tips and tricks.
Pointless. Pointless.
As for the job search, Nova somehow is always applying for jobs. In TikTok after TikTok, he's talking about applying for this job and applying for that job. But somehow, he never manages to get work anywhere.
After I get finished up with a job interview, so I'm boarding myself with a couple of weeks.
It's not entirely known how honest he's being about these supposed job interviews. On one hand, it is true that looking up his name online will yield a lot of very unfortunate results. At the same time, Nova is mostly applying to grocery stores, gas stations, and fast food places, which aren't necessarily keen on going through someone's entire digital footprint before hiring. Most of these places are happy to have almost anyone working there, as long as they aren't a violent felon who just got out of jail. So it's likely that there is some level of dishonesty whenever he talks about these jobs. but how dishonest he is difficult to say. With this extensive downtime in mind, Nova would begin a new arc, cleaning his house. Through a series of videos, Gabe could be seen talking about cleaning out all of the clutter in his home, which from photos can be seen to be a mess of unvacuumed floors and hoarder-style piles of boxes and trash.
This is part. Hopefully it's part 13 or part 12, but this is either part 12 or 13 to the house cleaning saga. It's not a lot of progress, but it's still progress. So while I had some dinner cooking for my family, I did some dishes and did some other ones to prep for other washing. Also, I've noticed that every time that I get the counter a little bit messy or whatever, it's been so much easier to clean up. So really, in reality, when I do this house cleaning saga, I am really actually making things easier for myself in the future. Do it now, get it out of the way, and do it most of it before spring cleaning.
For context, Nova is 20 years old, so it's interesting to see someone his age realize, perhaps for the first time, that if you do something now, like cleaning, you won't have to do it later. What he doesn't seem to have realized is the next step, which is that if you regularly clean your house, it won't reach the state that Nova's house is in right now, with boxes and trash piled up everywhere, dirty floors, a messy kitchen, etc. He's almost reaching Asmund Gold levels of disgusting. It makes me think his parents didn't spend much time teaching him how to do basically anything when he was growing up, and as a result, he's coming to conclusions and learning lessons that people usually realize when they're 10 years old, but he's realizing it about a decade later. The problem with Nova doing almost anything, though, comes down to work ethic, or lack thereof. Within just a few videos in this series, he began complaining about how tired he was from cleaning his house.
So I was gonna do a part because I can't clap right now, I did the snap. I was gonna do a part 12 to the house cleaning saga, but this right behind me is the worst part of the house because this has to be done in multiple parts. So I'll just show you what I got cleaned so far. It is like 11:30 at night right now. The energy in me was zapped, so I didn't get much done. Like as I said, I removed the Keep Calm Carry On and put it up on my wall. And then I'm gonna bag up all these clothes in the morning and take up a lot less space. And then I'm also gonna drag them down to the laundromat when I can. And then pretty soon that part of my floor will be usable again after I don't know how long. But that's what's upcoming. And I'll show you a before and after photo.
I'm not even sure what made him so tired, considering the fact that all he was doing was picking things up and throwing them in trash bags. But maybe it had to do with the fact that instead of using his hands, he brought a literal snow shovel in the house to get things out of the way. This brought him a decent amount of mockery, but also a lot of questions. Namely, why would you use a snow shovel, made for snow, to clean up your McDonald's wrappers? And as a result of the mockery and questions from this incident, the cleaning arc would come to an end.
Yeah, also I just wanted to give an update on the house cleaning saga. So house cleaning saga streams will no longer happen, but the videos will continue. As you can see, I've gotten a ton of dishes done. They're all right here. They just need to dry and they're waiting to be put away. Be on the lookout for some more cleaning videos in the near future as I try to improve how my house looks.
By looking through his TikToks, within just a week or so, he had already given up, referring to himself as the guy who used to be known for cleaning his house.
I had a thought earlier, like, y'all know me as the food review guy, the karaoke guy, the guy that tried to do a house cleaning saga, but kind of failed on that and is now cleaning his room at his own pace, but...
Brushing aside the fact that none of these things are what he is known for, it's strange that he refers to it as at his own pace, considering the pace was always decided by him. Unless some supernatural force was controlling the pace at which he cleaned his home before this point, and I am just unaware of it. His aversion to doing basically anything that requires the smallest amount of effort would also bleed into other aspects of his life. If you've seen my last video about Nova, you may remember that one extra stream of income he had coming in was from Cameo. It's a site where you can send celebrities a short script and pay them to read it. People generally were dissatisfied with their purchases when it came to his page.
Because of how disappointed I was, I gave him a 1-star review. And immediately he decided to text me, DM me on Discord, saying, "Why did you rate my Cameo 1 star?" And then I proceeded to explain how I was just disappointed with it, and he just said, "I'm just afraid to get bad reviews."
Well, Nova still offers this service, but this, too, he would find a way to complain about. For those waiting for a Cameo, I have 16 pending requests right now, as I've been in high demand as of late. Obviously, he has to add in that he is in high demand, as if these people are anything but trolls trying to squeeze some content out of him. A Cameo is, at max, a 2-minute long video on average, and all it really is reading a script or giving a short shout-out to whoever the buyer asks you to shout out. This is not some Herculean task that leaves you bedridden for the rest of the day. With this 2-minute benchmark in mind, this means that at most, it would take Nova around half an hour to 40 minutes to record all of these videos. And considering that he charges $17 per Cameo, he could pull in a solid $272 from recording those videos. He's currently unemployed and apparently needs that money, but apparently getting this relatively easy task out of the way is simply too much for him. He would rather spend his time on his new business, making bracelets.
Tori placed a Novacord paracord order. Let's ship it out.
You ordered 2 bracelets, two-tone bracelets. You ordered a blue and beige, which honestly, I really like this one. And you also ordered a hot pink and beige. This one is definitely the best looking one.
Paracord is a kind of rope usually used in survival situations and is generally considered a pretty strong material. For whatever reason, Nova had developed a fascination with weaving it into bracelets and selling it online. He took the business so seriously that he even made some business cards for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, my new business cards just arrived in the mail. And let me tell you,
Let me tell you.
Experience more with Atmos Rewards.
AI is transforming customer service. It's obvious we know that. The leader in the category is our product, Finn. It's best in the benchmarks, it wins in the bake-offs, and it's #1 on G2. And this is with highly...
It looks real.
I love the way these things turned out. They look absolutely perfect. They got
Is
the
that
Novacore
so?
logo.
Look at that subtle off-white color. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god. It even has a watermark.
By looking at his eBay store, we can see that the reviews for his bracelets are actually pretty positive. If you look for similar bracelets online, you'll find most of them being sold for around $5. And some of them even have useful items attached like compasses or flashlights. Meanwhile, Nova was selling them for $15 a piece. With this in mind, it seems his job search began to slow down, as he saw this bracelet business as a new avenue for him to make money. Maybe he wouldn't even need a job in the end. And the money itself would prove to be super important, as Nova's spending habits began to come into question. In his TikToks, Nova is constantly seen spending money. It seems like he orders a DoorDash almost every day so he can do his food reviews. And on top of that, he orders a number of toys and trinkets frequently, supposedly for the purpose of his reviews.
We've got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro packs here that I bought for $23.74 with my pro membership. We're going to open these and see if we get any bangers. Opening Adam Devine's Super Starter Kit.
I don't know who would be watching these. Any adult men who stumble across them and don't know who he is will undoubtedly quickly become aware of the number of disturbing habits that he partakes in. And any children run the risk of ending up in one of his many Discord servers. But more on that later. It's important to keep in mind that during this period of joblessness, Nova's mother began demanding rent money from him, which is fair given that he is 20 years old and does not contribute to the household whatsoever. But it seems like instead of doing that, he decided to spend his money on something else. Water bottles. Nova developed a very strange fascination with containers that hold water, an interest that, much like his bracelets, I have a very hard time wrapping my head around. In particular, he's a big fan of flavored water, having a hard time drinking anything that isn't infused with a bunch of additives. For example, at one point, he decided to purchase a water bottle from Air Up, a company that creates flavored water bottles. And of course, he wanted to review it for his audience to see. After all, his endorsement or condemnation is sure to make or break any product.
We've tried Circle. We've tried...
What's a backy bong? Talking about a backpack bong? That's cool.
$40 when I think I paid about $25 for my Sela. Observing the bottle, this feels very well built, but it doesn't feel like it's the same quality as Circle. It came with 5 pods, and I think I am going to do the peach first. Let's add our water. It definitely feels like it's more than 22 ounces. Now let's stick the straw back into the bottle and just push it down. Now let's open the peach pod. Oh, it smells like peach yogurt.
Peach yogurt.
We'll have to activate and let's try it out. Dibosha. Honestly, yeah. I think it is safe to say Arup is a scam.
He was so sure that it was a scam, he said it's safe to say. It looks like this product's entire value is going down the drain. Air up, bros. It's literally never been more over. And then, all of a sudden, Nova came back.
Hey y'all, it's me about 5 minutes after I'm about to end the video. I didn't push the bot up bar enough, so I didn't taste the peach. But this time, I actually am tasting the peach. It actually tastes like peach. So, Arup is not a scam.
I feel like maybe this video could have just been cut in half or something and he could have done the review again, just re-recording it. Instead, he decided to basically just call this product a scam before realizing he was using it wrong 5 minutes later. If anyone was actually taking this guy's product review seriously, who knows? Maybe they would have clicked on this video and not seen the end and immediately not bought the product.
Well, maybe let them know in the review so they can fix that on the next version of the product.
Interesting to me that he's taken such a liking to, of all things, water bottles. I've seen a lot of people out there with...
Hope it works well, though.
I'm just plain confused by. Not even disgusted, just why?
Could this water bottle put Circle out of business? I got the Sela water bottle. Now, if you've seen my comments on one of my recent videos, you may know this already. Now, it's going to be a little bit hard to compare this to Circle because these water bottles are different. However, some of their flavors are still the same. So, I'm going to stick in the Fruit Punch Sela pod and the Crisp Brain Apple Sela pod, and we're going to see how good it tastes. Alright, let's go ahead and try to insert this.
What is this fucking video? Oh my god, it keeps going.
Push it up. Okay, I managed to get it inside. Let's fill it up with water. Now, this water bottle may look massive, but this thing only holds 20 ounces because of these little eyesores in the back. So, I think we're going to try the Crisp Green Apple, and then I'm going to drink the whole bottle, and then we're going to try the Fruit Punch. So let's pump the flavor.
It's crazy how long it takes Nova to say literally anything. I would guess that the reason he does this is to pad out the runtime of the video, but we are 1 full minute in and almost nothing has been said. But it turns out that this water bottle has one major flaw. If you tip it upside down, water comes out.
Also, a massive flaw with these water bottles is that if you tip it upside down, the flavor will just pour out. I learned that the hard way with the crisp green apples, so...
It's so over for us bottle bros. We literally lost in such a major way that I cannot even describe it. Someone ended up calculating that Nova is spending a total of around $353 a month on this flavored water, which is insane. I do not know how he does that. But thankfully, that's nothing to a successful TikTok star like him. With content as good as this, the TikTok community stood to lose a lot if he went away.
That's cool. Let's get in. That's dope. Good old doggo.
TikTok is really all he has. When he thought the band would be going through, he decided to give a wistful farewell to his followers.
Well, guys, this is it. If you're an American and seeing this, this may very well be the last TikTok you're seeing from me. If my VPN strategy does not work out, then it's game over for me unless I find a second job. I'm really struggling. Not even McDonald's wants to hire me. Nobody wants to... Don't crash out, Nova. Do not crash out on your last video. That's what job was...
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves.
Withdrawal says to me. I've been going to have a month and a half without a job, and I'm sick of it!
If the ban actually did happen, it would have been the end. Thankfully for him, his account remained up, and he was able to pursue another avenue: comedy. You see, in the midst of releasing his fast food reviews, Gabe realized he could add a little spice, and maybe that spice would help get the views up. He also made sure to name drop Queso, probably hoping that he would notice.
Jack in the Crack versus Wendy's Nuts. Which one has the better spicy chicken sandwich? Starting off with Queso's favorite, Wendy. And they double wrapped it. They triple wrapped this. What? What? They quadruple wrapped this thing. What the hell? Okay, to whoever was manning the chicken sandwich at the Post Falls Wendy's, get better at your wrapping skills. Like, this is outrageous. And this isn't even right. Oh, wait a minute. It is. It is. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I didn't see the tomato with mayo. Anyways, bone apple teeth.
I once again have to wonder who exactly he is making this for. His fast food reviews have yet to really take off and be popular in any way, with the only exception being that first video that went viral. And what went viral about it was not that he was reviewing food, it was that he is himself. But as we'll find out a bit later, Nova loves and craves attention for his antics, desperately. But it seems that Wendy's had to be bumped a bit lower on the tier list, as unfortunately, it had a slightly negative effect on Nova's bowels.
Hey y'all, so I think I'm gonna go stop going to the Wendy's that I normally go to, because I ordered a spicy chicken sandwich.
Hey man, it's all gibberish to me.
And I ended up getting one that was wrapped like 6 times, and the veggies were not fresh at all, and they looked like dog shit. So...
To be clear, he never said that's what happened, but he is shirtless in bed at 3 a.m., feeling the need to make a TikTok about how there was something rotten or stale or something in his food, and it's somehow upsetting his systems is the only real reason I can think to do something like this. And keep in mind also...
No, this is the TikTok Discord mod who got caught again. Nova Online. This one's like an hour-long video. I'm like 30 minutes into it.
He has a thing for diapers and anything involving being a baby generally, so who knows what kind of nefarious activity was going on that we are not privy to. It's always important to be thankful for the Lovecraftian horrors you haven't yet been exposed to. Now, during this time without employment, Nova was looking around for a lot of opportunities. The problem is that instead of looking on a site like Indeed or just calling local businesses to see if they were hiring, he just decided to look through his email. The email address related to his Nova Online accounts, so you can probably see where this is going.
I think I fell for it again. Victim to another fake job offer. My god, I fell for it twice. Unless the supposed supervisor can somehow prove to me that it wasn't fake, then I fell for it again. I asked Gemini, there's no mention of a restaurant opening up at the address they provided me. It's just that
think I fell for it again.
I don't know why he didn't just take the normal route of applying for jobs. Typically, employers don't reach out to you unless you have a college degree with a specific set of specifications and you're listed on some job site. But what can I really expect from this guy at this point? In the eternal quest...
What can you expect from society in general at this point? So the whole thing's fucked.
For content, another one of Nova's passions also began to rise to the surface, singing. He would often ask subscribers what song he should sing next to try and get those vocal cords warmed up. Unfortunately, during one particularly sad dry spell, he was going through a severe lack of suggestions, so he decided to make the suggestion himself, and then post a TikTok responding to it as if someone else had given him the idea.
Sing to the hellfire till your lungs give out. Alright, you know that's a deathcore song, right? R.I.P. to my lungs, and I'll try my best to do that.
I don't know if he just doesn't actually realize we can see the account name right there. I almost want to think this is some kind of 5D chess move to troll people into thinking he's dumb, but in reality, he probably just is dumb and just didn't think anyone would even notice. Eventually, though, he did get a real subscriber suggestion, and he absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Chicken. See, I'm a chicken, yes, see, now. Ooh, mama, chicken, now you're ringing the bell. Raise me and juicy, now you're having a snack. Ooh, super spicy, it's a lovely time.
He even covered a heavier song, a more vocally intensive song from the band Slipknot. Let's see how he did.
I did, I got, and I wanted to go up to this, but it doesn't touch, they're calling up the vibrant.
I think there's no doubt he made every member of the band and every fan out there very proud. Cheers to you, my good sir. Nova would also attempt to broaden his horizons when he sang a song entirely in Spanish. And frankly, it appears to me that if he had gone to college, Espanol would have been his major.
Yo estoy mañana, soy el metal. Voy observando y amando el pan. Soy el conversor, se gusto. Oh yeah, yeah, mi hasta gustando más de lo normal. Todos presidentes traeré más. Ese happy tempo sin puro. Despacito.
He then attempted the Ice Bucket Challenge, albeit a few years late to the trend. But hey, better late than never. Curiously, he would nominate some interesting names to do the challenge after him.
And I have been nominated to the USC Speak Your Mind Ice Bucket Challenge. So, before we start, I just want to say two things. First off, I would like to nominate Kiwi Tapes and Smokey MCC to do this challenge.
For the unaware, Smokey MCC and Kiwi Tapes are two channels who cover him extensively on YouTube, with updates every month at the least. If I could give Nova my advice, I would say he probably should just be ignoring those guys, considering it's not like they really like him at all, and why would they? But he seems to have a hard time not acknowledging his trolls anyway, so I guess shouting out some YouTubers who document your degeneracy isn't too far out of line for him. One other fixation that Nova has developed over the last while is Belgium, as in the country Belgium. He goes as far as to call himself a Belgium advocate.
Hey, all my 18 plus and Eurovision fans, so I'm glad San Marino qualified, but I am pissed Belgium didn't qualify. As you know, I'm a huge Belgium advocate. I'm disappointed.
Wow. Belgium.
Stronger. Make it stronger.
Chief, you have... I'm disappointed. I'm not sure how bad their song was, but because I missed Eurovision today, but I've always got Thursday.
As far as I've been able to figure out, this fixation came out of nowhere, and I really can't explain it. I wish I had more of an explanation. I have no idea what is specifically great about Belgium. No shade to the country or its people, just why? The inner workings of his mind truly are an enigma. He also references Belgium in his link tree, where he writes, American, but I wish I was Belgian. And then, in some Belgian text that I translated, he writes, just a TikToker who poops too much. K3 is my inspiration. Nova would go live on TikTok during this time as well to stream himself playing video games. The issue was that you couldn't actually see the game he was playing, and Nova provided no further commentary. So this was just a video of him sitting in silence, allowing his chins to be seen freely to the world while he he stared into the distance. But gaming stuff was pretty run-of-the-mill for Gabriel by this point, and there were a lot of other areas of interest he wanted to explore. He posted saying that he would be creating a brand new type of content for him. His first film review would be coming soon. It's kind of jarring how frequently he flips between different kinds of content, with the only real thing tying them together being that he is responsible for it. A true Renaissance man. But the response from the audience ended up being exactly what you'd expect, as when he offered for people to guess what his first review would be of, they instantly declared that he would be reviewing cuties. Apparently, Nova's various pursuits as a young entrepreneur weren't quite working out. He hadn't gotten on Shark Tank yet, so he began looking for employment anywhere he could get it.
Hey 18 plus fans, I'm still struggling to find a job because, as I said before, not even McDonald's wants me. So if you're a manager looking for a job, once again, hit me up, ea5080797@gmail.com, and message me from your @businessname.com so I know it's legit. I'm not falling for another fake job offer.
If this was anyone else, I would say that asking your followers for job opportunities isn't necessarily a bad idea. The problem is that this is Nova Online we're talking about. Openly asking your followers for job interviews is bound to turn up trolls with fake offers. Or, if he does get a offer, the placement will inevitably leak, and some troll will contact his job and potentially get him fired, or at the very least, harass the people there. The job search was becoming more and more desperate, and while Nova seemed to enjoy his time away initially, it seemed like his financial situation was getting worse. He would announce that he was $400 in debt and had basically no way to pay it off. Thankfully, on May 4th of 2025, he announced that there was finally some progress being made.
Hey fans, so I think I may have scored myself a new job, finally. I just had an interview today. It went super well. And so well that the manager asked for my phone number, my personal one, and yeah, I think I got a good choice at it, y'all. This is unbelievable. After 5 months in the gutter, finally, your boy's becoming employed again.
Nova is known for lying, so initially it seemed a bit dubious whether or not this was even real. But he did give some specific details, like that the manager asked for his phone number. So people were more willing to believe that something good was actually going to come out of this. Maybe with the presence of a new job, he could finally get off the internet and turn things around. A few days later, Nova announced in a comment that his employment would begin the next day.
Hey, I'll take on the tragedy. I noticed a lot of you were asking how my first day at work went. I worked the night shift. As you can see, it's like 10 p.m. I started recording this. And I'm just going to tell you how my first day went. Like, it went pretty smoothly, and I pretty much had no issues with any of my workers, except that some of them were quite annoyed at some of the tables, which is kind of fair. Like, I sometimes get how servers can be in the back of the house versus front of the house. So yeah, to answer your question, how my first work shift at the new workplace went, it went pretty smooth, no issues at all, and I actually had fun working. Like, first time being employed in 5 years, not 5 years, 5 months. Whew. Damn, I miss working.
To his credit, Nova actually managed to avoid complaining for once, and even seemed kind of glad to finally have some money coming in. This kind of stability in his life had the potential to turn things around, and make him a more normal person. The less time someone like him spends online, with the ability to collect even more allegations, the better. And despite the amount of negative attention he was getting, some of his followers were more than happy to see him improve. But nothing good can ever last for Nova Online. On the 14th of May, less than 2 weeks after starting his job, he announced that he had already lost it, and was all the way back to square one. People initially thought this may have had something to do with trolls contacting his place of work, which had happened in the past. But as they were correct to point out, if that had been the case, Nova probably would have talked about it like every other time. So what happened? Well, clarification for this would come out pretty quickly, as one of his co-workers came out to fill in the blanks. Now, I want to preface this by saying a few things. Firstly, the majority of the story is boring, and I've cut out some of it. Secondly, this video is kind of unnecessary to make, and really is just another random person who had fine interactions with Nova, trying to cash in on getting attention from a very limited interaction that he had with him. Thirdly, this is all hearsay. That being said, the things he says seem to be pretty consistent with the way Nova does everything else in his life.
And I worked a couple shifts, and I realized that he's just a weird kid, and he would play weird brain rot TikTok music in the kitchen over everyone else's music. He would consistently ask everyone, guess what? And then you would say, what? And he'd say, these nuts.
He states that Gabe was a very lazy worker. Instead of using a tomato slicer, he would slice each tomato individually, making it take as long as possible. Other tasks that are simple for everyone else would also take far longer than necessary as well. One thing this guy made sure to point out was that Gabe basically refused to clean any dishes, and in general was lackluster at cleaning his workstation. During one interaction, Gabe specifically asked this co-worker to clean up Gabe's workstation, to which this guy replied, just do it yourself. While this all could be completely false, this guy's story is believable enough that I think it's probably true.
And he just turns around, walks away, and says, thanks for the help. Or, he said it in this voice, thanks for the help.
Not to mention the fact that this is all consistent with what we already know about Nova's cleaning habits in general. Take, for example, the series of videos where Nova cooks himself some corned beef and cabbage.
A few weeks ago, I made corned beef and cabbage. Now that's a totally different one.
By screenshotting some of his cooking videos, we can see that his kitchen is generally in a state of uncleanliness, so he must have been serious when he said he was cleaning the house at his own pace. His own pace being not cleaning at all. I mean, I seriously have to ask if any cleaning was happening at all during the saga, because it seems to me like he wasn't getting very much done whatsoever. Anytime he shows his kitchen, we can see a pile of dirty dishes just sitting there. A pile that has been there for days, weeks, and months, well into the time the cleaning arc was supposed to have started.
First, cook the pan with some oil. I already cooked some eggs, so that's why it's got a little bit of egg syrup on it.
Another co-worker would also give his own interview.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, but the process was painful. So he ordered the supplies.
About his experience working with Nova, and it's here where some more details come into play. He reiterates the prior claim that Nova is extremely lazy, which, while it is expected, it's even more surprising given that he wasn't even a full-time employee. He was working 4-hour shifts 4 days a week. He would also claim that Nova's strange interests extend further than his bedroom and Discord messages, with him actively wearing diapers to his job. The final piece of new information was in regards to how his job ended. They claim that Nova quit his job because he felt he was making enough money from his cameo, so he no longer needed the income from Denny's. However, I doubt that he was truly making that much. In all reality, he probably was just a bad employee, and maybe some part of him even knew that, so he did everyone else a favor and just quit, so he could go be lazy by himself, rather than pawning off his problems onto other people. Shortly after leaving this employment, Nova began self-reflecting a bit on his life, and perhaps even realized that he wasn't quite where he wanted to be.
I feel like I was really behind in life. So, I'm class of 2022, right? And I go on Facebook like once every 1 to 2 months. And every time I do, I see some of my former classmates, some of the same ones that I graduated with, are way more ahead in life. Like, they're starting families, they're getting married. I haven't done any of that yet. I feel so far behind, and it's been making me hella depressed. I just feel like no matter what, I'm going backwards and not forward. It's been on my mind lately.
It's moments like these that once again make me almost feel bad for him. Here he is, realizing that while his peers are going through college, graduating, starting families, and getting high-paying jobs thanks to their education, he has none of that. He still lives with his family, leeches off of their food, has no real income, and can't stop embarrassing himself on the internet. There's no real upwards trajectory. He's just stagnating in the state that he's in. When he self-reflects, it almost makes me think that he's gonna turn it around. But no. Instead, we go right back to the status quo, posting TikToks every day with terrible content that almost no one watches. Now, out of a job, again, he had to find some other revenue stream. Apparently, Cameo wasn't actually making enough money. When he thought TikTok was going to shut down again for good due to the proposed federal ban, he was obviously stressed out about it. At this point, I wonder if I'm even worth anything. No one wants to hire me, I might be losing my only source of income, and generally, I'm just about to give up. Thankfully for him, the platform status wouldn't remain up in the air, as it seems the government stopped pushing the agenda altogether. But even with his main platform up, he would receive some very bad news.
So, as many of you know, I got removed from the Creator Fund a few days ago. A lot of my higher effort videos were posted on here. They take more time to make, they get more views. So this month, expect a lot of Novacord related videos and more lower effort food reviews. TikTok thinks they can phase me, they cannot.
Whenever he says Novacord, what he's referring to is videos about his paracord bracelets, as without any income from TikTok, he was hoping to push them even more and make a few bands. But what's more interesting to me is Nova referring to so-called high-effort content. I haven't hidden anything from you guys. The content I've shown in this video, as far as food reviews and him failing to clean up his house, is his content. He basically just films whatever he would be doing even if the camera wasn't there. So whatever this high-effort content may be in his mind, it must actually exist in some parallel universe where he makes short films and custom beats for rappers or something like that, because the high-effort content is not in the room with us right now. It's unknown exactly why he was removed from the monetization program, with some speculating it was due to reports from people following his story. But Nova himself seems unaware of the true reason.
Hey y'all, it's Nova Kadri. So apparently I'm not the only one getting kicked off the creator fund. So one of my favorite TikTokers, Owen Wesley, he's also a local TikToker in my area. He's having the same issues with TikTok, except he's got it way worse. So, Owen, if you're watching this, I totally feel your pain of getting kicked out from the creator fund, and hopefully TikTok gets us all resolved soon, because we didn't deserve this.
He stated that his paracord business wasn't selling as much as he would have liked, leading him to consider an even more drastic option: OnlyFans. That is how dire the situation was getting. Thankfully for everyone's sake, this option was put on the back burner, at least for the time being. While he wasn't making money on TikTok, he was able to farm some donations over on YouTube, where he was streaming late into the night. That isn't a terrible idea on its face, as streaming takes relatively little effort, even when compared to his typical food review or exercise videos, and you can easily collect donations the entire time. These streams, however, are a complete disaster. On one hand, the majority of his streams are pretty boring and hard to get through, even for a few minutes. But to add insult to injury, anytime he goes live, trolls will pester him, and he'll end up having a pretty bad time.
You Google, that's why I switched to Alexa. No you. Sabao. Sideways. Screw Mario Lord, he's doing a one-sided beef right now. No, you put the fries in the bag.
If you didn't catch that there, Nova threw out a diss to Mario Lord. He's an interesting figure in his own right, with multiple documentaries made about him available on YouTube. This is one of many attempts from Gabe to distance himself from people who, in all honesty, are quite similar to him.
I literally just got a haircut and shampoo today.
Got a haircut and shampoo today.
How the fuck do I need?
Got a haircut and shampoo today, guys.
You chat on YouTube. They're spamming the fuck out of it. Motherfucker. YouTube chat's out of control. Take that, YouTube. My girlfriend's 21. I should sell paracords at the carnival? Ooh, I would have to get permission from Cooney County to do that. Oh, god damn it. Mom still has the scissors.
It also appears that at one point, Gabe suddenly had to get up from his stream and run somewhere, and I'm not totally sure about this, but I think it's because he had a bit of an accident. Listen closely. Maybe this guy does need to wear adult diapers after all. But by far the biggest issue with streaming, especially this late into the night, is that Nova lives in a pretty small house, and it seems like his streams were keeping his family awake, leading his mother to yell at him. His thoughts during this time grew so dark, he even expressed ideations of taking his own life. He was apparently so desperate for people to talk to that he gave out his phone number, albeit it was a Google phone number and not the real phone number to his SIM card. However, within a few hours he was feeling better, and he thought of a new use for his number being there for so many people.
Remember that number I posted earlier? I posted it when I was kind of in like an iffy state. Well, guys, that number is now officially a new way to order your Nova cords.
And in the end, he decided it was worth fighting. He wasn't about to let his mental state deteriorate, at least not without a fight, leading to this extremely epic emo video of him.
I'm done being the one everyone picks on.
I'm done playing nice, and I'm
with this bullshit. Prepare for a whole new side of me.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, he would set out to diss everyone who wronged him. Well, not exactly. Instead, he decided to do a performance of the Kendrick Lamar song Not Like Us, with him using it to call out 3 fellow lolcows: Jupiter the Hybrid, Mario Lord, and Andy Ditch. It's worth taking a moment here to acknowledge that Gabriel is somewhat delusional about his place in the world. He sees himself as a content creator, one who does have some controversies, but a content creator nonetheless in the traditional sense. Meanwhile, everyone else sees him as the poster child for being a Discord moderator who has failed to amount to much beyond some unsavory messages to people he shouldn't have sent them to about diapers and binkies, and probably especially that video of him singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. The only real content he creates is when people make videos about him, not his own stuff. And while he does have a very small following of sycophants, they are basically as delusional, if not more delusional than him, which is kind of a tough thing to accomplish, but they do it. He tries to separate himself from Andy Ditch, a man who fakes having autism and wears diapers all day to the detriment of his family, and Jupiter the Hybrid, someone who has a very similar story to Nova and even kind of looks like him. They could be cousins, but in reality, they are all dejected individuals who live in filth, with Nova perhaps being the most infamous of the 4, which explains why the top comment on the TikTok would read, "They like us." Another funny suggestion was that they could all create a content house together, and as hilarious as that idea is, I think these 3 in the same room may genuinely be a sign of the end times, and I'd at least like to see the next Batman movie before the rapture comes. So, thanks but no thanks. Let's not open the portal to hell just yet. To make matters worse, the trolls were also getting a bit more uppity during this period. One, named Bobby, would email Nova attempting to order 6 paracord bracelets.
So as you guys know, I have a paracord business called NovaCord, and it's costing me a lot of this. But still, that doesn't try to stop people from getting in the way. So right now I'm taking orders through email. And there's this guy called Bobby. Yes, I'm using the name on the email. But there's this guy, he emailed me wanting 6 yellow and green paracord bracelets. And yeah, I told him the total, and then he started asking me all of these questions, like, is your paracord edible? Is your paracord strong enough for survival?
Gabe was initially very happy to oblige, but Bobby kept sending him links to try and get Nova to click them, which he was able to sniff out just in time, figuring out that it was probably an IP grabber to grab his IP address and either get his location or get into his accounts or something like that. He also acknowledges here that his paracord business is costing him a lot of money, and if we believe that, it's honestly just sad. Considering the paracord is very inexpensive and he sells it at a large markup, that must mean almost no one is buying these things. Meanwhile, in real life, some persistent A-logs went to his house to leave him a letter. Someone else had sent him another letter with a negative review of his paracord bracelets, which also included a nude image of fellow TikTok god Cyrax. Then, someone told his mom about his interest in diapers and the fact that he may have had some in his room. She was not too pleased.
Started sending my mom. Like, I'm literally just here, peacefully making paracord, and people are calling my mom.
While some of this stuff can be kind of funny, mailing anything to people's houses or going there in real life is a bad idea for so many reasons. Do not go to people's houses. It appears all of this was making Nova more paranoid, as during his usual food reviews, he attempted to disguise himself with a pair of sunglasses.
Guys, it's me. I just have these disguise on so no one will recognize me, because there's been a lot of trolls that have recognized me on the bus lately. I'm in public right now, so. Anyways, I got this new trailer turnover from a local bakery called Sebastian's. This was $3, and I'm gonna see if it is worth it.
As much as I can appreciate the attempt, I have to say, I don't think it quite did the job. Maybe he should have added a funny mustache and nose if he really wants to blend in with the public. Despite his lack of income, food reviews once again continued during this time, as he would order multiple steaks for himself via DoorDash and compare them all for his audience to see.
Texas Roadhouse versus Black Angus Steakhouse. Which one has the better prime rib? First, Texas Roadhouse, plain. Texas Roadhouse is the best of 3 major steakhouse chains.
Aside from the fact that there is no way Nova is getting a return on his investment of buying 3 steak dinners in one day for his content, it's just reckless to spend money on this in the first place considering he has no job. He himself would post about how much being unemployed was weighing on him, as he basically had nothing to do all day but
Why the fuck is he worried about what he's spending his money on? That's what he wants to do with this fucking time.
boring videos and read mean comments. Of course, he could apply for another job, but that idea seemed to escape him for the time being.
Scary jump scares that will make you fart.
Okay, let's see if I get scared.
Even something's wrong with him. That's not human.
Hay dos tipos de personas en college. Las que nunca han probado la mayonesa en un
Human, man. You're not regular, man.
Unable to bring in any serious attention of his own, he began trying to capitalize on the popularity of other YouTubers, and he aimed as high as possible, reviewing a toy that he bought created by Mr. Beast of all people. When that didn't work, he decided to reach out directly to some YouTubers. For example, JHSJhdJhsjdhdjaksgagdsdlhdjksudgshdsh. For the unaware, JHSJhdJhsjdhdjaksgagdsdlhdjksudgshdsh is a YouTuber who has done a lot of different kinds of videos, but in present day, he's been very successful doing creep-catching content. In all of these stings, there is a decoy present, an adult who pretends to be underage, so that when the perpetrator in question winds up at the sting house, their guard is let down for a bit before JHSJhdJhsjdhdjksudgshdh comes in and tells them to take a seat. Because he has no self-awareness, Nova tried to reach out to him to be one of these decoys. Yo, I turned 21 in 2 months. Can I still apply to be a decoy? The only reply in this screenshot is someone recognizing Nova instantly and saying, dude, which, to be honest, about sums up how anyone should feel about the situation. It seems that JHSJhdJhsjdhdj wasn't keen to have this popping celebrity in his videos. His loss, of course. But all of this was frustrating for our main character. He hadn't gotten a job, he hadn't made any progress in the gym, and worst of all, it was his fault. Naturally, he chose to blame the government. I hate my life. I can't even look at myself and not want to throw up. I'm so sick and tired of my life and the way our government treats us. I hate it here. I'm moving to Belgium the second I can afford it. This situation was so frustrating that he updated his followers that he had put a few holes in his wall. Although I would encourage him to take some boxing classes or something if he wants to impress anyone with that. Meanwhile, he made sure to continue posting his regular stuff, going outside to review some chicken that he got, this time without his disguise.
Also, I'm sorry if I sound off. I'm in a quite bad mood right now because I'm sick of no one wanting to hire me for a job, so I'm desperate at this point.
The reality is, there are plenty of places he could apply to who would accept him, as long as he were to not post about it on the internet. He could maintain whatever job he gets. Maybe getting a haircut would help too, so his greasy lion's mane doesn't make it so easy for people to instantly clock who he is. No offense. Well, maybe some offense. A few people had also seen him in public during this time, going about his typical routine. One of them even attempted to inform his mother about all of his online shenanigans when they spotted him shopping at Walmart. There's no doubt that his mom, considering she's a part of an older generation, likely is not up to date on what her son spends his time doing, especially when it comes to just how degenerate he really is. But I will say that reaching out to his parents probably isn't a good idea. I don't think you should do that, and this conversation ultimately didn't seem to yield any real results.
No, you put the fries in the bag.
It seemed like Nova was getting more desperate for interaction with his followers, as his online presence was slipping into irrelevancy.
Challenge for you. If you guys can DM me the one college football team I give a damn about within the next 24 hours, I'll give you a free Nova cord. Try and guess.
Naturally, the comments were filled with people telling him they wouldn't be messaging him, as well as things like, challenge, keep a job for longer than a month, and a challenge for you, take a shower. Another piece of interesting news would come when Nova apparently got a letter in the mail which informed him that someone had tried to sign him up to be a member of Scientology, the infamous cult that many celebrities, namely Tom Cruise, is a part of.
Bitch-ass trolls tried to sign me up for Scientology bullshit. It's a cult. Here's what I gotta say to that. Never again.
Maybe joining could give him some sense of camaraderie. Just imagine Nova and Xenu chilling out in their DC-8-like spacecraft. Real gangster stuff. It's worth saying that not everyone around Nova had been preying on his downfall. While the trolls were making fun of him, one of his close online friends did try to give him direction on turning things around. For the sake of Nova's mental health and his family's safety, I'm encouraging him to get a steady job and remove his need to use TikTok to support himself. He enjoys making TikToks, but the reality is most of his viewers and followers are just trolls, and nothing good is going to to come from it for him. I've discussed it with Nova. There's a chance when he gets another job and is sure he can hold on to it, he will deactivate his accounts and step off the internet, effectively deplatforming him. It'll suck for him for sure. He really loves content creation, but he can't keep it up and live a happy life. It's surprising that someone so close to him had such a sober view of his situation, directly acknowledging that his online presence was not only a blight on humanity, but also a detriment to himself. This online friend unfortunately wouldn't stick around for long, leaving Nova down one confidant.
I just lost one of my biggest supports in my life now. You wanna know, Connor just unfriended me out of the blue. And he was a really big support for me. Now I have just one person left.
But it seems like instead of getting a job or spending less time online, like this guy advised, Gabe had other plans. He wanted some more friends, and where better to meet them than